Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest, along with quasi, I guess, / last second sports, as we've got Jessie in the house here from the 49ers / I know it's Lions channel, but that's nobody's caring about that right now in this chat. It's a Niner channel. We got ourselves, my man in the house, Jessie. Welcome on and back into the Hawks Nest. You've been here, we're a couple years now running, I think, on this as far as our going back and doing these kind of collabs. I've loved every time of it. Jessie does great work out there at Last Second Sports. And, Jessie, why I had to send the message out to you. I had to throw the carrier pigeon out to you, man. Tied a little thing to his leg. I'm like, all right, let's go. You know why, right? You know why at this point. We're doing this before at week 13, before week 16. We got to do this right now because of one key reason. How you doing out there?
Oh, man, I am doing fantastic. Excited to see you. I'm glad you reached out because I was looking through the schedule. And I always do, every week I do the behind enemy lines where I bring out an opposing content creator. I was like, man, I don't get to see Brandon until week 13. What kind of crap is this? So now you reached out. It's like, all right, let's stand on something. Let's get some predictions out here. Let's get the preseason hype going because Thanksgiving is going to be fantastic. A couple weeks later, we get to do it again. So I'm excited for this show. I'm excited for the season. And really, we were talking backstage, but it sounds like we're both excited for this huge, huge rivalry that is being fully renewed right now. I love it.
It is it's tremendous, and it might be burning at its brightest this year, Jessie, to your point on that, in that this is not 1 year off. This is not 2 years off. We're a decade into this. You know what I mean? We got scars on our arms. There's still some wounds that are bleeding, somebody lost a toe in all this. So it's kind of been this thing that's been long lasting. And as we were talking about on the prior, it is a thing that some fans will have a struggle with at times, but we always remember how it is kind of a treasure thing because so few other fan bases kind of get to have this. And you could make the argument right now that we're back into being like we never left. The most heated rivalry right now as it sits in the NFL. And I know the Niners, you guys had our number last year as we were going through what we were doing, our turnover bit, and all well-earned victories, no excuses given. Fantastic team, but it's still there. And this year, it seems like it's going to come right back down to us once again. You were already saying backstage like 3 times. So, I mean, it does appear, I'm not alone on this one between the two of us, that this is coming down to us and you. And we got the 2 teams rebuilding this division. We got a wide open NFC with some good teams. I'm not selling on the Eagles. I'm selling the Lions. I know it's not like it's going to be cakewalk, but I do happen to remember a 2013 season when I will still go to the grave and tell you that the Super Bowl was played in the conference championship that year, that the 2 best teams that played that particular NFL season just happened to not be playing in the Super Bowl. And, history doesn't repeat itself, Jessie, but it does rhyme.
I really do think that we're going to get 3 games again this year. I look at the way the seeding could play out. Unless one of us gets that number 1 seed, then obviously it would be an NFC championship showdown. But I think there's a good chance that wild card weekend we match up again. I really feel it. The way things are looking to shape out, at least if they go the way that I'm seeing it, like we're going to see this thing 3 times. And shout out to the Seahawks. We talked about it last year, way ahead of schedule. You know it as well as I do that. I mean, you guys were probably optimistic, over on your channel, and maybe the fans were optimistic, but I think anybody from the outside looking in was like, yeah, that's a 5-win team. And for Carroll and that team to take that leap that early, moving on from Russell Wilson is nothing short of impressive. It was absolutely incredible. And now the Seahawks are here ready to compete for the division. And it's something I talked about in the offseason. I had made a video during the draft and said, listen, Seattle's coming. 49er fans did not agree with me. They think you're still a year away. I disagree. I think that this is probably going to be a season where we get a split in the regular season and then we break that tie come postseason. Yeah. And it's going to be a big one. And nothing is better than division football in the playoffs.
I want the conference championship again. Let's return to that. You guys get the number 1 seed. Let's go down to San Francisco. Let's have to go through the rest of the NFC, fight, claw, scratch, and then we get down to you guys at the end. If that's the way it's got to roll, let's do that. That would be to me just, le magnifique. If we could get that rolling in that way, I would absolutely love it. And we are definitely I was optimistic last year. I had to say like 8 wins, but I didn't see that year. I didn't see this. I think the people saying 5 wins were being fair in their assessment, considering it was a rebuild year. I mean, Jesse, we had $57 million of dead money on the books last year. It's very hard to go out there and compete just merely on that basis, not knowing any of the parameters, starting 6 rookies, 2 rookie tackles, all that type of stuff. So we do feel pretty good. And we had all that draft capital that Denver hauled us. I mean, they basically just, turned around and said, can we give you some more? How about a little bit more? We're like, oh, we shouldn't. This is okay. Well, another first. All right. Hey, why not? So we're definitely there. I think your Niner fans that do talk about the youth that exists here, I think also bring up an important part on this, as you and I've talked a lot about. You guys are still in that window. It's something the LOB era taught me, is that you do have a window of time. It does not just perpetuate into a 10-year period. There's a wash rinse cycle in the NFL. Sometimes you can elongate it out. Sometimes having a guy like Mahomes, for instance, will probably help to push that out. But you guys are in the window, and we're just trying to get up to that spot of things. And we are a very young roster this year with all of the players. You've basically turned over the whole roster in 2 years. So it's going to take Carroll doing his best work once again to be not just to be a playoff team, of course, as we're talking about, Jess. You guys are going to be a contending team. There's no doubt. But to be more than that, it will require him to get the most out of these young guys. But that's also been a little bit of his maybe super skill that he's brought as a coach to the position. This is a guy that set the record in the Super Bowl for the youngest NFL roster in Super Bowl history to go out and win it. So it's been done before, but I understand too the people that say, I don't know if it's probably a bit of a year early. We're in the middle of our thing. They'll get there, but it's not quite ready time. But we're going to be fighting out either way on it. That's the other good part about it. Because do you not look at the Rams right now and the Cardinals and go, okay, that's an easy 2-0 for us this year. Easy 4-0 on the win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most definitely. I think that the Cardinals are clearly in a full rebuild mode at this point, and the Rams should be. They're hanging on for one last season, hoping that they can put it together. The Rams were interesting because I was looking at it when there were some free agents that were out there, when Hopkins was still out there, and I know Yannick is still out there, saying, the Rams are the type of team that will go sign Hopkins and Yannick and then be competitive. Well, they didn't do that. So maybe that's a great thing here. Seems like they're still cutting money. There's also been some murmuring potentially that they're shopping Stafford already, that they're willing to shop Donald if they're not winning and he's willing to go. And they might fight for that number 1 pick. So we'll see what their season brings. I don't want to say that it's a for sure sweep. Division games are always tough, but they're certainly not the teams that 49er fans are looking at. We're looking squarely at Seattle. And I think that even a lot of 49er fans are turning their nose up at that prospect. I'm certainly not, but I know that does exist out here in 49er land for sure.
Yeah, I think that they're always are going to be dangerous, the Rams, when you have McVay, because I think he showed himself to be a top-notch coach. Even what he did with the roster last year, being decimated by injuries across the board, he was still a tough out. That defense still played really well without Donald and a lot of other guys, on top of it. So they're starting so many rookies, I think, this year. And the thing for me is I think they're showing their hand on, we're trying to lean in the rebuild. And why would they? Well, you have the Caleb Williams factor, of course, the auspice of that just sort of sitting there hanging over the NFL season, where if you get that number 1 pick, you're getting potentially a generational or close to generational like talent at the position. And that for McVay has to be, as he's looking at Stafford with that bad back, who knows if Stafford even makes it through the full year. I get the impression with him, he's trying to just make it look good enough as a go that he can get another year of time, another stack a check season going on. They don't call him Stat Padford for no reason, man, back in the day, but it works on the money. It works on the stats. But I do look at that, and Cardinals, of course, have a pretty good offensive line, but they've signaled the change through. I don't know if you saw the video, by the way, of Gannon talking to his players for the first time. Did you? Shots.
Awful. What's interesting is I remember going into that Super Bowl. Obviously, the 49ers lost a heartbreaker in the NFC Championship in a horrible way, horrible fashion. But I looked at them and said, all right, that is where they are in trouble. Their defensive coordinator is absolutely awful. You look at the talent across the Philadelphia Eagles, there's something holding that talent back. For as good as they were in the sack category, they gave up way too many points, way too many yards. And it was clear that the game plans were not great week in and week out. I think that's addition by subtraction for the Eagles, but also that means it's addition for us as 49er and Seahawks fans to say, hey, that guy's now in the division. We get to face him twice a year, at least for this coming year. We're excited about that. He's awful.
I agree with you. He doesn't impress me. He's running the Fangio scheme. Didn't they have Fangio in there consulting or something last year too? I mean, he still needed the training wheels on his bicycle still. And then he goes and gets the job. It's like, that doesn't usually add up. If you got to have that kind of help brought in from outside. And like you said, they especially stopped in the run last year and they had holes. And we're going to talk about in a second about what went down there in that championship game, about really what allowed them to get off the hook of not, being pressed too much in that game with the injury situation. But when I saw that there, maybe I'm just getting old and jaded in this kind of thing, but I see certain coaches and the way they carry something. I can have the outside the box guys like McDaniels in Miami. You can give me the guys that the personality doesn't have to be the old, hard, grizzled guy, but he's a goober. I mean, he's a legit goober. How is that going to,
no other way to put it.
I don't know. Sorry. The goobers are not going to raise Lombardi trophies. There's not going to be that picture. It's not happening. But so it's going to come down to us. That's really the head of doing this stream today, Jesse, for those out there. And I love talking to you too, by the way. I didn't want to wait till that long as well, because I wanted to pick your brain. I'm very always interested in the Niners. I've said this to you before, that it's fun to watch smart organizations run in the way they do and seeing their decision making and seeing how their process kind of unfurls a little bit. Whether it's a team within the division or a team out there in the AFC that's really far away. And so it's always fun to track them, on top of the fact you guys are always there. You always are the nemesis that sort of just is always there. Can't kill it. Can't put it away. It's always just still there. And we're the same way, hopefully, on the other side. So it's been interesting to watch the offseason, but let's go back for a second to the conference championship, because I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this. We get the injury on Brock Purdy. And Hassan Reddick gets in there on the injury. And I mean, it's a brutal thing. Maybe it's just kind of a football situation that happens that moment. What is, your take on that situation in the moment? Just a freakish thing that occurred and happened, or a symptom of something that was maybe going on with the offense and pass protection at that point? Or, what kind of walk me through your perspective on it?
Yeah. I mean, in the moment, it was devastation. Let's be real. It was just, wow. There goes our season. Like this is how it's going to end. So I think in the moment there was some devastation, and then, Josh Johnson comes in, he looks okay. And we're like, all right, maybe somehow, maybe Purdy can come back after halftime, something like that. Or maybe they can get lucky and win, and then Jimmy can come back for the Super Bowl. We're just trying to think through all scenarios. But immediately in the aftermath, as soon as I watched the play, I'm like, well, I think there was two things that went wrong there. One, clearly, you don't put a third string tight end to block Hassan Reddick, who was an absolute monster throughout the season. And you watch the way that Philadelphia, and I talked about it leading up to that game, talked about it on Behind Enemy Lines, and said, it's pretty clear that they don't care about play action. At least early in games, Hassan Reddick is pinning his ears back and going straight after the quarterback. So that showed up on film. So then for the 49ers to go play action, deep shot play early, block him with the third string tight end, that was a little off. But then you add in the fact that Purdy had a wide open Brandon Aiyuk, didn't pull the trigger, and had a wide open step up lane and didn't step into it. It was just everything that could go wrong on one play did, and it was very unfortunate. And then the result was even more unfortunate. And I think even as just a football fan, if you're not a fan of the 49ers or the Eagles or what have you, usually just want to see good games in that scenario. I imagine that was not a fun one to watch. As soon as Brock Purdy goes out, you're like, all right, we'll just wait for the AFC Championship. It is what it is. So I think 49er fans, Eagles fans, and football fans in general were robbed of what could have been, I think, a classic game.
Well, and then the Eagles leaned in it with the play calling through the rest of the game, because then they knew that all we've got to do is inch out a couple of points here, and San Fran has nothing to match on the other side of it. So what, like we got the win, and I can't fault them for playing it safe in that moment, but you're right. It did make it. And it was sad too, because look, it's the Niners. I've been going back watching all 22 tape on our matchups last year recently, and just looking at a lot of the overhead stuff and just the level of speed, the way that defense played. Championship worthy, no doubt. And the way the offense was being as efficient as it was at the end of the season, having everything rolling from a momentum standpoint. I mean, these are the check mark boxes that you want to scratch off as you go into the playoffs. If you want to be a Super Bowl team, you got to have everything in your back pocket, all of that stuff. And then including a little bit of the lady luck And she can be a fickle bitch. So, she can, man. She can get you that way. So it sucks that happened to you guys that way and that year got determined that way. Another question I wanted to ask you about that was there's rumors afterwards that leading up at some point into the playoff run or maybe prior to the run, but somewhere after Garoppolo's injury that there was one Phillip Rivers that reached out to the San Francisco 49ers. Is there truth to that?
Yeah, it sounds like not only that happened, but the week that Garoppolo went down, Ben Roethlisberger was reached out to, which I found very interesting. And, I know that 49er fans want to believe that Kyle Shanahan just totally thought Purdy was going to be the guy, but there's no way that he thought going into a game against Tampa Bay after losing Jimmy Garoppolo that Mr. Irrelevant was going to be able to carry this team. Not even he saw it coming. And so when they reach out to Ben Roethlisberger, it makes a lot of sense. And they weren't reaching out to Ben to be the backup. You don't reach out to Hall of Fame quarterbacks and ask them to come out of retirement to be backup quarterbacks. You do it to be the starter. So at least early on, I think there was some trepidation on the 49ers part, trying to figure out, can they win? Is the Super Bowl window going to close right in front of us? What do we do? And then Purdy, to his credit, man, he played way better than what anybody thought he would. Did a great job. And yeah, it does sound like Phillip Rivers may have reached out, but the interest clearly wasn't that mutual at that point, probably because they knew at that time, like, hey, we got a guy here. We got a guy in Purdy, and we're going to be able to make this work. No reason to bring in a veteran to be the starter. And so we're just going to roll with Brock. And, it may have worked out to get him to a Super Bowl, maybe further, but we'll just never know.
So you don't think that there was a chance Rivers said, okay, you don't have to guarantee me the starting job. Just let me come in there and compete with this kid, that they would have had to give him that guarantee to bring him in?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see,
because he doesn't have the playbook. I mean, he doesn't know the playbook.
Right.
You're 3/4 of the way into the season. He doesn't know the checks. He doesn't know the line calls. He's had no chemistry with any of the receivers. To me, it would be like, I could see with Roethlisberger being that way, but for me, Rivers seems a little more in the mode of, hey, I've got an opportunity now in retirement here to go get a ring I've never gotten. There might be a little more of a humble side of that. I would wonder if we learn on that down the road for sure. If that was the case, if Phillip comes back out and says, I said, I just want to come in there and compete. They didn't have to give me the starting job. Because you're right. If they have to give him a starting job, I'm with you. It's a no. But if it's a matter of him saying to you, Jesse, or you're understanding that the guy said, no, I don't have to give me the starter. I know Brock's rolling and he's good. Do you think then that there was any chance that they did that was the way that this played out? That instead they just went, no, we don't want to upset the role and we'll roll with the one guy we got, not having a backup at that point, not having a Garoppolo, not having a Trey Lance. Josh Johnson, 52 years old.
Yeah, and Josh Johnson's Josh Johnson, Phillip Rivers is Phillip Rivers, regardless of how old and how many kids he has. But I think I don't see it, because I do believe if he was willing to join the team under those circumstances, you have to do it. At very worst, you've got a backup in Phillip Rivers that you can rely on and trust. If Phillip Rivers had come back and had 4 or 6 weeks with the team, something like that, and they were in a situation where Brock Purdy goes down, you feel a lot better about Phillip Rivers coming off the couch and playing than you do Josh Johnson. I'm sorry. They're completely different guys. Phillip Rivers didn't look bad his final snaps with the Colts. It's not like it was a Matt Ryan situation. He actually looked pretty good. They went to the playoffs. He was fine. So, yeah, I mean, of course, if Phillip Rivers is okay being the backup and competing, great. I just can't see it. There's no way.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if we get the word on that. Some of the stuff you have to wait years down the line, but I would get, if I find out down the line that was the case as you just presented, I might be a little bit frustrated as a Niner fan down the line going, okay, so we're just going to walk in with the one quarterback basically and hope that it's going to ride with this rookie. And it's tough. So it's a tough, brutal end of your year. It's not the end of things though. You've got players still in their prime, just going into their prime, at the end of their prime. Still a very talented team down the board, some good development along with that. We get into the offseason. Let's reload, as the Niners would hope to go here. And they certainly jumped into a free agent market not many thought they were going to go into, Jesse, because they thought, okay, you're going to be bogged down by having to get back to this Bosa deal at some point here in the head of things. So that's at the forefront. Brandon Aiyuk wants a new contract. And they said, oh, you silly mere mortals. We're going to go sign the best defensive tackle free agent on the market in Javon Hargrave. where's your head at with this one?
Oh, absolutely love it. I mean, not only do you go to the team that knocked you out of the NFC Championship, you take a big piece from them, a 10-plus sack guy, and you add him to your squad. You know, that's the one thing about the 49ers. Since they traded Buckner, brought in Javon Kinlaw, it just hasn't been the same dominant defensive line. It was very good last year, don't get me wrong, but Armstead was in and out of it. Javon Kinlaw was in and out of it and really just hasn't reached his full potential. We had great contributions from guys like Ebicom and Menahu in particular, who went to the Kansas City Chiefs, but bringing in an absolute game changer like Hargrave is, it's beautiful. And now you've got him, Bosa, Armstead, and whoever, most likely Drake Jackson being that fourth guy. This is dominant all over again. This is exactly what the 49ers have built their team around. And yes, they've got to pay Bosa, but they're not paying a quarterback. And so it makes these things very possible. And then what I like even more about it is the way they structured the deal. It's really a 2-year deal. It's not very expensive at all. They have an out after 2 years. They did a great job with this contract in particular, and I'm very excited to see what he does on this team next to Bosa and Armstead.
Yeah, you can't deny what he's been doing for especially the past 3 years as a pass rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles inside. One of the best in the game in that respect of things. And it was a little bit of definitely some, I ain't going to call it jealousy, but it was a little bit of like some annoyance to me when, we go out and get Draymond Jones, who's the second guy. And, we signed him to
great signing, by the way.
It's a great signing, but you also look at what you guys did. It's the part that when I talk about why I like some of the things the Niners do, it's you guys get him at 5.5 this year. Draymond Jones is costing us 10-1. So, it makes a difference. It makes a difference when you're squeezing contracts and you can get Bosa deal done like that, because he's not coming in there on this $20 million per year deal and taking up this monstrous chunk. So I thought it was a really good deal from the money standpoint for the Niners and the way that they put that together, especially being you're trying to add that one extra player on top. You already went McCaffrey and you're kind of stealing that one extra guy to squeeze up underneath the hatch, if you were to try to make this, take it over the top, which you and I have talked about. I'm hugely, hugely in favor of. I think he's going to set really well into the wide 9 scheme. Now you take that want to pass rush, that want to just get up the football field and attack, and it's all that much more kind of laid to bear, I feel like, in the wide 9, where you're really allowed to, get some space to work with out there, be it on the inside or on the outside. One concern.
Let's stick with this real quick, though. Yeah, actually, give your concern, and then I want to go on Seattle side of things with the interior defensive line.
Absolutely. Which I'm not going to be as optimistic as you are on the Niners on that, but 3 straight years, though, it seems to me, when I was looking at Hargrave for a Seahawks potential free agent target and doing my kind of deep dive on him this past offseason, originally with the Steelers, was known first and foremost as a run stuffer that could give you some pass rush. He developed, young guys get better, but it seems that there was a bit of a transition that was made from a mentality standpoint as he reached the Eagles to try to really accentuate being a pass rusher, and that coming somewhat of the cost of his run defense, and that the run defense stands out. And it's 3 straight years of pretty miserable grades from PFF and what you read from the kind of online with the scouting reports with them. Any worries with that or any trepidations?
Not really. And it is something that was definitely pointed out when he was signed. Armstead is so good at run defense. Since they kicked him inside, it's been night and day. And so you look at, once he comes into a lineup, it completely changes. He is devastating in run game. So I think as long as he is next to Armstead, things are going to be fine. But luckily, also, the 49ers, as you know, have an excellent linebacking core, the best in the league, most likely. If not, they got to be in the argument, right? So
sure,
I think that the cleanup is certainly going to be there as well. So I'm not so worried about that as much.
That's totally fair. Corners are good. Corners and safeties, good tacklers too, for the most part, looking into it as well. Sorry, quick couple donos here. I've been a little bit late on acknowledging. David Pugh, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it. He says, I'll accept that the enemy is behind our lines. Only if he admits that DK was the better wide receiver than Debo last year and will end up having a better career. You heard me. Anyways, all love you guys.
Yeah, he certainly was the better receiver last year, no doubt about it. And I think he's younger. He's got a jump start on having the better career. these things are so tough to predict. I will say this. I think Debo is ready to bounce fully back. He's in the best shape I may have ever seen him. He came out himself and said he was not happy looking back on film of last year. He was actually embarrassed. That's what he put out. So he's ready to have a bounce back season. So I'm not going to go the career arc, but I will say I think Debo is ready to put himself back in that conversation this year. But DK is never have to worry about DK being out of shape. That's for sure.
No, he's on it, even if with his candy diet sometimes.
Yeah.
So how do you do that? Yeah, I think too, what was standing out is Debo has a down year, but one of the things I noticed when they had that advanced stats out about receivers generating route separation, and they did some of those advanced stat drops. My guy Tyler was at the top, which was part of why I certainly did a video on it, but also notable on that list, of course, was even Debo in a down year, along with, of course, Aiyuk, who that's his bread and butter, is the route running. But Debo was also on there with the separation in his route, or the success on, I think it was on how open he was when targeted, I think was the stat. And both Debo and Brandon Aiyuk were in the top 13, I want to say, top 12, maybe.
Kittle was up there as well. They were all up there.
All up there, very, very efficient. And we're going to be talking about that on the offensive side of the ball. But thank you, David, for the thing. And I'll say this with Debo, like Debo, if it was a matter of he was going to be able to stay healthy because he's not getting wore down a little bit extra because of some of the wear and tear that's come along, because that stuff will take football years off your life when you're and DK doesn't run the bolt screens. He ain't running the fly sweeps. There's just going to be a little bit less wear and tear on him, which as much as anything might factor in who has, step for step, they might be very even in the overall quantification of what they bring to the field. But it's that Debo gets, 3-4 years less on his career than DK because DK is younger and because he doesn't have that wear. That doesn't have anything to do, though, necessarily with one or the other being better. It's just that that's the nature of the beast. If you're going to, same thing, why running backs, that whole debate that came up, like, it is what it is. You're going to get wore down if you run between the tackles a lot and get hit a little bit extra. They hit hard in there, man.
Yeah. You don't want any part of that.
Thank you, though, David, for the $10 donation. And he gave you some love. He gave you some ground on that, did Jesse? I got to give him some credit on that one. He could have totally given you the flame on. No, you were fair, man. You could have been like, no, don't talk about Debo, best all-purpose player in the NFL. You could have given him the, they'll try the best with the mid receiver or something. He didn't go, I appreciate that. See,
I got Debo watching my back, so I know where we stand. We're fine.
There we go. He knows you got him. Y2K HA with a $2 donation, and thank you for that. He says, just so you know, I'm still around. Love you. Go Hawks. Well, thank you. It's good to hear that you're out there, man. Always better when you're in the chat, brother. And thank you so much for the donation. I do appreciate it. Guard Knight with a $5 says, thanks for swinging in, Jesse. Great to hear his perspective. Well, I do appreciate it. And folks, if you're not, of course, get over there to Last Second Sports and Last Second Sports 2. It's got 2 channels running over there. One's NFL related, not just Niners and Lions channel related. And we're going to be watching tracking the Lions too this year because they're going to be a tough team as well. So get over there and sub up to his channel if you're not already. Please do so. And Garth, thank you for the $5 on that. It's good to see you in the chat as well, brother. And Jesse, thank you as well for coming on in here, man, and doing this week. I know everything's getting preparation. Jesse's heading out to training camp with the Niners, so he's getting the bandana ready. He's getting the belly shirt.
Gonna paint my stomach. It's gonna be great.
Get the tattoo that lasts for 2 weeks. It's like a Debo tattoo. Megan Gockroger with a $10 donation.
Hey, Megan. There we go. She's a good
Megan's
one.
In the house. Oh, Megan's great. My lady from Danenda says, greetings, B, Jesse and the 12s. Just popping in for a moment as I'm taking some time out. Very concerned about the Uchenna deal, but I guess we'll see and wait and see. Was there a Uchenna deal that broke when I was prepping here? Did I miss an Uchenna deal? I always hate that when that happens.
Chat saying something potentially.
What's the deal? Let's see. Oh, he agrees to 3-year extension, $59 million. Well, let's deal with that one in a while, Jesse. Let me just have some time.
Well, here's the thing: is figures always are big and they seem daunting, and then when you actually break it down, you're like, oh, there's an out after 2 years, and the final year's worth $25 million, so it's really not that big of a deal,
It's 19, brother. It's 19 million. I'm gonna have to process this one too, Megan. I'll say this about Uchenna Nwosu. absolutely fantastic player for us. Ended up having to play a few too many snaps last year that reduced down the efficiency numbers or the way you might like a PFF score might look for him, because it's kind of the way it goes. You get the sample size guys on the PFF. Sometimes they can get in there and really get the nice grades that look really, but you get a little extra long, too many snaps on the field because you don't have the rotation right. But we did just take 2 edge players in the second round the last 2 years. So then signing a third guy, I know you need a rotation, man. And I'm cool with that. We're running a 3-4 defense. You need outside guys in a 3-4 defense. But that's a lot of cuts. 20 million a year on an edge. That's more, I think, than Hassan Reddick's making. So he's been good. He's good. But okay. The stuff always happens when you're live, man. I'm gonna have to put a video together tonight now. Well, I'll be up till 3 in the morning tonight.
Yeah, you will.
Oh, thank you though, Megan, for the donation. I appreciate you jumping on in, and thanks for dropping the note. I was not aware. I was going live today, getting everything prepped, and this one slipped right under my radar screen. Sorry, here I got a little behind on the donos, Jesse. I know you had the defensive line question.
No, do your thing. I totally remember where I'm at, so we're good.
Kevin Mullen with the $2 donation says, "Is Ronnie Bell the answer to Shanahan's vertical threat? Is it that or Gray?"
I mean, not really. He's more the answer to the long-term slot receiver. He's a hell of a blocker. I think he is also a yak guy. He fits the 49ers mold, but no, I don't think he's the deep threat per se. And I think also a lot of that comes down to who the quarterback is. If it's Brock Purdy long-term, I don't think you really need that big-time deep threat. I think Aiyuk works great. You've got the Yankee concept that you can run with him and Debo all day long. Kittle can go deep up the seam depending on what you're seeing, and I think that's really all they need. But if it's Trey Lance, yeah, it'd be nice to have a deep threat. It could be Gray. There's some other guys that it potentially could be, but we'll see. We'll see what happens there at the quarterback spot.
To Kevin's point on this, Jesse, don't be surprised if Ronnie Bell ends up really turning some heads in training camp.
He will.
Every year that I've gone through, I do these scouting. I get deeper and deeper on these players. And the thing you got to remember with Ronnie, which I'm sure you're aware of, is last year you've got the ACL thing where it's coming back and you're never at 100%. And it's one of the things you probably see when you have guys go down to ACLs and the fans talk about, well, next year he's got to be right back to 100%. And then the rare guys come back, the freak shows come back that way. There are those Petersons. I think Bosa, even was able to come back the next year and be pretty close to what he was. But a lot of more often than not, the guys need the extra year. And he has a lot of shades in his game to me of Doug Baldwin, does Ronnie Bell. I think, and to your point, Doug was a lot of what he did in the slot, but he was also a guy you could put on the outside too. He could go kind of both places with it. And Ronnie's got that explosive vertical leap, that the short area sort of kind of burst stuff that gets overlooked sometimes in the long speed. I wouldn't be surprised, especially with the release off the line of scrimmage. He's got nice releases with his feet, just like Doug did. That's kind of shades of Doug to me a little bit with him. But if he's healthier now, kind of back to where his legs are under him from his previous year in college, he'd be the one Niner receiver to me that I know Sonny Gray's the guy probably a lot of Niner fans, because he's coming into second year, are looking as the guy to start to take a leap forward. Maybe am I off on that, or is
there's talk that he might not make the team, so we'll see.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm out of pocket.
Danny Gray might be getting cut, but we'll see.
Really? Everyone's so high on him last year.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I mean, the NFL world turns quick. So
yes, it does.
I like me some Ronnie Bell, man. I think we're going to talk about you guys' draft in a second here, but that was a nice little pickup, I think, for you guys. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. The double dono, man. You're awesome as always, brother. He says, what are the Niner fans' opinions of Brandon Aiyuk? I was very disappointed when the Hawks didn't get him. This was going to be one of my questions. So, Garth, thank you for grabbing one of my ones I was going to ask him here at some point about Brandon Aiyuk, because there's a little bit to get in on this. Number one, the kid seems to have finally gotten out of that doghouse. He was deep in that doghouse, man. He was down in the cellar of the doghouse. Shanahan had locked the padlock on the door. He was banging, in the darkness, and he finally let him out. And the kid got loose last year, didn't he?
Yeah, we love Brandon Aiyuk. Absolutely love Brandon Aiyuk. And one thing I started talking about last offseason and have continued this offseason, I think he deserves a captain's patch. I really do. I think he's the leader in that locker room when it comes to the wide receiving core. There was an incident last year where he bucked up to Fred Warner. They got into a fight on the field, which, sometimes can be a bad thing, I guess, if teammates are fighting. But in this instance, I think he was right to do so. I love his toughness. Anytime you see a big run breakout, it's usually Aiyuk that's leading the charge. He does all the small things great. And he's just waiting to be a number one option in an offense. I really believe that if you put him with a Josh Allen, a Patrick Mahomes, or some of these other guys and said, hey, he's the number one receiver, he can go out and get you 1,400 yards. I think he's that good. I think he's that great of a route runner. And I think he's a leader on this team. So we love what Brandon Aiyuk brings to the table, no doubt about it. In fact, the big talk this offseason is, well, if they can't keep Aiyuk and Debo, who do they let go? And I think it seems like 90% of Niner fans, maybe I'm speaking a little out of turn here, but it really does feel like 90% are like, yeah, we're willing to let Debo go. Aiyuk definitely is the guy we want to keep. So,
and Aiyuk is going to wait on the contract. He's okay with waiting on the contract.
Yeah, the 49ers always do this, man. They're not going to do it going into your final year, your fourth year. They're going to get at you in that final year. So this is Bosa going into his fifth year. They're working out the contract now. Next year, it'll be Aiyuk going into his fifth year. They'll work out the contract then. This is how the 49ers operate.
So you would then say there's next to no chance then that Aiyuk has probably moved this year for them to claim value rather than
this year. I would say no chance. Next offseason, there might be a small chance, but I would be shocked. Yeah, I'd be shocked if that's the route they took.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And he's been very impressive. What was it that got him in the doghouse in the first place?
It's one of those stories that I don't think we'll ever fully know, but supposedly he wasn't doing things like a pro, whatever that means. I really think that Shanahan puts a premium on some of the little things, the way you run your routes in a particular way, the way you run block. And I think that he had a pretty damn good rookie season. He probably came in the next season thinking he had it all figured out, and he didn't. And Shanahan let him know, and so things got a little uncomfortable. I also think that some of that might have had to do with Jimmy Garoppolo a little bit. I think he and Jimmy Garoppolo didn't see eye to eye, maybe on a couple plays, and I think that Jimmy had big pull on this team. And so maybe there was partly to do with Jimmy as well.
I'm signing with Brandon on that one. Jimmy wasn't pulling the trigger.
Oh, come on.
Jimmy wasn't pulling the trigger. I can't make that throw, okay? I can't do it. super dramatic moment in the locker room. I told you, it's open. Why don't you throw it? I've said it to you 10 times. I don't have that.
Yeah, good luck, Vegas. Good luck.
Yeah. Oh, boo. Vegas is going to be that's a flaming crap show ready to happen this year. I mean, what are they doing down there? I mean, that contract. Well, I've definitely asked you a bunch of questions. I know you had a little bit on the defensive line. Let me give way to you a little bit on this. Thank you for answering this and staying with me, by the way, on this. And thank you for all the donations in the chat too. Appreciate you guys on that. Very, very kind of you.
Absolutely. Well, I wanted to talk to you about the defensive line. And I know there were some additions. There was a couple subtractions as well. But that was the biggest differentiator between Seattle and San Francisco last year. And it got really bad for you guys at one point. I mean, talk about injuries. I'll never forget that second game that they played. Conference championship is on the line, or division championship rather. And you ran out of defensive tackles, period. There was none. You were running out 4 defensive ends and trying to piece it together. This offseason, it seems like they did put a premium on getting some, I call them fat daddies, up the middle to help you guys out in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
Was it enough, in your opinion? When you look at the way this defense is constructed, do you think they did enough up the middle to really rectify the situation? And I'm pretty sure Seattle was something like 26th in run defense EPA last year. And so that's something that has to change for them if they're going to beat San Francisco head-to-head. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a complicated answer because there's a lot of moving parts with it. As far as just to give you, before I get to the long answer on it, the short answer is to know where my head is at. I just did a live stream last night around the proposition of if Chris Jones becomes available, should we be moving for him, yea or nay? And so,
yes,
it was, it's a fun. Well, and he's sitting out right now and he's eating $50,000 a day, which of course can't be forgiven under the new CBA guidelines. So I'm not saying that it's likely he's moved or that he's going to be traded, but that these situations are very fluid. And doing this content creation for a couple of years, I've been here when fans said there's no way Jadeveon Clowney gets moved from the Houston Texans and then we, get him. There's no way that Jamal Adams gets moved from the Jets and we get him. It's always one of those things it's one of my favorite things to do as a content creator is propose things out and people go, oh, it's crazy. There's no way that could ever happen. And then it occurs and you're like, yeah, stuff can go that way. But that's where my head's at. I think that last year your read on the situation is a correct one. Not only when we played the Niners, but in overall terms, and that the defensive line, your defense was the weakest part of your team last year. Your defensive line was the weakest part of your defense, and by a considerable margin. There were times in games like you guys last year in the last playoff game, for instance, or at the end of the second game that we played you guys at home, where you were basically able to run at will, where you could just wear the defense down and the back eventually got broke and there was nothing that we could really do about it. Some of it was the linebacker play on top of that. I'm not a fan of Cody Barton. I'm not a huge fan of Jordan Brooks either as two middle linebackers. Brooks does eat up a lot of tackles and he can run, but instinctually wise, there's some issues. I'm sure you'd see that with some of the times Kittle smoked him out there in the open field for some big gains. But the line is what it is. You're right. And you had four guys that really were 4-3 defensive tackles that have been transitioned into a 3-4 defense. And it's not hard to see why that didn't work. Why they didn't address that further last offseason was because, as we talked about at the top, you had $57 million of dead money to hit, $26 million for Russ. You had the dead money on the Bobby Wagner deal, dead money on the Carlos Dunlap deal, dead money on the Chris Carson neck rehabilitation. I've got Terminator neck now with this hardware that they've thrown his neck. I can't play no more. So you have all this dead money you're sitting on that goes way beyond any other team in football. And so you couldn't get to everything. You got your tackles taken care of. You got your running back position a little bit more better handled. You got a little another edge. You couldn't go after all of it though. So you had to kind of wait on some of this stuff to make that transition and change over. And that meant last year they're going to be holding on for dear life. Now, have they done enough this offseason, in my opinion? I don't really know that we have. Jaron Reed's going to be helpful. He's done a little bit of the inverse of Hargrave here, because this is why I got into this Hargrave thing, is I saw a guy in Jaron Reed do the same kind of thing coming out of Alabama. That's why I've kind of had that same mentality with it, is he comes out of Alabama as a pure one tech run stuffer. Oliver's tape, who gives you a little bit of pass rush. Then he comes to Seattle, and slowly it becomes more about now moving him out of one tech to the three tech, more about him becoming a pass rusher and get up the field. Has a 10-sack year, but it's then at the cost of his run defense. But now last year he's transitioned to more of the 3-4 defensive end, take up blockers kind of role, back to the, his origins, so to speak. So I like that. Draymond Jones is more of a pass rusher than he's a run stuffer. Really good player. He's right there with Hargrave as far as being able to pass rush from the inside, I think. But I think he's probably about average, a smidge maybe above average. Me, if I'm being honest, about his run stuffing, and that's what we're talking about here. And then when it comes to Cam, what you have as far as the key took in the fourth round, he was the guy who was least hyped about of any of the draft picks. And it's one of those tough videos you got to make of the content. You can relate to this, where you've got to make a video put together. You watch the tape, you don't like it, you're gonna have to be negative. You don't like it. And then you get negative, and people have been pretty nice about it, so I was all okay with that. But I had literally one guy, was like Cameron Young, commenting, I'm like, please, that's not him doing that. I have a Grant Cohn moment here where it's like, don't keep my name out of your mouth. Like, I'm just doing a breakdown. So yeah, it's going to be the hinge on the Seahawks season. If it is the detriment and the thing, it holds us back from being contenders. I don't think it keeps us out of the playoffs. It didn't last year, but it does keep you from reaching to that contending status. And there's one item on the team that you reach towards and say, this is going to be that item to hold you back in the manner. This one would be that. Because I mentioned those three guys. Miles Adams played really good for us last year as kind of a developmental player, but hard to count on that. Hard to know that that's going to be something that you can rely upon. Brian Monet coming back from a torn ACL. We got the kid, I always forget his name, the kid out of the Titans, another rotational defensive lineman, journeyman kind of type of guy, Kerry Hyder type, right? That's kind of player that can kind of play in a couple places. Is just kind of a run stuffer. He may help, but we only have 1-0 tech right now with Cam Robinson, technically. Yeah. That's our only guy you can put over the top of a center in a 3-4 defense. That's kind of problematic. Maybe Reed can do some of it, but he hasn't been doing that. One tech is different from three tech in certain respects to me, where it's tougher for the zero techs, because you are getting the true double teams right at the point. It's, you got to have that beef. You got to have that 340, 350 pound beef. So you're right to think that this is the thing that could be the big problematic issue for us this year. I don't worry about the offense. Don't worry about the special teams. Don't worry about the secondary. But one other little thing I'll say about this is also about intention. The Seahawks have done the inverse of what the Niners done. And that is, from a defensive standpoint, we're going to build back to front. We're going to be a 3-4. We're going to be a 4-3. And so some of this is also willful, Does it mean that it's going to pay off and that this defense is going to turn into being good on the back of going back to front? I'm old school. I'm more Niner minded in my way of I'd be building a defense is I still think it's front to back rather than back to front. But we got to acknowledge, Jesse, that what the analytics people, what the forward thinking people are supposedly saying about this is that no, it really is about you building back to front now and getting those guys going. And they have taken those steps with it.
Well, and I think for the league, this is what's interesting. And there's so many ways that you can build a roster. And a lot of people look at building a roster as, hey, you have to win your division first. So build your roster to win the division and then figure it out from there. That sounds great in theory, but realistically, you can make the playoffs without winning your division.
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers easily could win both those games just because they have the Seahawks number. And if they don't face each other, then Seattle's way better built to go up against these passing teams. I mean, your defense, if they were to get into a situation against these Super Bowl caliber AFC quarterbacks, I think would fare pretty well compared to, maybe even better than the Niners, just based off matchups. I'm not saying the defense overall is better. I love the Niners defense overall. But when it turns into a shootout and you've got 50 passes going up from Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Burrow or Herbert, I really like the secondary in Seattle. So I don't necessarily think it's the wrong way, but it's going to be tough to win the division. It's going to be tough head to head to beat the 49ers if you can't stop the run, because San Francisco has proven over and over, like, that's great. You have an awesome secondary, but we're not even worried about throwing the ball until you figure out how to stop the run. And then by the time you load up the box, we're gonna go play action and see if you can stop that. So I just find it interesting in the philosophy. I'm not saying it's wrong, not saying it's right, but it is interesting from the outside looking in to say, okay, I see what you're doing there. The secondary is absolutely incredible, by the way. Absolutely incredible.
It's got some potential to really do some things, man. And I like it too, because as much as anything that opens up right now for you, you're more open now to man situations. And in my opinion, running a 3-4 defense in a zone-based heavy nature is kind of antithetical. I don't want to do that. If I'm going to run 3-4, I've got to put some more prominence of the man coverage. Not all the time, but they go together so much better in a 3-4 to go to more man-based. And now you have Witherspoon, and Woolen last year did his best stuff in man-based situations or man-match situations, because we live the cover 3. So you start out cover 3 and then you become man. So now you got the two guys that can actually do that, which is the kind of foundational point in those 3-4 defenses if you're going to do it in that way. We've been talking over, the offseason of replicating a little bit of the Cromartie Revis kind of thing that you had at one point in time when those guys were at the height of their powers. And so that's would be a nice way to do it. Diggs has shown he's been a really good single high safety and who can handle business there. And then this also does then free, on top of all this, Jamal Adams to come down into the box now and provide a little extra oomph down there to help out that run game, like you talked about. I was think they're taking a little bit of a page out of the Niners playbook here, because the Niners, that was the thing that jumped out that was surprising doing the research is how well your corners tackled, and then watching the all-22 tape as well, because teams will set up, we set up offensively, schematically at times, to have you guys in sometimes even like light box situations. But then corner comes up and really presses down the line of scrimmage. And then he's there as an active run defender. He's there getting off a block if he's getting blocked up. He's there being a force defender, almost what you'd go with like a strong safety type mentality you're bringing from the corner position a little bit. And maybe there's a little bit of that in the modern age and stop the run with some of the lateral nature of it and how wide it gets.
Well, and I think it's helpful. And again, it all depends on who the quarterback is. It seems like it's going to be Brock Purdy, at least right now, if he can be healthy. And I think that running single high safety against somebody like Brock Purdy is a lot easier to do than it is a big arm quarterback. And so that would help in the run game as well. I think, again, Jamal Adams, if he's healthy, should be by week 13. Let's pray for that. That'll definitely help you guys out in the run game big time. I mean, he's basically another linebacker out there. So that'll be extremely helpful. And I think it'll be very, very interesting. Now, one thing, you were talking a lot about cover 1, and obviously cover 3 is a staple in Seattle. But one of the things that surprised me was you guys ran a ton of quarter, half last year, cover 6, however you want to go about it, 25% of the time, which was 8th highest in the league. Do you think that's going to continue in Seattle, or do you think it's going to go more towards the full man route? Now, obviously, quarter, half, you can do a lot of fun things with it. It really can be man on the backside, depending on how you do things. I'm just curious to see what you think the defense is going to look like. It was interesting talking to you last year about the defense and how much you knew about it, and really how much of that showed up on film as I started to watch the Seattle Seahawks. So I'm just curious as to your thoughts as to what you think would work best.
Yeah, you're smart to lock in on the quarter half from last year. Seahawks, of course, at the height of their powers, 2013. If we go back to their Super Bowl run, they would run 90 to 95% of the time cover 3 throughout the whole course of the game. That's it. That's what you got. Didn't change. It's pretty incredible still this day. It's only 10 years ago. It's not like we go back to, well, it was black and white film. They were running cover 3 all this. No, it's 10 years ago.
49ers ran more cover 3 last year than Seattle by about 7%. It's crazy.
I know. We're down to 35% last year in cover 3 from the heights of that 90%. And yeah, we ran, I think, pure quarters 7%. And then you ran 25% of the time, quarter half. Yeah. And, I dropped a video of Quandre Diggs on a play that he made last year. That was really great. It was one of those nice interactions you get where you reach out to Twitter to the guy and you go, I think I just saw something on film. Did I see this? And he confirmed back to me, yeah, this is what happened. And then did a whole breakdown on it of what happened in the play. And they had a switch release. And I knew on the switch release that they never throw to the wheel route on the backside. And because what I'd seen was he was starting to drop back into his deep responsibility of quarters. I looked kind of, it was hard to tell the coverage or just quarter look as far as deep zone. But then he broke it off after 3 steps by something he was seeing. And that was where I saw in the film, you saw something there. You're supposed to go back, and knowing our defense with Carroll's predilection to keep in deep, you don't break off your stuff unless you're sure about what you're seeing. And he wasn't trying to bait the quarterback. It was something he was obviously recognizing he saw. So the quarter half, I think your answer provides some more flexibility, because when Quandre's in a single high, cover 1, cover 3, you got to be center field. You got to take care of both halves of the field. There is no, I get a jumper route. There is no, I can go and pull the trigger on something if I see it. Even though he does have a deep responsibility there are other players on the field that also have deep responsibility in their coverage there in that situation, opening the door to potentially allow a guy to make that play, especially if he, from a film study standpoint, know this team, when they're in this look and do this thing, never do that. And that's what great players do. That's what you want, great players to do. It also allows you to take the X on the weak side of the formation, who's on the line of scrimmage, that receiver, and who's over on the left side of that formation in Seattle's coverage? Tariq Woolen. He's always on that side. He's not going to move off of that side. That's back to, you're never going to do it. I don't like the whole travel with receivers thing. It's not a smart thing to do for defenses. So now that's a guy that is allowed to get up in the press look. And because it's an X who's on the line of scrimmage, you're going to have a better chance of getting that press executed at that point, as opposed to the Z on the other side, who's a step off the line of scrimmage. And therefore it's harder to get that press out there. So you run man to the weak side, which is now Tariq Woolen, which is now his bread and butter. And so you're kind of getting the most out of your defensive parts rather than force fitting them into your scheme. We do cover 3. That's what we do. What do they do best? How about what they do best? And I love to see, this is the forward thinking attribute on Carroll right now that he hadn't had prior in recent years, of doing a little bit more of this, changing things up now to fit and accommodate what these guys do. And I hope it goes further with Witherspoon, because Witherspoon's not really a zone guy. He can do that, but he's a man guy. He's there to lock guys up. He's there. That's where he's going to be at his best. And so they've got to kind of lean into that. I also like it too. Something you might see, a little bit of a sneak preview on this, is with Adams is healthy by that point. The quarter half now allows you to take a guy we signed Julian Love, who's a really underrated signing this past year.
Yes. Julian Love was a huge signing for the Seattle Seahawks, and it went completely under the radar. If I was picking a second signing in the division, obviously Javon Hargrave, signing number 1, not close, but Love is that next one. That was a huge pickup for Seattle, I think.
Absolutely, just tremendous, especially because it's a good value contract. Those 2-year deals aren't good for players. Those are better for teams. And it's just, you look at it, you go, wow, the guy can play all over the place. Free safety, strong safety, slot. But now the issue you had with Jamal Adams in 2020, who brought him in, even though he set the 9-sack record that year, the big issue you had with him was in coverage, in situations where he's cover 2 or he's single high safety, which is not how you should be using Jamal Adams. No. But in your defense, you want to play a lot of the soft coverages. So the Seahawks have thought smartly here to get a guy in Love, who now, obviously where I'm going with this, you go nickel, let's go nickel. You're going quarter half. Love now becomes your strong safety. You kick down in Jamal Adams down in and what you could do with Jamal even there is that you could bring Jamal as your middle there, your Mike, flip Bobby over to the will. Now Bobby's weak side, and he's got a little protection where he doesn't have to cover as much space for his age. to that short side. He's also
And
got
then
Tariq
Jamal
and single
carry the tight end across the formation. Yeah.
Then Jamal can carry the tight end up across the formation. And so
Yep.
now you're not only getting the most out of Woolen, but you're getting the most out of Adams, and the plan starts, and you're covering up Bobby, because Bobby last year in a lot of respects had one of his best years, not because he's prime Bobby or he moves or he's still one of the best, Fred Warner's the best middle linebacker in the sport, undeniable.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it's that he's still an effective player, because this is why I like McVay. McVay is going to put the guys in the right position to succeed. He knew what Bobby could do and what he couldn't do, and he got the most out of that. And what I like about this, so you're right, quarter half is where I think this could be moving into this next upcoming season for Hawks even more, into that 35-40%, dare I say. Maybe they don't run predominantly cover 3.
Wow. I mean, it makes sense. It makes total sense. And, I'm just curious to see how it plays out. But you're right. I think Jamal Adams is a big key to that, and being able to bring him down so that he can carry the tight end. I think that would be huge for
Especially
them. Now, yeah.
Sorry, especially we can do it knowing it's passing situations. You get a
course.
3rd and 7 and they're in the 3 wide. It's like, they're not running it. So you don't have to worry about him being as exposed as much by a team then hitting, we got a safety in the box in the linebacker spot. Let's hit it.
Right.
Absolutely.
Now, Jamal Adams is not the only one. You guys have quite a few players actually that are kind of trying to come back from injury. Now, obviously, in a 49er matchup, probably not as big of a deal because these guys will be healthy and different guys will be injured by week 13 on both teams. But how are you feeling about some of these players that are trying to make comebacks before the season? And what is the outlook looking like for week 1 for some of these guys?
I think there's only 2 notable guys that there's any worry about injuries. Woolen had arthroscopic surgery, which is just cleanup stuff. Guys do it all the time. Sometimes it gets reported, sometimes it doesn't. But when you hear arthroscopic, it's usually an indicator that it's not a serious thing. So he's back. He'll be fine. He'll be at the start of the training camp rolling. Now, the 2 guys you mentioned are legit worries. Brooks had the ACL tear late in the season last year.
Yep.
And so he's got to be a guy that I would estimate is probably not ready week 1. I will probably be ready by the time we play you guys. Is he the whole thing though? Is a guy healthy after an ACL tear like that? Does he get back to full go? Jamal is just as much of a concern. Coach Carroll tends to be a very optimistic guy who talks in terms of he'll be back next week. And it's like, Coach, he had a broken ankle with the bone breaking through the flesh last week. It's going to take more than a week. He seems a little reticent with Jamal Adams. He seems a little bit hesitant, not to say that he's not coming back, but just to, is he back week 1? I don't know. We'll see, and that's like equal to him saying like he's on his deathbed or something with Carroll, as far as the way he sometimes will talk, parsing him. So I don't think either are going to be ready by week 1. We're playing the Rams, so they don't need to be.
Famous last words now, Brandon.
I know. I'm just playing. I gotta put some jokes in there. So I don't think we get it back week 1. Julian Love's insurance obviously cleans you up on this in a way where you don't have to necessarily push him back. And then you got Devin Bush from the Steelers, who's not great and certainly has not ascended to his top 10 first round status. But he's a guy that I think could be functional out there. And let's also acknowledge, as bad as the D-line was last year, Jesse, I mean, the linebacker core was also a big part of the problems in the run game too. So,
yeah, definitely was. Most definitely was.
You brought up something. I mean, you brought up the Pandora's box. So let's open it up, Jesse. I was going to have to cover it at some point. I didn't want to cover up the top because I'm not trying to depress you. And what's funny about this is you and I now, I think for years now, have been on the same mindset on this one. What the hell is going to happen with the quarterback situation in San Francisco? The 800-pound gorilla in the room.
Yeah. This whole thing is interesting, man. It is crazy that we're 7 years in, and you talk about windows and how quickly they can close. And this window for San Francisco has been open. We're going on year 5, presumably if it's open still this year, which I think it is. It seems to be on paper. So we're going into year 5, which means this thing could close rather quickly, depending on, players retiring, salary cap, what have you. And they still don't have a for sure quarterback. Now, seems like all signs are pointing to Brock Purdy starting if he is fully healthy, which it's trending in that direction. But we're still talking about a very young player who didn't have an offseason. His first real offseason got stripped away from him because he's coming off of an injury. If he doesn't play, then you're going with Trey Lance, who is coming off of a major injury himself, going into year 3, but really hasn't played much at all in the NFL. And if you don't go with him, then you're going with Sam Darnold, who doesn't know the offense near as well as the other two, and quite frankly is a bonehead when it comes to decision making. So no matter what, you've got major question marks at the most important position in football. Now, the upside is that they're all inexpensive. And so that's why you're able to keep this gorilla of a team around them. But can you actually win a Super Bowl without the guy? And even if they presumably have the guy, usually those guys don't win in year 2 of their career or year 3, what have you. So it's going to be interesting. It's almost as if the timelines of the quarterbacks, regardless of which one you choose, do not necessarily match up with the 49ers timeline of trying to win this thing. And that's what makes the future interesting. Do they have the guy? Can they figure that out this year? And if they don't, does one Kirk Cousins come into play, who we know Shanahan absolutely loves? So, I know I'm looking far ahead, but that's kind of where we might be headed. So I'm interested to see how this season plays out. The honest truth is, man, I don't know, and nobody knows. Shanahan and Lynch talk tomorrow. Maybe we'll hear more, but likely we're going to hear, Brock's recovering, and we're going to see, we got 2 other quarterbacks that we think can start, and we're going to battle it out, and we'll see how Brock recovers, and we're going to get no answers tomorrow, but we'll stay optimistic that maybe we hear something.
Since he's not been able to really throw, or he's just started to throw, and I have to imagine he's not at full arm strength, so you're not seeing him at the height of whatever the height of Brock Purdy powers is from a physical standpoint. Are they giving him this sort of de facto, he's the lead dog because they went back and looked at the tape, or you went back and looked at the tape last year, and you're watching how he's making these plays happen, and he played outstanding. There's no denying that. I wouldn't want to take that away. I go back to certain things that I keep coming back to, though, that are helping factors for Brock Purdy and success last year. Not to say he played bad, but getting the ball out in 2.6 seconds because you have Shanahan putting an offense together that gets the ball in the hand of the quarterback that fast kind of helps. And then that going in conjunction, which is, we talked about a few minutes ago, 3 players generating the separation on the route that they are, getting the route wins across the board like they are. A layman might say that there's some simplification for the quarterback position in the way that you played at that point, because you've got the supporting cast to make it happen. And so it's interesting that, that he's coming off, but, Brock's coming off the injury too. Why wouldn't it be more of it's an open competition? This is an open battle. Let the best man kind of win. He only played 6-7 games or whatever. So can you shed a little light on that for me?
Yeah, I'll try my best, man. Well, where I stand. I'm a big Trey Lance guy. I think as good as Brock Purdy played, I don't foresee him being this long-term future answer at quarterback. We don't know enough yet to say for sure that's what he's going to be. I guess we can't say for sure he's not going to be that, but my gut feeling says he's not going to be. And I certainly don't think enough has happened to where we can just override the potential of Trey Lance and at least not see what they have in him. But the 49ers seemingly feel a little bit different about this. You got to understand, he did go undefeated regardless of how it happened. I guess they lost to the Eagles, but, most people don't technically count that. And so it's hard to override what somebody's done on the field with a lot of potential. And that's what Trey Lance is right now, is a big ball of potential. They were certainly willing to play it out last year. It sounds like they were willing to give him the season and go through the ride with him and develop and do all those things. And he got injured. Garoppolo came in, played okay, and looked really good as soon as CMC came in. Obviously, Brock Purdy played with CMC the whole time, and I think that's a huge reason why he looked as good as he did. But he did look good. He looked really good, especially for being the last pick in the draft and being a rookie. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's really hard to override that. They say it'll be a competition, and he's the leader in the clubhouse. But the only way that I see Trey Lance starting is if Brock Purdy does something, meaning he either can't play because of injury, or he comes back and he just looks awful. Like he just lost it and needs time and isn't fully there. If Trey Lance lit it up and was perfect during the preseason and perfect in training camp, I just don't think that that's going to be enough to override regular season performance. And we'll see how it plays out.
Really? Yeah. That was going to be my question. So you jumped ahead of my next question on that, which is that if he does and he's marginally, even just marginally better or really beating him out in camp, do you still go back to Brock? Well, yeah, but that magical run of games last year, and I'm in the camp with you. I moved off my spot with this one. We've talked about it a lot with this, that I still think Lance is a guy with a lot of potential, and it just has seemed like from the outside looking in that the general manager and head coach haven't maybe been exactly on the same page in this situation all the way down the line. And that's an outside looking in. It could be out of pocket, but it just does seem like a little bit of what was the plan here? What was the real true, like how we're going to get this done? So there no chance he gets traded, right?
I would put it at very slim to none.
Okay.
I think, imagine just for a second that they trade him and Brock Purdy's not the guy that you think he is, and Trey Lance turns out to be something very special. That would be a disaster situation. So I think that they, hey, we'll see what Brock has this year. Maybe he gets hurt. We got to go to Trey. He gets another chance, or Brock doesn't look good for any reason. We always can fall back on Trey. I think it's really hard. And especially because of the offseason work that Trey's put in. He's been working with Patrick Mahomes and Jimmy Garoppolo's throwing coach. His throwing mechanics look so upgraded to this point.
It's all about that front leg,
healthy.
right?
Yeah, it's all about that front leg. Everything's looking really good on his part. In fact, there's a hype video that came out today that people are loving. So, it's going to be really, really hard to just move on from him. They would probably have to get a player that contributes more so than a pick. Maybe Washington comes calling and says, hey, we kind of need a guy over here. We'll take Trey Lance and give you Chase Young. I could see a scenario like that, possibly getting rid of him, but anything short of a player that contributes, I just don't see a pick coming your way that makes it worth it.
Would you do that?
Well, if it were me, Trey Lance would be starting. So, but based off of the 49ers and the way that from the outside looking in, how I think they view this situation, I think you got to shit or get off the pot. This whole half foot in, half foot out, I'm not a fan of it whatsoever. I wasn't a fan of it when Trey Lance was brought onto the team. I said you should have gotten rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. You should have turned the keys over to Trey Lance day one and figured it out. They made it to an NFC championship with Jimmy Garoppolo. A lot of people said, well, that's a success. They made the right decision. I disagree. You went to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. You were willing to replace a Super Bowl caliber quarterback because you felt like he wasn't enough to win. So making it to an NFC championship, all you did was figure out exactly what you already knew. You still need to replace him, and you should have done so by giving the franchise to Trey Lance. Then when you finally give it to him, you still bring back Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not a good look. So don't do the same thing to Brock Purdy. If you truly believe this is a franchise quarterback and you're willing to forego all those picks and everything you did to get Trey Lance and start Brock Purdy, then remove the problem. Don't have anybody looking over his shoulder. Why would you repeat that? Move on from Trey Lance. And so, yes, under those circumstances, I would make that move. I think it would be a mistake long term, but if you think you got the guy, then prove it. Show us you got the guy. Don't hedge. Don't hedge your bet.
Yeah, you're like me. You just want a consistency of thought. Here's our plan. Here's what we're going to do. And then they wake up tomorrow and they go, no, we're going to go this way. And you go, wait, that's not going to work. That's a road to ruin if you keep doing that, where every day you want to change your mind on what you think or what you how you want to attack the position. And then you do still have, of course, Darnold sitting there in the background who, did play pretty good with the Panthers. Restricted him in the role, and it was dink and dunk city. But I mean, he'd probably be doing a lot of that if they went to the Niners. And I mean, at least does give you a third guy now. You got to get on that, where you do have two guys who've been injured now prior. You at least have a little bit of a guy that comes in there. And I'm not a big Darnold guy. I don't like him. I've never been hot to trot him necessarily. But I was hearing Niner camp talk about his arm talent when he came in there. I think on the mini camp throwing, where people were hyping him up on how good he was looking. I don't know. It could have been just there's a lot of hype stuff going on with that stuff. So.
There's a lot of outside noise talking about arm talent.
There is.
It's crazy. But I will say this. I think for this 1 year, if they don't win a Super Bowl, it's a disaster if they don't figure out if they have the guy. Maybe that guy is on the roster. Maybe it's Trey Lance. Maybe it's Brock Purdy. Maybe the guy's not on the roster. Either way, I think they have to figure that out this year. Now, if they win a Super Bowl, I guess it doesn't matter as much. But if you don't win a Super Bowl, then your number one priority coming out of this season has to be figuring out if that guy is on the roster. And if he's not, you have to be able to pivot very quickly. So that being said, though, if I were to say, all right, Brandon, 49ers make it back to the NFC Championship, but I'm not going to tell you who the quarterback is, I think you would possibly believe that any one of those three could be the quarterback and they make it to an
Mhm.
NFC championship. And that's the reality of the situation. And I'm sure that Shanahan sees that a little bit and says, whatever. If one goes down, we got another. Not a big deal. We'll figure it out. We can win. The team's so good around him anyways. The quarterback doesn't matter as much. As long as we got a live arm and somebody who's upright and respirating, we'll be okay. So that's the way he sees it.
And I mean, that's where you kind of get to more of the heart of my issue with it. When I look at it, the Shanahan's approach on this one, the sort of the dead zone look to it, though, is that, you talk about, I think you're right. You got to get this right after this year. That doesn't mean going out and getting a guy, Kirk Cousins. No,
Right,
it's also, why did this go wrong? What made this to where the ones that we've tried to ride with were not correct? What led to those failures happening? Is it simply just the guy's not good enough arm talent? We didn't go for a good enough prospect. We go for a more refined enough prospect. Like, that's also got to be it, or else you'd get back to that approach of just trying to just grab another one, like the Colts did for a couple of years there, right? Where they were just, it was Rivers to Ryan to when, and so you're like, dude, what? There's no plan here. You're just being reactive on what's happening here. And I think so many of the positions on the Niners, they are forward thinking and looking ahead on stuff and getting a year from free agency on guys they might lose, or, like another DeForest Buckner's probably not looked at great, but hey, you got a top 12 pick back at that time. You still got the value back. You had to make the choice between Armstead and them at the time. And so every other position, they seem to have a little more foresight to it in some of the way they look at it with it. And this just happens to be one with Shanahan that feels a little bit like they might be good enough. All these guys, I do agree with you, can get them to the conference championship or even in the Super Bowl, because you're built to a team right now. You're not built to your quarterback position, but it does sometimes, you also don't want to be inhibited by it and held back by it. I'm still riding with Lance, though. I still say that whether they go with him this year or not, that's a guy who's upside. I like. You can attest this. I've told you, you drafted him. You had to wait 2 years. So he's played 2 years. He's not played 2 years, but I also said you had to wait 2 years with him before he's going to be able to finally get to that maturation process. I'm not changing that now for saying it the last 2 years as I have. I think the Niner fans will like that kid if he gets in there and really does get a chance to play, because he's going to get all those benefits that then Brock Purdy did. He's not going to be playing in a monsoon like that Chicago first game. He's going to get an opportunity to have those guys generating that route separation. He's going to have Christian McCaffrey that he's not been able to throw or work with at all, also in his back pocket. Well, he's going to look a little different, I think, if he does go out there on the field at that point.
Just out of curiosity, comment section. You got a lot of Seahawks fans in here. I've got to ask, and maybe we can throw some of these comments up. I know you got to get to the super chats here as well, but I know your opinion on it. But Seahawks fans, are you more scared that the 49ers roll with Brock Purdy this year and into the future, or would you be more scared if they poured all their assets into Trey Lance and trying to make that work? Which quarterback do you fear more if they were able to reach their potential?
I can guess. I have a pretty good pulse on this one, and I think that the Hawk fans are pretty, because again, you are the rival. We're watching you guys close, and I think that the thing with Brock Purdy that comes back, there's a couple issues here with Brock Purdy. Number one, he's a 7th round pick for a reason. You and I've talked about this. It's for a reason. A guy doesn't land that far, that deep in the draft, and I know people want to go. I think what's hard for the Niner fans on this one is you have Joe Montana in your history. You have a guy who wasn't relying on arm strength, who was a thinking man, who could process, who could throw with anticipation and accuracy. And so like we've got the same problem in our, you've got a guy that we have in our history that played this way. It's like you gravitate back to think, well, he can be like that, but I do think this isn't even a Tom Brady situation where Brady was prototypical sized. He couldn't move, but he had good arm strength to a degree, or at least an average to above average, I guess, or slight above average when it came out. And these are the things Brock doesn't have. And so you have a quarterback that's limited from a physical skill set position. And I've talked to fans a bit about this question off in just other streams. I think that they think, well, there's a limitation to the offense. There's a place that eventually goes, that this is as far as they can take him. There's just throws I can't make. There's plays that you have to take out of your playbook that I can't quite get the ball to that spot unless I've got an opportunity to do 2 crows hops and run up to the line of scrimmage. And then, guys will grab one of those clips and they'll be like, see, you can throw it 45 yards. It's like, yeah, when he's winding up and no one's in his face, and that's not the game. And then here's the other second part of that, the injury side of it. I know Lance got injured, but Lance got injured because of the stupid, dumb power run up the middle. It was not because, he's injury prone. He's a bigger guy. He's going to sustain more of this. Purdy got injured partly because he is slight. If he's a guy at 6'3", 6'4", that hit goes into a different spot in his rib cage, in a different place. Maybe his arm doesn't get jacked all the way back, upside behind his head. And so that's the other part that comes into this is sustainability. Like, you might run with Brock and he'll be good for you through 8-9 weeks, but eventually he's going to take that hit. eventually going to get smacked in that way. I was one of the reasons I was out on Bryce Young this year in the draft. I don't buy that a guy that goes out there at 185, 190 pounds playing a 17-game season in the NFL is going to be able to hold up at the long term. He's going to be shooting up toward all every other week with that little tiny baby body. And that's my worry with him. I think the Seahawks fans, you check in the chat and let me know if you're seeing the same, but I think that's where the Seahawks fans would be at with that one, Jesse, and Lance has got the arm. He's got the mobility. It's just about giving him the time. He was so young, man. He hadn't played a whole year prior to coming out of college. There was things that were really, you could see this coming and the need for the time for development in him that you don't always see with certain quarterbacks. I feel about the same way about Anthony Richardson this past year. Richardson's got 13 starts at the college level. Indianapolis is probably going to thrust this guy out there day one. And it doesn't make a lot of sense because he just needs some time. Give him some time on the bench to just kind of sit there and learn the game a little bit, learn how to be a pro, and then let him go. I know this is the NFL.
Yeah, it looks about 60-40 Lance. So Seahawks fans are a little bit more scared of Lance, but it's actually pretty close.
What's interesting, it's close. Well, Brock Montana, man. Brock Montana. So thank you, David Pugh, for the $10 donation. I appreciate all the donuts tonight, man. And David, thank you for the, I think it's double donation for you on that. He says, Jesse, what do you think is the Super Bowl window for the Niners starting this season before they inevitably regress? And B, do you think the Nwosu signing today earns us some tape breakdown of his good and bad?
I think right now the 49ers are at their peak. I think it starts to trend down after this season, especially if they don't have the quarterback. Now, if they've got the quarterback, then they can stay afloat and kind of retool on the fly and be fine. But if they don't have the quarterback, eventually not only the picks that you didn't get because you spent them on Lance, but also the same thing for CMC. Those picks come back to start to bite you when it comes to rebuilding on the fly. So they have to have the quarterback, because even if they go sign a pretty good quarterback in Kirk Cousins next year, that guy becomes very expensive, which means you're starting to cut some of the depth, and you see where this is going. So I think right now is the peak unless they have the quarterback. And right now it's just impossible to know if they have that guy.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair way to put it. There's still, I think, at least a couple of years. And what's been nice is you guys have still drafted well. Are you going to get the minority compensatory pick stuff for the defensive coordinator?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll definitely get that.
We'll get the 4 or 5 extra.
We'll get that. Also, Jimmy Garoppolo signing with the Raiders helps. We'll get some compensatory picks there. So
whoopity doo. And Umanunua, who went to Kansas City too. You still get a little bit of taste. You got a 6th round taste of choice on that one too. Don't forget that one with it. So you guys find a way to offset that pretty well, which is nice. If you do, give me, and maybe you haven't even had a chance to think about this because it is a year down the line. Let's remove Cousins, because my God, the Netflix quarterback special, watching that guy is just, I already was not a fan. And I mean, God bless him. He's not a bad guy, but a lot like the whole Goober thing with the Arizona coach. You know what I'm saying? Like my starting quarterback's got to have a little bit of not that vibe, hopefully too, if possible. So is Cousins the guy that, if we talk about a guy might be realistically available? I know there's hard to kind of go through these names of who's going to be available, who isn't. Russell Wilson was available after this year. Is there a quarterback you're kind of side-eyeing if you go, okay, they move off Lance, Purdy goes out, doesn't do his thing? Is there anybody out there that you're kind of maybe looking at in the long term of that, or would you want him to go in the draft at that point potentially?
Man, this one's tough because I just feel like Shanahan's going to want some sort of veteran, man. He's going to think the window's still open. He's going to be hanging on. You know as well as I do that if they don't have the quarterback and they start going downhill, it's going to be really hard to keep your job long term. I'm not saying he's going to be on the hot seat right away or anything like that, but long term, you really have to have a quarterback or have an elite roster. And so if all of a sudden you don't have either, it makes this thing really tough. So I think it's got to be Kirk Cousins. He's the one guy. I mean, he's a free agent. Him and Shanahan have that relationship, no doubt about it. He certainly knows the offense inside and out. I don't know who else it could be other than him right now. So
well, and I mean, you do bring it up as I'm going through in my mind. I'm trying to spin through, the names. You didn't want him to make a run at Aaron.
I would have been fine if they made a run at Aaron. I would have been fine with that if because to me, This is what Aaron would have represented. You would have had to trade Trey Lance to somebody else to recoup some sort of pick. But Brock Purdy being as inexpensive as he is and having, 3 years left on his deal, you could have brought in Aaron Rodgers for 2 years and then transitioned to Brock Purdy in 2 years, had a year to really figure out and see if he can be the guy. And if he's not, you pivot off of him. Not a big deal. So I would have personally liked it. I think the 49ers would have been the favorite to win a Super Bowl if they got Aaron Rodgers. So, yeah, I would have been for it for sure. So, but I don't know who that guy is next year that could be available. I really don't.
I am going through my mind on it, and it's like, who is it going to be? There's really not a lot of guys that are on that edge of being off the roster from the quarterback position that also you'd want to be productive, be above a Kirk Cousins, or at least on the line of a Kirk Cousins. But you're probably right. It is Kirk.
Nothing exciting. I mean, maybe a Tannehill or something like that, but that's not. I mean, that's not.
But then you just go to Cousins because Cousins got the familiarity with Shanahan's offense going back to Washington. Yep. So you just go, we'll make our bed with that and roll with it. The problem I'd have with it, I'm sure you would too, is like, okay, it's fine, but are we really taking? Did we find our guy? Did we really take steps forward here? Or are we just doing the Colts?
Right.
It's a new guy. It's a new season. It's a new name. Couple other donos, and David, thank you for the $10 donation. In regards to the breakdown on Nwosu, absolutely, there'll be a Nwosu video coming out, and I'll do some breakdown on the tape. It's really not any bad with him, to be honest with you. The only times that I had problems with him on Auto 22 is when he was playing far too many snaps over the course of the game. But the guy is really active as a run defender, sets the edge. He's a real master with his hands and the variety of moves and chop moves and removing hands off of him and just being he plays games with offensive tackles with how he uses hands and gets them to extend out and fake him out in that way. And then he's got dip and bend. He's not got any truly exceptional skill, but he's done everything really good. He does everything really good. And he's a guy that's every season, Jesse, he's gotten better. You look at him back to the Chargers, every year he got a little bit better as he was stacked behind Bosa and Melvin Ingram. And then we got him last year coming off of his best year. And then he doubled those numbers with us as finally a first-time starter for his very first time in his career last year. So it'll be nothing but good, David, when it comes to Nwosu, just because, I did a video last year on him where I think I put a lead on the video because he is an elite player off the edge. Is he a top 5? No, I'm not saying I'm going to put him in that category of it, but is he a really just below almost kind of star level what he's giving you from as a complete player? Kind of close, especially take away some of those extra snaps that he went with. So 100%, man. 100%. As I look for my next year super chat, Wilkes, your new defensive coordinator, because you did lose your defensive coordinator this year to the Houston Texans. Your second defensive coordinator lost. These teams around the league are pilfering these Niners. Pilfering them, I tell you, as they should be. And I'm not going to have any sympathy because you guys get 15 compensatory picks every time somebody does. We lose a coordinator and people just laugh at us. So yes, Wilkes. I got some. Obviously, I thought he should have had the job with Carolina. I thought he did a good job there, and it earned the right for them to put him more in consideration than they did. I don't know if he got the shaft or anything, but I liked what he did with him. They beat us at home last year. Had a hell of a game plan. Seemed like just a nails and glass kind of coach. Just he's gonna get the best out of his players. What's your take on Mr. Wilkes?
Oh, I absolutely love the Wilkes hire. It's interesting because Vic Fangio, during the preseason, had actually worked with San Francisco and was helping D'Amico Ryans in particular put some things into place. And we thought he was going to be the shoo-in for defensive coordinator if D'Amico had gotten a job. Now, obviously, D'Amico puts together the number one defense in the league, does get hired. Congrats to him. Hopefully he kills it with the Texans. But then Vic Fangio, it comes out that he's going to be with the Miami Dolphins. And then not so quick. He wants to interview with San Francisco first before he takes that job. And so we're like, man, here we go. We're getting Vic back, which would have been a great hire. No doubt about it. Vic Fangio is, he's incredible. But it sounds like there was some philosophy differences between he and Shanahan. Wilkes, from a personality standpoint, fits the Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans mold. And I think it's a smooth transition for him to come in, prove himself, and try to also eventually become a head coach again in this league. So I'm excited about Steve Wilkes. I think, again, you go from the number one defense. How do you get better? I guess you can. There's some areas they can improve, but that's going to be tough to uphold. I think they can have Wilkes probably here for the next 2 years or so. And I think he's an incredible coach, leader of men. People want to play for him. And I think that's the right guy for the position. So I couldn't be more excited personally. And what I like about him most is that he's a secondary guy. And that's something the 49ers haven't had in the building. They've been very heavy on the D line. Obviously, D'Amico Ryans is a linebacker guy. Now they've got a secondary heavy coach. I'm curious to see what he does with this secondary. And he's had a hand in going to get some of these guys already, guys that he likes, his style of corner. So I'm really excited to see what he does with the secondary in particular.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good hire. I wonder with the Fangio difference of opinion, Fangio is more of a leaner into the 3-4 and you're rocking the wide 9. And I mean, we come down to at the head of this signing and the head of the considering Fangio, you come back to sometimes a worry that might enter my frame. You kind of hinted at it a bit there of if it ain't broke, do I fix it? And, the one thing in reading up on the quotes from Wilkes talking about coming aboard that stood out to me, there was two different things with it. And you said, number one, defense. Let's maintain what we're doing. Let's stay on this ride. It's hard to go anywhere when you're already at the top. It's like, the woman that's really hot, but then goes in for the extra plastic surgery. I'm a 9.5, but I can get up to a 10.5,
Right.
Like I can be a true dime if I just get a little here, a little here, a little there. And he talked about two things that stood out to me that I went, careful, Steve. And one is limiting the big play. We gave a lot of big plays last year. You were up on a lot of teams last year. You were up on a lot of teams by a lot of points last year. And what happens when that occurs? You're going to get teams pressing down the pedal, down to the metal a little bit harder than they would if the game's going to be evened up and they're leaning a little more into the run game, not going away from the run game to go a little more pass heavy to try to stay step for step with them. A lot like what we had to do in the playoffs. We played you guys in that first half where it's leaving. We've got to kind of throw the ball. We got to kind of stay step for step with as explosive as this offense is. And so when he talks about limiting the big plays, I go, do they really need that? Or generating more turnovers? Well, to generate more turnovers, sometimes there's a risk to be taken. Is it to ask corners now specifically or safeties to now start potentially jumping routes and doing that thing? And maybe he gets an extra level of refinement to this, Jessie, and that he is a good coach. I don't want to bury the lead with this, is that I think you guys still brought in a fine hire. In fact, maybe better than Fangio, because I think Fangio would have slid you into maybe potentially messing with that wide 9 front is where it happens with the linebackers to me on this defense. And if it's that, do not mess with that. Let that roll. Keep reinvigorating it with talent like you have with Hargrave and hopefully Drake taking his steps forward over on the other side. I better see some ghost moves this year.
I think it's coming. It's coming. I'm telling you. He's looking lean too, man. He's looking lean.
All over his college tape. I didn't get to see one ghost move last year. I want to see some ghost move. But that was my one thing with them worrying on I think it's going to be a good hire, but don't break what is working. Don't go outside the box so far because you think you can refine a diamond. It's a diamond right now. There's no more coal left. Just realize that and keep it and maintain it. A couple other donations here as I've been a little bit behind on. Thank you guys for your patience on this. And thank you for all the donations. Yeah, you include on this, Garth. Another double dono from Garth here. He says, as a Hawks fan, I would love nothing more than Kirk Cousins behind center for the Niners. Yes.
You say that, but if Kirk Cousins was here instead of Jimmy Garoppolo, we got a ring. I'm telling you right now. People sleep on Kirk Cousins a little bit.
There's no quarterback that's ever going to scare me whose wife dresses him. I'm sorry. That's just.
you know what's really funny about this is for years I've been like a Kirk Cousins apologist, and I don't think he's like incredible, but he's borderline top 10 and has been for quite some time. You go look at his numbers for a 8-year stretch. I mean, he's been really, really good. But now, and it's funny because 49er fans talk about Kirk Cousins the way that Garth is here and you as well. But now that there's a real possibility of it happening, and then the quarterback show comes out, it's funny to see the switch up of how many people are all of a sudden like, yeah, Kirk's not so bad. I'm like, oh yeah, I bet he's not. He's starting to cope with this a little bit, aren't we?
You just got to start making our bed with this.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So maybe it's going to happen. All right, here we go. And I am being hard on him because it's funny. It is, but it's not. I don't want to seem like I'm shading him too much too, because you're right. The guy's going to, when he retires, he'll probably throw for every bit the yardage that a Matt Ryan throws for, who a lot of people are going to be banging the drum for to get into the Hall of Fame. I mean, he's going to maybe even surpass him. So he's put a lot of quality seasons together. Last year, as that show showed, he got beat to hell, and that was a line that was built to run block, not pass protect, but needed to have to throw the ball because they got down in games. That pedal to the metal attitude, like I'm talking about, that you got to institute when that happens. So it's one that might not be a move that it could be a move that does work out for the Niners if they went and got him. It's not that would be a move that would be guaranteed to fail. But it's not the same of bringing in a guy that you feel like you got Rodgers. Rodgers versus Cousins, even Rodgers at this age, you'd gotten that instead. There's a way different level of concern on my part at that point, even though Cousins is younger and all that. So
for sure. But listen, to be fair, and I've told this to Niner fans, but now I'm going to give it back a little bit to Seahawks fans here.
Let them have it.
So Niner fans really, the way they talk about Geno Smith is funny to me, because I'm like, hey, I don't know if you know, but our quarterback situation is not the best right now. I don't think we have any room to talk. But now going back at Seahawks fan that is laughing at Kirk Cousins being behind center for the 49ers, I don't think with Geno Smith you're in a position to laugh at Kirk Cousins, because I don't know if you know this, but pot meet kettle, if you know what I mean.
I don't know if I agree on that. We might find our one point of disagreement. The thing with Geno Smith and his success last year is that, through 12 games, he was either great to good in every single game. And you had 2 rookie offensive linemen that hit a wall. You had injuries race across the board, including having your slot receiver core just decimated where you had nobody. You were signing running backs off the street. Kenneth Walker was dealing with an ankle injury through the whole rest of the year. You had lost all of your functioning parts offensively. And so the performance started to take a dip as he had to put on the Superman cape and try to carry the team, which is not what I would expect Geno to have to do at any given really point in time. He can play good to great if stuff's functioning and decent in front of him. And, I've been a big advocate for the fact that the quarterback's position success is very much driven by supporting cast, which is outside the modern thinking that instead it's the quarterback somehow always carrying the day through. And the thing with Geno Smith, as opposed to Kirk Cousins, is Kirk Cousins has been starting every year after year after year after year. He's been starting in a multitude of different places throughout that time. He's been allowed to be that lead dog. He's been given a lot of really great parts during that time, some really good teams as far as offensively goes. Geno didn't get his second chance until last year. That was his first second chance in 10 years. And people can say, well, it's the absurd arguments I hear. Well, he should have gone to the San Diego Chargers and beat out Phillip Rivers. Well, he should have gone to the New York Giants and beat out Eli Manning. Really? Because the coach there, McAdorf, tried to literally start Geno instead of Eli Manning, and he literally just about got lynched on the football field by the New York Giant fans for doing so. So there wasn't an opportunity. There's not always a second chance for quarterbacks. Some guys don't get that second chance. That's the way this league rolls at times. It's heartless in that manner. That doesn't mean then that guy doesn't have some ability or some potential to him. It means he hasn't had a second chance. Maybe he's a bust. Maybe he's just bad. But the reality of what Geno dealt with when he first came in the league, going to a defensive-minded coach that had not an offense that had no real parts around it, not a really offensive line, not really a skill position, right? Going into New York, which is a real tough environment for a rookie to walk into, and then being expected to start instantly, and then that first year starting like he was, they're not favored in one game. They go out and they win 8 games that year with him at quarterback in that rookie year. And so did he succeed that first run? No. But was that the story of him? No. And then you look at last year and how he played in that first 12 games. He wasn't winning by happenstance or luck. It's the success of what happens also matters. It's why I point to Brock Purdy and my reticence with him, is because I talk about how quickly Shanahan gets that ball out of his hands, how much separation multiple receivers on a given play are going to be wide open, how little they limit him in his throws, where we're not going to have him press the ball deep. We'll just have him dink and dunk. And then once the defense is really driven up and really compressed, then we'll have some open pass over the top where we catch him, like the playoff game with Woolen, where Woolen bit on the play and then you hit us up over the top, where you've just driven the defense so hard inside that now it's just wide open and it's an easy throw. And he almost messed that throw up, by the way, if you go back and look at it. He almost messed that one up.
Yeah, I know exactly what throw you're talking about, yes.
Let's go to Geno's success last year. His success came on the back of a mastery pre-snap at picking up blitzes, of reading blitzes, of being able to adjust the line of scrimmage, not relying on a center, but at times being able to adjust line of scrimmage, changing into plays, changing into running plays that could bust off 80 yards. That stuff came to him by his work with Phillip Rivers, who taught him how to master the blitz, which is a big part of Phillip Rivers' game. He picked up stuff through the time. He elevated his game through the time. You and I have talked about Russell Wilson a lot. And part of my things with Russell Wilson was that he wasn't doing the old man game stuff you need to do to grow your game when you get into your 30s and you lose some of your physical ability. It starts to go down a little bit. You've got to have from the neck up stuff get smarter, throw with more anticipation, know more of what you're seeing on the football field and see it clearly. That's where his successes came out of last year. He posted 70% completion percentage, so he's hitting the small stuff accurately and on time and reading it right. And then he made more big-time throws last year than any other NFL quarterback on throws of over 20 yards. So he's hitting you short, he's hitting you deep, he's mastering the stuff at the line of scrimmage. That's not the type of stuff that's by luck or that then just happens to fall off then after the next season. And we don't really know where his potential is because he was dealing with 2 rookie tackles. He did have 3 rookies starting on that offense last year. And for at least a good fourth of the season, a lot of it was in a non-functioning state. You mentioned about that defensive line not having any defensive tackles, but that offense in that first half, that was Geno carrying the day. He had no running game going on there. The pass rush was all up in his face, and we still had the lead at halftime. Was there any other reason you'd point to us having the lead at halftime in that playoff game other than the fact that Geno played superbly in that first half? And did he eventually throw an interception? But yeah, that's exactly a microcosm of what I'm talking about for the season. That game was a microcosm of the season. You got to the point where by the end of half, we knew we had to score every time because our defense couldn't stop your offense. They were going to run up the football field. So Geno knows this, and so he's feeling like he's got to score every time and makes throws that he goes outside of himself, which is naturally what you're going to see from quarterbacks in that situation that face that. Doesn't matter whether it's my Seattle team or somebody else. So I push pretty hard back on the Geno stuff because I can be talked into the fact that was a flash in the pan year, that he was going to fall off, but then you got to base it on something. It can't be, well, he was what he was before this. He didn't get a fair shake before this. A guy that just went out and set Seahawks records for a passing season, no matter where you think of Geno, and correct me if you're off on, if you think differently on this, but a guy to go out and set Seahawks records as he did last year, getting now his first opportunity in 10 years. You can't tell me that guy's story is written, that we know what he is. Kirk Cousins, on the other hand, has played constantly for 10 seasons. I know what he is. I know what he does. I know how it rolls. I kind of know what I'm getting with him a little bit more firmly.
I think it all depends on how you look at Kirk Cousins, right? Garth obviously doesn't seem to be a fan of Kirk Cousins or think he's very good. And maybe you're in that boat as well.
No, I don't think he's not. It's not that I don't think he's bad. He's definitely, like you said, I think it's fair to say a top 10 quarterback. And Geno might very well be in that same place. There's certainly some intangible stuff with Kirk Cousins that I'm hinting at a little bit here.
For
that
sure.
I'm not the only one, of course, that's brought this up. And I'm not trying to say primetime games. I understand all that stuff. It's more of just where you feel him in the moment when he's playing through at times, when stuff gets a little tight in there. A guy that you can kind of, I kind of know how you're going to flow. It's not that you're not the tough kid going, you're going to shrink every time, but I can't trust you every time to take that shot either, like I'd normally like with a quarterback. I don't know on Geno with that yet. I'm not saying I know I can.
That's fair.
But I'm
That's
saying
fair.
I don't know whether that's the case or not.
That's fair. Again, I'm gonna defend Kirk Cousins a little bit too and say, listen, like Geno Smith had a hell of a year last year, right? And I get stats are not everything. You're talking about some nuances that we don't know yet on Geno, right? I think his story was written maybe a little bit too soon as well. Much like a lot of 49er fans are writing Trey Lance's story somehow. That's beyond me, but either way, that's what happens is that the story gets written on these guys and we think we have it figured out and we don't have it figured out. And Geno, I think, certainly falls into that. But Geno, with a great year that he put together, statistically, Kirk Cousins has done that 7 out of the last 8 years, essentially, almost. So it's like Kirk Cousins, to me, at worst, is a top 12 quarterback. And I really think quarterbacks 9 through 12, most years 8 through 12, right now it seems to be 9 through 12, are interchangeable. So if I say he's top 12, well, on any given season, he's top 10 potentially, right? And so when I say that he's a top 10 quarterback, and then my response to Garth is, hey, pot, meat, kettle, really, that's kind of me like giving Geno a bit of a compliment. Like he reached that. Now he's going to have to do it more than 1 year to stay there. But right now he's in that Kirk Cousins category of quarterbacks, the Dak Prescott, the Kirk Cousins, the Derek Carr's been in and out of there. We've seen Kyler Murray in and out of there. Like this is the range of quarterback he's put himself. Goff, I think, has put himself in there again. I feel like these guys have put themselves in a range where it's like, yeah, on any given year, one guy might be better than the other, but roughly they're probably around the same guy, depending on team scheme, with some minor differences. So I think the world of Kirk Cousins compared to the way a lot of people do. So I don't want to seem like I'm taking a shot necessarily at Geno.
I don't think you're taking a
but
shot.
I don't think that there's anybody in their right mind that's like, Geno clearly better than Cousins. Let's laugh at the 49ers if they got Kirk Cousins. I think that's a little bit, okay, come on. Let's keep this back in the realistic realm here, that we're talking about two players that are realistically pretty close. And that's assuming Geno can keep doing what Kurt's done for the last 8 seasons.
Yeah. And that's where I think you're right. They're closer together than they are further apart. And I'm not trying to make the argument that I think and absolutely know Geno's better than him right now. I think I would.
I just didn't want it to seem like I was taking a shot at Geno because I think Kirk's pretty good.
No, it's fair. This is good. This is good. This is good discussion. I think it comes down to if I'm taking one or the other and I got to pick, absent anything, I'm going to go with Geno Smith on it over Kirk Cousins. Because again, of that part, I think that Garth's kind of hinting at that I'm sort of talking about too, where this is a little bit beyond just statistically the realm of that, right? This is a little bit of how you go out and play the position, how you handle yourself. There's even a couple of other factors here. I mean, there's kind of a complete lack of mobility when it comes to a Kirk Cousins. Geno can move in the pocket. That's more of a thing you have to have. Kirk Cousins is going to want to be paid every last dollar bill that you can possibly wring out of your cap. Geno Smith just took one of the few quarterback-friendly deals that exist in this sport. Which has nothing to do with the play on the field, but this is where, to me, there's a little bit of an unknown potential to Geno. He might slide out and end up being worse than Cousins when it's all said and done. And we come to find that was a flash in the ear pan, or then he's a little bit worse than that, but I feel like there's still a little bit of that unknown because he didn't have that many years of playing that it could still first surpass Cousins. He could vault himself into being, rather than, like you say, a top 10, top 12 quarterback, into a top 6 quarterback in the sport, potentially, especially considering this year. Look at what he's going to have to work with now. Look at all that he's going to be able to go out there and do the damage with as far as an offense. There's not many offenses. You guys got maybe a good competition for this, but there's not as many offenses loaded up as he's going to have loaded up this year to put him out there and be successful. And if he goes out there and takes that next step forward this year, Jesse, if Geno goes out there and throws for 4,600 yards and puts up 35 touchdown, 36, and puts up a season that and carries the team with it and doing what he did last year, might sit a little bit further and stronger and say, no, I think he is better than at that point. But you're right. Your bottom line on this is more on track with this as far as they are closer together. I don't want to make it seem like that's not
what's interesting about Geno and my stance on quarterbacks has always been kind of the same, where it's like, hey, I want to see 3 seasons of them playing quite a bit before I really rush to judgment.
Fair.
His 3rd season was last year. Essentially, you really look at it. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't happen until he was 32, but he played at 23, played the full season there. At 24, he played a majority of a season, 14 games, 13 games started. And then season 3 for him didn't come until he was 32. And you saw the leap. And it happens in year 3 of starting for quarterbacks. For him, there was 8 years of separation before we saw it. And so that's why, and I tell 49er fans, and I saw somebody in the chat that said, hey, why can't we say this about Geno? You guys act like Brock Purdy's some magical player. Not me. 49er fans will tell you, like, dude, can't you just get on board? He's going to be great. Why can't you see it? It's like, well, give me 3 seasons before I make a decision. Can I have 3 seasons of playing majority football? And Trey Lance, if Trey Lance comes out this year and let's say he got the starting job and balled out, it's like, I'd feel really good about that this is trending in the right direction, but I'm not going to say that he's arrived yet. I still got to see a couple more before I'm fully on board. So that's just the way that I roll with quarterbacks. I'm going to temper expectations one way or another until I see that 3rd season. Unfortunately for Geno, it didn't come till 8 years later, and we saw it looked pretty good. I think we're most likely going to get a repeat or close to it than we are anything back when he was 23, 24 years old. So I think he can be just fine. And then when it comes to Brock Purdy, it's like, yeah, I got to see more, especially once these pieces start falling away. Can he be the reason that you're winning instead of just kind of the point guard? I got to see that before I'm willing to say, yeah, this is the guy. So I just wanted to clear my stance up for some of the Seahawks fans that aren't necessarily involved on my side of things with the 49ers. I'm not the guy crowning Purdy. Now, a lot of our fans might be, and I would say to those fans that are crowning Purdy, but then on the flip side are throwing shade at Geno Smith, you might want to check yourself on that one.
Yeah, and I think you're fair. This is a sport we are asked oftentimes to come to instantaneous takes without having enough data, which is what you're really talking about, having that 3 years, is that you don't like to make calls when you're looking at stuff or predictions on stuff when you are dealing on a sample size. And one season is a sample size, whether it is Purdy or whether it's Geno. I think that that's very fair, and that he's got to do it again now. He's got to show you can go out. Purdy's got to go out that he can show out and do it again. And then I think 3 seasons is right, especially as long as the quarterback's career lasts in the NFL compared to other conditions, especially how long it takes to develop, because there's so much to learn. It's the hardest position to pick up because so much of it is the mental stuff and being on all your P's and Q's. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. It does sound like I'm sensing from you a little bit of the Kirk Cousins is coming down the pike at some point or another here.
It's possible. It's very possible.
Kevin Mullen and Garth, thank you for that donation. Kevin, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, favorite offseason move pickup of the other team. I'll start with D'Amico leaving for Houston. Also, how is San Francisco's how is San Francisco's defensive line not have a single 300-pounder?
Hey man, we like to stay agile here in San Francisco, right? It's just the way that it works.
It's
But
all about the lateral game. It's all about getting lateral, man. Now that's the new NFL, man. It's not about the field.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna go a different direction as far as off-season moves and being my favorite. I'm actually gonna give some credit to Seattle. I know there were some departures there, but I think Seattle really, to me, has upgraded a majority of the starting positions on defense. It's absolutely incredible. In one offseason, through free agency, through the draft, the way that you've been able to go out and get starting caliber players to take a area of weakness and turn it into something that's at least respectable. And the way the NFL is going, if you can have a pass game the way that I think Seattle can, especially adding JSN, I think you certainly can win a lot of games, possibly even a Super Bowl with a mediocre defense. And they've gone from a bottom half defense to, I think, at least in that middle range, maybe upper half of the league in one offseason. I don't think that's the easiest thing to do. So I would say, I just think the draft class for Seattle was absolutely killer. The one thing I think that kind of made me happy, but would disappoint me if I was a Seahawks fan, is I don't feel like you got that premier pass rusher necessarily out of this draft, which I think was an area of need. But man, you might have gotten the best corner in the draft. And then you followed up with a slot receiver like JSN. It's like, I don't know how you could do much better. And then you go out and get a hell of a running back, a compliment to Kenneth Walker, who's already really, really good last year. I feel like Seattle crushed the draft for the most part. Give it a solid B plus, maybe an A minus. You can't get everybody. You didn't get the pass rusher. It's the only reason I'm not going to say A plus, but I would say just the draft as a whole is a major win for Seattle. And we're not going to know fully for a couple of years, but on paper, I think Seattle crushed the draft.
Interesting philosophy question. I asked you about that because you're, I think, right, especially interior defensive line help. And there's one player in particular I want to ask you about because this was one of the hotly debated topics in Seahawks fandom going into the draft this offseason, which was that you had a good, clear understanding early on that Jalen Carter was going to be available. You're, I'm sure, at least casually aware of kind of the risks that are there and were available there to him. You guys have recently picked a top 10 defensive tackle. I'm not going to say he has character risks, but he's threatened a podcaster. I'm just, but that didn't work out for you. Do you think if you're in that situation in Seattle and you've got, let's just say, the best corner in the draft first, a guy of a talent, I don't know where you sat with Carter as far as your evaluation of him, or if you looked at him, because I know you guys weren't picking high in the draft, so there wasn't maybe as much a reason. What would you have done in that situation if you were a Seahawks general manager?
No, I think they made the right move. I think getting a corner who, maybe not on Seattle because you already have an incredible one in Woolen, but if you can go out and get a corner who can be a number one guy, I don't know how you pass up on that especially for an interior defensive lineman. Again, if the pass rusher was there, if I felt like there was an elite pass rusher there, I say go get the pass rusher because I felt like the biggest area of need for Seattle going into that draft was to get that elite pass rusher. That guy didn't fall to them. And so I'm not going to go interior defensive lineman over a top tier corner. Not in a million years. I think they made the right decision.
That's fair enough. I definitely think it's fair enough. I think people eventually made their peace, but there was a lot of hankering for a Carter. And I think he's going to be really good with the Eagles. They're going to be really scary with his addition. He doesn't come in there and he's not even starting. He just comes in to rotate for him. The kid is a scary talent scouting him. He's going to be a hell of a player in this league. It's hard for me to do the inverse on this with your Niners because look, you talk about our draft. We had a great draft, but look, we were loaded up with all the picks. It's like, we did the right selections. We drafted for value. We didn't draft for need. We just took the best player. Like you said, if you need a pass rusher, you're right. Yeah, we do need it. So do you reach? No, don't reach for the need. You take best corner, best value, best receiver at 20, best value, running back in the second round, even though you have Walker, go for the best value. It bore out the best draft, but when you got that menagerie of draft picks at your disposal, it's pretty easy to kind of get it a little bit right. Your Niners, on the other side of it, had a little bit of a more difficult degree of difficulty here, but your draft pick actually has the one that is the move that I am biggest on for your Niners this offseason. The one that I think is going to prove out to be really good for you and perfectly timed, because this is also with Ward leaving, something that starts to open up as a need here for you. And that's Jair Brown out of Penn State.
Yeah.
The tape for me was Earl Thomas. I saw instinctive Earl Thomas-like tape all over the play in Penn State and how he went at the line of scrimmage, back in coverage, ball hawk, just a good feel for how to play the position back there. And then he ran the 4.65 40. And you go, because Earl, of course, is a 4.3 guy. And so you go, but the tape, he's football fast, I think, Jessie. And I think he's going to end up being very quickly into arising into being your starter out there. He's a dog. I think he fits really well in this defense. I don't think he's got a lot of weaknesses to his game. And I think for you guys to get that at 87 in the third round was a very big coup for you, especially considering you guys didn't have a first round pick, didn't have a second round pick. Still really much in favor of what you guys did, the McCaffrey deal. Love it. It's a go for it move. We talked about it last year. Smart of your team to do that. I want to see it. You're in your Super Bowl window. Go for it. Don't be thinking about tomorrow. Let's make it happen. And you still have him this year on a pretty decent deal. I'll say that those running backs, it's going pretty soon. They'll be all veteran minimum at this rate.
Yeah.
But Jair Brown for me out of Penn State, I think is going to quickly ascend. And it's right at that right time as you lose Ward, who is your jack of all trades guy that you can move around to a variety of places on that defense.
Yeah. Not only that, I mean, Gibson played out of his mind last year, but he's also 32, 33 years old, coming off his best season. Likely he's not going to necessarily repeat that. And I think there is a path that Jair Brown could be a starter at some point during this season. I loved the pick. Absolutely loved it. That was my number one need going into the draft. I thought they needed to draft a safety with their first pick. They did that. And I think they drafted a good one in Jair Brown. I love that pick as well. Wasn't as big on taking a kicker with our second pick. That one was a head scratcher to say the least.
Hold on, Jessie. Wait. You ain't liking taking a kicker in the third round with the 99th selection in the NFL draft?
No. That was he's the highest drafted kicker. Highest drafted kicker in the whole NFL right now. So, we'll see how it pans out. But
that must have been hard, because I know you're probably trying to walk some people off the ledge on that one as you're doing the coverage on it, where it's like, we score a lot of points. We move the ball a lot. We need to get down there. We took a guy in the fourth round, punter wise, with Dixon. So maybe to throw you guys throw you an olive branch on this one, to not try to bury it too much. We did a fourth round punter a couple of years ago, and that's worked out phenomenally for us. He's done awesome. Kickers are so tough. And I'll say, Jessie, we spent money on our kicker this offseason, signed him to a 4-year deal. Wasn't a big fan of it. It's just a position that has so much fluctuation to it. Mm-hmm. So hard to find the good ones. And we've seen so many through the years that have been taken that have picked high that you then go, why did you guys do that? And wasn't there that one with Tampa Bay or Miami a couple of years ago where they drafted a guy in like the second round and ended up cutting him in like camp or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens with highly drafted kickers. Over half the league starts undrafted free agent kickers. So that's what the NFL is made up of. And the ones that are drafted high and start usually don't pan out, or it takes them a couple years to get going. This is what's interesting is in the regular season, it might be a win because he has a leg on him. And if he can be accurate, then there's going to be a lot of decisions to make. Like, hey, we can kick this 60-yarder now. We don't have to go for it here. We don't have to punt in a situation normally we would have with Robbie Gould. But Robbie Gould was perfect in the playoffs for his career. We knew he was automatic. You get him in the playoffs, you get him in crappy weather, it didn't matter. He was going to make the kick. Now you're putting a rookie out there in the situation, and as heartbreaking as some of the losses have been for the 49ers, I can only imagine making it super far in the playoffs, coming down to a kick, not having Robbie Gould, and the rookie misses it. That's your heartbreak this year. I don't know. It just seems like a real possibility. I'm not a fan of it.
You would have gone that other direction, undrafted rookie free agent, and taken the pick. Especially you only had so few picks.
Here's the thing: is they already had a kicker that they had just traded for a few weeks before the draft, and he's had a decent career. But at that point, bring in an undrafted guy and make him compete. and may the best man win. That's totally fine. And if neither one of them are worth a damn, then you can either go out and get Robbie Gould still potentially, or a guy like Mason Crosby has been pretty good in this league for a while. You can go get him for a 1-year deal. I just felt like there was options. And watching the 49ers trade up to get Jair Brown, I was elated because I'm like, listen, they had a bunch of picks. They got rid of a later pick to move up and make sure that they could get their guy at the position of need. Love that pick. And then to follow it up with a kicker was just, to me, was super disappointing. Now, a lot of 49er fans disagree with me. We need a kicker, and nobody scores more points than a kicker. And he's going to be able to kick it in the end zone on kickoffs, which that rule's changed now, so who gives a damn?
Right.
So it just, I don't know. Hopefully it works out. Obviously, I'm rooting for him, and I see the potential. I see the upside, but man, it's really hard to be a kicker in this league, especially in year one. There's a lot of pressure on him.
Who was the guy you were looking at? Like, if you're chanting a name prior to the pick on that 3rd round pick, who were you looking at instead?
I mean, I can't remember off the top of my head who I was looking at, but I think who did the Eagles? I think the Eagles might have drafted somebody in round 3 that I wanted. Or
it wasn't Sidney, was it? Sidney Brown?
Yeah. What round did he go in? Was it round 4?
Something like that.
Well, Sidney Brown was my top rated safety.
He's gonna be a star in this league. He's gonna be a star.
And I could have sworn he went before Jair Brown, so I wasn't that upset about it, although I was upset that they got him. But no, it was the corner for Georgia. What's his name?
Keely Ringo.
Keely Ringo. There you go. Keely Ringo.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's who you could have had instead of Jake Moody.
Yes. Yeah. He went in the 4th round. I'm almost positive of it. I think he went at 105 overall, and he was sitting right there to be taken, and we needed corner. Yes. I would have loved to have Keely Ringo over a kicker. No doubt.
What I loved about Keely Ringo too was that I thought he could take a Malcolm Jenkins eventual approach if it didn't work out at corner. So some corners it fails and you go, they're done. They don't got enough. But that guy was a guy that he could still go out to safety. And then you would have had Jair and him matched out at safety, and 2 great corner cover guys out there that you could start to build to in the future eventually. So that would have been a way better pick. A couple others here. Cameron Latou in the 3rd round. Where are we at with
I mean, there was other tight ends that I thought you could have gone with. Whatever. I honestly, they might have gotten the better tight end.
Jesse's out in this draft.
They might have gotten the better tight end in round 7, pick 247 with Braden Willis. He might be better than Latou. So
I think he is. And I'm not trying to hate, dude. It just, I scouted all these guys. I went deep into it. I do the 300 players and just grind, on the tape. So I geek out on this stuff and do it. It's year round. I'm already starting up on my next one for my site with scouting these guys in next year's draft. I just didn't like Latou's game. There's the occasional point where he looks smooth as a pass catcher, but there's no explosiveness to him. He's not a real tough. There's no Kittle-esque nature to him in the run blocking game, really, for me. He wants to block like an H-back. He's going to be a guy that's going to play in the pros. So there is enough to his game that I think he does play. But yeah, there were some other tight ends that I can understand where you're coming from on that I liked better too in this draft.
Now, I do think the 49ers got some good players here. I think Luter was a great pick, especially in round 5. He's got the arm length. Now he's starting off on PUP, which is a little concerning. We don't know exactly what's going on there, but hopefully he can get himself back out there before the end of this training camp and put some work in. I think there's some upside there. We talked about Ronnie Bell. I actually do think Braden Willis is a pretty decent player. I think D Winters can be good. So they didn't blow the draft. And it's hard, said, it's hard to blow a draft that you don't start until round 3 essentially, but there were some questionable picks, and I could be completely wrong. Maybe Moody turns out to be a top 3 kicker and Latou ends up being a really good tight end. And then in that case, I'll eat crow, but
I'm in the same place you are with this, though. I like the other part of the draft. Luter's good. Winters is lightning, and he's a minimum going to be an upper-level special teams player for you, bare minimum, on top of a developmental linebacker, and they've known how to train up their linebackers. So I agree with you on the Willis thing. It's more of those 2 picks there that are like that's the turd in the punch, the 2 turds in the punch bowl, right? Where the other part, and it is hard on the rest of the draft. So I don't want to say it. I love Jair, though. That was a guy that I absolutely would have loved for us as a future free safety potential if we were looking at him, and I think he's going to He's got even maybe some star potential. Jake Moody instead of Sealy Ringo, though. That one might sting long term. That one might sting just a little bit long term. Couple other donos here, and Sean, and we got a Niners fan with a donation. Sean, thank you for that. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging some of these donos. We're getting deep in the discussion. It's hard for break free sometimes on these super chats. But thank you, Sean, 951 for the $10 donation. He says we have to pay other positions big money, so we need a cheap quarterback. 3 years of cheap Purdy with his 2022 success. Lance money's on the books with a fifth-year option. We're in win-now mode and need a quarterback that the team can trust. Purdy, he says. Some great thoughts from Sean there, man. I mean, very smartly put all the way down the line.
Yeah, I mean, the 49er fans are split on this. They really are. It really is. I could say it's 50-50 on who they ride for, whether it's Purdy or Lance. I mean, realistically, true 49er fans are rooting for both. Whoever plays, we're going to root for, no doubt about it. And they're both really good people. Hopefully they can both be good, and there is no quote-unquote wrong decision. But listen, Shanahan's put us in a position where we have to choose. Yeah, and not in the sense that you can't root for the other one, but you got to choose. Like, stand on one. Pick a guy, why you want them, and choose them to be the guy. I'm rolling with Lance. I know a big chunk is rolling with Purdy. And whoever it is, let's see. But, again, I think there's this perception among Niner fans that Purdy is ready to go because he stepped right in and they won all those games, and he's just going to jump right in off this injury going into year 2 now that film's out there about him and do everything he did before and nothing's going to change. I disagree with that. I think that there's a learning curve. There's things that Purdy needs to improve on. He said he needs to improve on things. It definitely shows up on film. There's a lot out there that he needs to work on still. And losing a whole offseason, your first real true offseason to develop and work on those things is hard for anybody, no matter how good he looks. So he's going to lose games eventually. He's going to look bad eventually. And I'm curious to see how he bounces back. I think he has the mental fortitude to bounce back and be fine. But to expect that this window that we have is just going to be solved by Brock Purdy and we're going to win a Super Bowl, I think that's a little naive personally. And so for me, I want to know who the future quarterback is. Now, if you also believe that Purdy is the future quarterback, that's fine. I don't have anything that says that he's not, for sure. I disagree, but I can understand why you would go that route. I think that future could be Trey Lance. And so I want to see it through to the other side. And until we see it through, I'm not willing to just give up on that and roll with Purdy, because I don't think we necessarily win a Super Bowl with Purdy, regardless of how refined he's looked to this point.
Yeah, I think your thoughts on this, I don't know if there's a lot I can add on top of it because there's a lot of nuance in there. And I think you touched on as well. This is so much of the spot in talking about anything in sports is about the black and white nature of things, and not as much about the nuance or the fact that both sides have a bit of a leg to stand on in their outlook of it. And I think that above all else, what's clear as an outsider looking at this situation, Sean, is that there isn't necessarily some super clear answer that's easy on this one. It's got to it's a little murky. Doesn't mean that it can't have success or that it isn't going to work out or that there isn't, that the cream won't rise to the top when it's all said and done, but it's tricky. It's a little tricky. The 3 first-round picks, it's for Lance given up, the expectation level, how the injury happened. Like we're talking about a little bit of where's the general manager? What does he want? What does the coach want? What's their preferences on this? It all kind of factors in. But I think that what you do mention, Sean, is I think for the Niners, ideally to keep this run elongated. I think Lance is best for them. But if we're talking about also the contracts on the books that are heavy over the next couple of years and offsetting that with a cheap quarterback, I think that is a very good point and a way to do that and accommodate all of those top end contracts. Trent Williams, Debo Samuels, potentially Brandon Aiyuk, if you can squeeze him in with their Bosa, Fred Warner. The way to get all them in is that maybe then you have that cheap quarterback and that's just what you'd like to do on the other end of it. So I think that is the ideal a little bit from a monetary standpoint, because Lance's fifth year option is going to be 15 million or something, 20 million on the 5th year.
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, unless he's for sure the starter next year, the way this thing's playing out, if he's the guy going into week 1 next year, I think they go the Jordan Love route where it's like, hey, we give you an incentivized deal. We don't pick up your 5th year. You're cool with it. We're cool with it. 1 more year to prove it. And then we'll kind of go from there. I could see a scenario like that.
That's interesting. Because there's also the, well, even if we want to open that trade door, you know, we want to activate that 5th-year option to give the club control of that, whoever we move off of, if we do that at that point. But boy, it's an interesting and it's a tough situation. And Niner fans, I think you guys it's not like people are being emotional or people are just having their sacred cow they're hitched to in this situation. All the camps in this, I think, have kind of thought this through. I'm sure there's even some Darnold nights out there in the Niner fandom.
If you're a Brock guy or you were a Jimmy guy and then you've gone from like Jimmy to Brock, you're also now like anything but Lance. Let's go to Sam Darnold and see what he has. That's the one that I don't understand. Like, I understand Brock Purdy put some good film out there. I totally get it. That makes so much sense to me. I disagree with it, but I can see the vision. You start talking Sam Darnold, I'm like, I'm out. We're done having the conversation. I can't do that one.
Yeah. Well, and you talk about coming to conclusions on guys, 3 years. To me, again, I have a guy that has multiple stops, right? I've got a guy that's been one place, failed, goes to another place, and then fails on top of that for the most part. Right. Well, then that's where I'm going to start to come to more of those conclusions drawn where it's like he is kind of what he is in the negative capacity of it. And I wasn't a big Donald guy coming out, so it's also a little confirmation bias reinforcement. I'll acknowledge that too.
For sure.
I can't deny it. But Sean, thank you for the $10 donation, man. I really do appreciate you, and as well as hopping in a Seahawk channel chat here with the last second, man. Well put too on your part. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thanks for all the donos tonight, Garth. He says, does Jessie know of the behind the scenes stuff with the Trey Lance selection? Was there a disconnect between the front office and coaches?
Yeah, this is the mystery. This is what we hope turns into a 30 for 30 in 15, 20 years down the line. So we get all the details as to what actually happened. But some of the things we do know is the only plan they really had was to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo. Initially, I think that it was Deshaun Watson, and then Deshaun Watson got into his legal issues, and so that had to change. They quickly looked at the Matthew Stafford thing. The Rams were able to get him before they could. The night before the draft, they called on Aaron Rodgers. There was nothing that Green Bay was going to do at that point to move off of Aaron Rodgers. And so it came down to Mac and Trey Lance, and Kyle Shanahan had the final decision. He went with Trey Lance. Yeah. Yep. He had the final decision. He's the shot caller in this organization. He's the one that brought in Lynch. He's the true shot caller. So Trey Lance is here because he wanted him here. I'm sure the organization was split. I agree with you, Brandon, where from the outside looking in, you say that, hey, I think there's some disconnect. I think there might be some disagreement. And I agree with you. I think John Lynch was not a Lance guy at all. He was probably a Mac Jones guy. And I think that Shanahan went with Trey Lance. And I think there's some disagreement there on philosophy and quarterback. So do they both agree on Purdy? I don't know. Time will tell. But I think there's definitely a difference there in opinion.
To be a fly in the wall in the booth last year, week 2, in John Lynch's office as he's watching the game, and he's watching for the second time on that drive. I'll say one another time, for the second time on that drive, watching a quarterback power run going up the middle. And to hear what would have come out of John Lynch's mouth after he watched that, that would have been probably pretty interesting to hear what he had to say on that. You know, I bet he was doing some kind of frustration there. But yeah, that's we'll have to see on the 30 for 30 on it. That is interesting though. I had not really ever gotten to the understanding that it was really Shanahan at the end of the day that there had been confirmation of that. No, it was his call because I heard so many back and forth things on it. They did a good job of not making it real clear on what they were going to do really at the last minute. But that's interesting that he has gone with him and then he still ran the power runs because I was almost to the point last year, like, is he sabotaging? Cause he's just like, I'm out on Lance. And so I'll just break him. And then Lynch will shut the hell up. And then I can just go get the quarterback. I couldn't make sense of it at times. It just blew me away when he ran it. I don't know.
You know what I have to say, Brandon? It's funny because, you and I do these shows a couple times a year. And, we pick up on where each other thinks of each other's team throughout these shows, which is great. But for being an outsider to the 49ers fan base, you and I see eye to eye on this 49er quarterback situation a little too much, which is, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, maybe, I've got some guys going, yeah, so you're like a Seahawks fan. But then I look at it and say, hey, I think I've been able to remove myself from the situation enough to be objective about it to where you would take Lance over Purdy. And then you also put some blame on Shanahan for the reason that Trey Lance got injured. It's just interesting how much you and I see the situation very similarly.
Well, there's a lot here that's muddled, but there's a lot of other stuff here that's not necessarily muddled.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Trey Lance, it's not even that this is like in-depth analyzation of the situation to look at it this way. The young player, the fact that his prior season was shut down in college football, did not play the whole prior, threw for 43 touchdowns and no interception, and then had a whole year off. And he was the youngest quarterback being taken in that draft. This isn't advanced mathematics here. You know, from a standpoint of coaching and development, you go, okay, got to be patient, got to wait on the guy, got to put him in a position to succeed and have success. And that's what you're trying to do. And it doesn't exist, especially that first game last year. It's like not exactly doing that by the looks of this and the setup of this for Lance. I loved his tape coming out of college, put into a style of offense he's in, just like right now, being that power run game, bring the guys up the line of scrimmage. I mean, this is where I love Lance for this Niner team, is this is all the basis of how you're built. You bring that defense up, you get the eighth man into the box, you get the corners getting a little closer to the line of scrimmage to help out in the run game, and then bam, you beat the guy over the top. But I need the guy with the arm that can beat it then over the top to do it. I know Lance can do that stuff. I know he can hit those kind of shots. And then that potentially makes the Niners offense unstoppable. There is a cap to how far Brock Purdy can take this. Even as successful as he was last year, I know he threw for a gazillion yards in his game and all that stuff, but as you said, there'll be adversity that he hits. The film will get out there. Coaches are going to force him to play left-handed. How does he have the quantitative physical skill to combat that? You know, does he have the ability to hit that curveball at that point? I don't know if physically he does, on top of being able to last a whole season at his build and his size. What is he? He's 5'11", 6 foot.
Yeah, he's just over 6 foot.
Just over 6 foot. So it's just watching their process of kind of fumbling this a little bit, not fully failing him, but just being a little bit of a fumble of the Lance development part of this, and still trusting in the kid, knowing that he was that young guy, that he was going to take these 2 years. And I've been consistent as you have with this, where I said, it's going to take 2 years. And remember when we talked about it initially at the time, I said, this is going to be the hard part for the Niner fans, was because you're in your window. Now's the time to strike. We got to go, baby. Let's go. Got a young guy. Got to be patient with him. Young patient. Shut the hell up. Put him in the front seat. Get him in the drivers. Let's go. No, but he's really young. He hasn't played. I don't give it yet. Let's go. You know, that was going to be driving this. And that was the one worry I had when you guys picked him on it. Really rooting for the kid, liking the kid, is that, is he going to be given that opportunity to have that time? And I think this year in this camp, you want to talk about where we've been at this prior, about making bold predictions or whatever else. They give this kid a true, honest chance in this camp. If the Niners really do, if this is not pre-fabricated or this has already been decided, which is a little the echoes you were giving me at the start of this a bit is my feeling on this. If there's going to be a true horse race here down, Lance is in his third year. And if he's healthy, I think he can beat Brock Purdy out at this job in training camp, blow for blow. And he's going to be ready to roll by this third year. So I maintain what I've been maintaining for a couple of years on this. And maybe it could be just that we're seeing it clearly, as well as I think these things are not hard to see necessarily, Jesse. People get blinded by other things of Brock's performance and everything else. And it makes things almost more complicated than it needs to be in the situation where it's actually got some simplicity to it. And that's the stuff I think that you and I share of our takes on this, is the more stuff that we're not doing advanced math on this. It's just A plus B equals C here, you know, like, don't run quarterback power runs multiple times on one given drive at the start of a long 17-game season. So it's like, this isn't, you know, advanced stuff. Gar, thank you for that donation. Randall, thank you for the $5 donations. The Seahawks fans aren't scared of any other quarterback, not even a little. Lance has the most upside. So here we go, man. Randall's right there with me and you on this one. I think we do see it a lot. And we were looking at Lance. Remember that too, because we were thinking there's going to be a chance here that, you know, there was some worry of Russ getting moved that year. That was his whole trade thing where he proposed that. So there was we looked, a lot of us remember, Jesse, with this, as they're having this take, they look deep at the tape of this kid. They're not just saying that to say it to trigger the Brock Purdy crowd of the Niner fan base. It's because legit you love with this kid on his tape. The tape was so good coming out of college, man. We can get on this whole front leg thing. Yeah, he's got to clean up mechanics. So 3/4 of the quarterbacks coming out of college have to clean up their mechanics. You know, I mean, that's the way it is. But he's got the arm, he's got the mobility. He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Jalen Hurts. Don't use him like Daniel Jones. Treat him like a legit just quarterback, not a gadgety guy. You know, not Robert Griffin. Be successful,
brother. I listen. I'm just gonna for the next however long until we see what Trey Lance is, I'm just going to let you run my channel also, because you can say what I've been saying and maybe they'll listen to the Seahawk guy. I don't know.
I got no dog in this fight. I definitely am rooting for Lance. I rooted against Brock Purdy. But I'm going to root for a guy that's got upside that you want to see attain that upside. I don't want the Niners beating us for the next decade with Lance there. I don't want to see that, but I also don't want to see a guy. We're talking about Geno Smith. I mean, this is what I've seen that had happened to Geno Smith, is that you can have a guy getting this failure thing and he's got to wait 10 years for his next chance because he wasn't given that opportunity. And on top of it right now, you have a Niner team that's Super Bowl made ready, that's got the roster that's on point, that's been held back by the quarterback position, be it by injury or in Jimmy Garoppolo's case, by just much like Purdy, there's throws he can't make. This is the thing about the Purdy thing. We've got Garoppolo. And that's the part that I don't get with some of the Niner fans so held up on Purdy is I get the aura of Joe Montana. I get that, all that other stuff, but you made the move to Lance because you determined in Garoppolo, we have a guy that, maybe I'm wrong on this, tell me, who can't make certain throws. And maybe they would say, well, Brock's more mobile than Jimmy. Jimmy's just a statue. He can't move. That's the difference. But there's throws this guy isn't making. You have a literal throw in the Super Bowl where he's throwing it deep. You win the game if he completes this wide open, buck naked pass. To what was it? Was it Debo or was it somebody else?
Manuel Sanders.
Yeah. To Sanders, wide open to Sanders. It's a can of corn kind of throw for a quarterback, but when you're Jimmy Garoppolo and you got to go over 30 yards, it starts getting dicey. So it's like, this is the guy you need to make this thing fully go. This is that puts you up over that top, raise that Lombardi. It will be nice if he does take the starting job, because you'll get proven right on this. Your channel is going to blow up that much more, because when you're right on this, you're going to be right. And people will then recognize it. Not that Brock's going to fail necessarily, but I think you're the whole worry you have about giving out to Washington and then having him go out and succeed. Imagine him with that defense, Washington on the other side, Washington then just doing their power run game with Gibson and Brian Robinson. He's got Terry McLaurin to throw to, Jahan Dotson over there as well. Curtis Samuel is his gadget receiver. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to get decided here this year. Finally, we've been on this for a couple years, brother, but it's finally going to raise its head one way or another. You know what I mean? Like, and I think he's going to win that job. Just give him the fair shake. That's all I ask of Shanahan this year with him.
Right.
Don't get in bed with the Brock Purdy thing. Give him the fair shake. Let competition be king. Doesn't matter whatever position it is. I'm always a believer in that, but most especially when you don't have your quarterback completely set. Let the best man. We did it last year with Locke and Geno, and it was close at times, but you let the best man win, and you got the best team from that. You got the best performance from the position from that. Randall, thank you for another $20 donation. I appreciate all the donos tonight, you guys. He says, only fan base scared of the Niners quarterback reside in Santa Clara. There we go. Well, I think Lance is scary. Lance is scary to me. I'll tell you that. I'm not scared of Donald. Brock Purdy, I think, can still be a guy that he can do some damage. I don't want to try to cast too many aspersions on him, Jesse, because it feels like I'm then just painting over the top of everything he did last year and saying, well, it's all just the manufactured nature of Shanahan's offense and your receivers getting open by 4 yards on every throw. But he played well. And he played within himself, and he didn't make bad mistakes, which for a rookie is a very hard thing to do.
For sure it is. Yep.
He definitely is a guy that I think you put out in the football game, and he's going to be a functional guy out there. I don't think he's fallen off a cliff, or that he just suddenly gets exposed with that adversity we talked about, with that advanced scouting reports where we just found he can't throw to his left. We just realized, one of those things where they, like the Jordan rule, you always forced him to his left back in the day. It's like you just figure out he can't go that. But I don't think it's going to be that way with him. But I am scared with Lance, because you give them a quarterback who's got some mobility, who can get away from pressure, who can extend plays. That's the way to use him. And then you get him ability to have the running game with Shanahan is guaranteed to draw those defenders up in the box, guaranteed to have to commit extra resources to stopping the run, or they're going to gouge you. And then that's going to leave that deep stuff open and wide open. Like I was talking about that Jimmy Garoppolo throw. It's much easier for that quarterback to throw it deep when he's got a receiver running, and maybe there's not a lot of separation, but let's say the receiver's got inside leverage and he can throw it as like a post route or a skinny post to the other side of it based off of the leverage that he feels. That's a lot of what Geno did with Tyler Lockett at situations when you get a cover two, and now Lockett's getting down to the safety in the back end, and the safety's like, oh, damn, he's got to come up 10 yards and then pick a two-way route on Lockett, and then Lockett can pick the two-way and Geno can read the leverage and throw it deep to the leverage. So that's what that all builds up, is it could make your offense, I think, literally unstoppable. And I don't think there's a Brock Purdy offense that's in as vaunted a position. If you're unstoppable offensively, Jesse, with that defense, how do you not win the Super Bowl at that point, in my opinion?
What's crazy about Brock Purdy is I was kind of singing his praises back in 2020 and then through 2021. I had a 3rd round grade on him coming out.
Oh,
And when he got drafted, I celebrated it. I was like, holy crap, we got him. And I've been talking about this guy for a year and a half. This is incredible. I was like, geez, we're in a really good spot. Like, we got Trey Lance, and this kid is our backup. If we ever have to go to him, like, I feel pretty decent about that. But now that I have to choose between the two, and I'm clearly taking Trey Lance, it's like I've become the resident Brock Purdy hater. But I agree. Like I said, I agree with everything you're saying. That's why I'm staying silent here. More so for the people that are watching on the Last Second Sports side, because it's like, I mean, I've been saying this. This is like, you would think that we got together before, and I was like, hey, can you just throw this in here and say this for me and whatever? Like, people are going to think I paid you off, but that didn't happen.
my principles are not able to be bought. No, it is the way that this works. And the thing with this, I think too, is this was the plan in taking Lance. This is the 3-round first round. Why you give up 3 first-round picks is because of the talent, but because of how you see the plan coming together. And you're not going back over old ground that caused your failures before. You're growing, you're adapting, you're taking away what was something that caused you to fall just this far short before, and saying, no, we're going to go up over the top with this. And so it all adds up to me on it. It really does. And I think hard for Niner fans because they've seen so little of him, and because the injury came so early, and then you have Purdy coming in there and being so dynamite. But we'll see how it goes, man. It's going to be a fun year to see how it plays out. I hope they give him that good battle, though. That's the one worry I have, is that he's not going to get the fair shake, and the kid needs kind of a fair shake at this point. I think he's earned the right to do it. Sounds like he's put the hard work in this offseason and doing everything he needs to do in that respect of things. So, now just go out there and show off the physical skill set you have that does far surpass what Purdy is in every way, shape, and form. Maybe Purdy's got the intangibles. Maybe he's more gritty. Maybe he's got more moxie. But when it comes down to, moving around the pocket, throwing the ball, make every NFL throw, NFL size, that's the thing, Purdy too. That body's going to get broke again. It happened in 7 games, barely getting hit. Remember too, that hit happened with him not getting hit all over the course of those 7 games constantly, right? He's not taking a lot of hits with that offensive line the way that offense was running. So in the very few times Purdy took hits last year, he got broke. And you go back to that size of that body and you go, I'm getting real big on this because I think the Russell Wilson effect came in, Jesse, and made a lot of NFL teams start to look at these sub 6-foot quarterbacks who are at 190 pounds and think, oh, they can do it. Russell did it so that they can go out there and they can do it. And I think he was more of an anomaly in his Iron Man kind of essence, in the way that him being able to play as much as he played, not get injured. I don't think it's the rule of thumb. And my proof of this is guys like Baker Mayfield, that's been broken multiple times over. Kyler Murray, who's been brokeable multiple times over. You look at these sub 6-foot quarterbacks over the last couple of years, and there's a lot of examples of ones that have gotten broken, that just aren't big enough to sustain themselves out there on the football field over an NFL season.
Well, and Shanahan has a track record. I mean, it's not like Lance has been able to stay healthy either. He's turned him into a battering ram. So it's like, you know what I mean? Can we just get a guy, regardless of whether it's Brock Purdy or Trey Lance, like whoever starts week 1, can we just get a full season of health? If we could just get that, it would be incredible. I would love it.
Just Mike, can I get some max protects? Okay.
Yeah,
max
please.
protects. The tight end's not one-on-one on Hassan. He's doubling on Hassan. See how that works? he's chipping Hassan. That's how we're doing that one. So we'll see if Shanahan learned some of his lessons on that this year, Jesse. But it's the most interesting thing for me in Niner camp. Obviously, it's the story at the head of this. Everything else is kind of set for you guys. Everywhere's kind of fixed, but that's the one that stands out. You're going, how does this go? How's this does work? And
right,
it's it'll be interesting. Thank you though, Randall, for the $20 donation, man. I'm glad to hear you don't got any fear in your heart, Randall. I know that. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'm mostly scared of Warner and Bosa. Lance has huge potential, but he hasn't had the chance to get off the ground yet. Kinfolk Kirk next year. Let's go.
Kinfolk Kirk. That's good. That's a good one. That's good.
I'm stealing that one, Wu-Tang. I'm taking that one.
The overall, that quarterback show was genius. I loved it. Absolutely. It sounds like they're doing year 2. They're going to have Josh Allen, who's my favorite quarterback in the league. They're going to have Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers, I think, are the 3 quarterbacks this year they're going to follow. So I'm excited.
They got Aaron to sign up for it, huh?
I think so. Yeah.
That's a coup to get him. I would not have expected he would have been one to go with. But I've liked it too. I've gotten a lot more respect for Patrick Mahomes. Not that I was a hater of Patrick Mahomes, but I I do feel like
even
watching,
more. Yeah.
Yeah. You watch him and I'm more gravitating as much as ever now as I look at these quarterbacks, the ones that you get that you feel the pure spirit from in the way they operate. They can be even gooberish like Kirk is, but just be pure of spirit in the way you operate. That there's not that, like everything's being very, very, I've thought everything through in my responses and reactions and all that type of stuff. But he's great. I love his chippiness on the field. Him and Crosby going at it.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Don't need the extra. It was great. That's football, man. When and they get at the end of the game, they dab it up and everything's cool with it, but they get fiery in the face of it at the time. It is awesome. It's great. And the more you get that background stuff in the NFL, it's like Hard Knocks is great, but they've just had to limit it so much. You don't get old stuff that you used to get. You don't get all of the, like, even now the Jets aren't going to allow them to show them cutting players, which I get.
Yeah, I totally understand that. But yeah, it is a part of it, It's
a little less interesting though, too, because those used to be the most like cold-blooded moments where
and not only that, but it's like they always followed a guy that you started to fall in love with, and maybe they made the team, but maybe they got cut, and then you're like, man, I hope they got picked up by someone else. You're like all of a sudden really rooting for this guy. Now you're not going to see cut day, so it kind of takes the suspense out of some of it.
It really does. It really does. But it is good they're doing it. I love that shows on, and it does and certainly Cousins, you look what he's going through as far as getting beat up, all the help. And I do knock the guy a bit, but there's no doubt about it that you can't question the toughness of these guys and what they have to go through. Just, some of those hits, you don't get a feel for it on the TV as much. There's hits you do, but it's when they're on the field with the camera and it's on the ground and you're seeing the speed and the violence and the collision and really then feeling how fast this is, how hard this hit is when they're getting hit, you're, oh my God, that is a car crash. It really is.
And he spends almost a whole game just like wincing in pain and not even really talking. The Buffalo game, it's like, dude, I know. That poor guy. Slamming his helmet down, like, oh man, you poor guy.
It was like the Chappelle scene with Rich James. I'm bleeding in my chest. Bleeding in my chest. Chest cavity is bleeding. After Charlie Murphy kicks him into the mirror. No, but I'll tell you what, Warner, Bosa, two at the best at their position. Awesome to see Bosa. I think I even made the prediction last year, by the way, that Bosa was going to be winning Defensive Player of the Year. I think I made that call. I thought you could really see that coming with the contract due, with bouncing now a full year off of his ACL, full year removed. Phenomenal player. I've gone back. I'm doing a cut up a little bit. I'm going to present, maybe there's a little bit of a short on my channel, Jessie, of some of the matchup last year between Cross and Bosa, because I think that's going to be a bit of a price of admission stuff as we go forward here into the future between these two guys matching up. And Bosa gave him the best end of it. That's for sure. First game we were set up to try to protect our young tackles, so everything was short, and that didn't really work. We weren't trying to push anything up the football field. Tried to do a little more of that in the second and third game, and that put Cross at times in a pickle against Bosa, and it went back and forth. Bosa definitely got a little bit of, I think, the better end of it, but he's a scary player, and Warner, by far, best middle linebacker in the sport right now, running nothing he can't do, sideline to sideline, athletic as hell, tackles like a beast. What's not to be freaked out with those two guys,
I love his name though, Wu-Tang Financial. That's really good.
I do. That's a good name. He's got to keep that one permanently, man. Thank you for that donation though, brother. Leland Kimball with a $20 donation. Thank you, Leland Kimball, with a big $20 dono, man. Says, I've been a Hawks fan because my dad was a Niners fan. First time we had lunch together was at a sports bar called Mugs and Jugs. Hawks versus Niners when I was 10. Preseason, August 9th, 1997, 21-17. A game that meant nothing, but changed my life. Oh, well, thank you for that little note on that, Leland. Thanks for the $20 donation. That's sometimes how that's born. So let me reread. I reread the been a Hawks fan because my dad was a Niners fan. I got to read a little bit into that, I think, Leland, I guess, huh? That must have been a heated lunch.
That's the way it happens, though. You either like fully root for the same team or you pick the opposite team because it's like, well, I just want to be different. So I respect it, man. Gosh, 97 though. That's early. That's really early adoption.
It might have been before we went to the NFC West. I don't know if we were quite to the NFC West.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was thinking. I actually hate the Seahawks more. Not even so much for the rival that it's become and some of the heartbreaking losses on our end, but actually because I lived in Portland, Oregon, and that's where I grew up at. And when the 49ers played, they were always on Fox. No problem. CBS always had the Seahawks games until they came to the NFC. And when they came to the NFC, I no longer got to watch my 49ers. So as a fan, that's really when I started hating Seattle before it was even like a big rivalry, was because they took the Fox time slot away from the Niners.
That makes sense. It makes sense. And I'll tell you that it's been a beautiful transition in NFC West to have that. You guys is this closest rival we have, right? You're the closest in proximity to us. I also like we've got such a big regional. We go from Portland, we go down all the way to the bottom of Oregon, all the way up to the Alaska. As far as our coverage goes, we've got a lot out to Idaho, even to Western Montana. Eastern Montana is more Vikings or Broncos, but the Western Montana side, Seattle. So we got a large coverage area, as Hawks fans. But preseason game too to bear out the rivalry. My goodness. That's a cash environment right there. You know what I mean? I'm eating my chicken and wings, just, so where's the rookie at? I picture you guys getting heated, Leland. I picture dad and son being like, that's why the Niners will be nothing now without Bill Walsh anymore. Oh, you did not say that, son. You did not say that. Steve Mariucci is going to take us to the promised land.
Exactly. Him and Jeff Garcia.
And Jim Drunken Miller is the answer. Okay. That is the answer. There's certain quarterback names where you go, your name just removes you. I'm sorry. I know there's nothing to that. Names don't matter. But if your name's Drunken Miller, you're never going to win a Super Bowl. There's just certain
zero chance.
There's just certain names where you go, no, never will happen. Nope. But he's really physically, I don't care. Just it's not.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Not with that name. Nope. Nobody takes him seriously. Walsh signed off on that one though.
Yeah, he did. He did
give it his stamp of approval. Of course, he signed off on Rick Meyer too. So Bill Walsh stamp.
Walsh has a pretty good track record. I mean, come on.
He does. At the end, it was a little. There were some misfires at the end, though. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of misfires at the end there. I did see the interesting thing with him was that he's at the, he was at the head of John Lynch, and what he did. Did you ever get into that a little bit of with him at Stanford? That it was Walsh coming in to coach Stanford at the end, and then moving. At that point, you had Lynch ready to be a baseball player. And he had been drafted in the second round and all that. And Walsh was like, no, we're going to have you come back and be a safety. And then brought like Lott to the practices because he naturally, and then Lott's showing him some, just that was cool.
Kind of a crazy story how it's gone full all the way around. And now he's our GM. It is kind of crazy to think that through.
Totally. The way it sort of, spun all the way around, but interesting story, interesting thing, the way that stuff kind of plays out. But thank you, Leland, for dropping that note, man. I hope you and dad are on good terms. If not, wait for at least 4th of the year, maybe not. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, shoot, I'd take a 3rd rounder for Clint Hurt, laughing out loud. Our defensive coordinator. If we got a head coach opportunity. Yeah, you guys well played on the on the compensatory picks. That's really, I think that's a great role. That's awesome. I'm really glad you guys get extra free picks. That's just what, Super Bowl contenders need. Let's throw them some extra 2s. Let's throw them some extra 3s. Why not, huh? Let's help out that team a little bit. Thank you though, Daniel, for the donation. I think I just about got caught up here, brother. I got behind. I do get behind on this.
Oh no, we got a bunch of 49er ones coming in at here, rounding it out.
Lord.
See. Yeah.
Oh Lord, here we go. But thank you, Daniel, for the $2 donation. And hey, if Kurt eventually does become a head coach, I don't think that's necessarily a likelihood of happening anytime in the near soon, but we would get a couple of extra compensatory picks for that. And how about you Niners not missing a beat? You're losing these assistants. Sometimes that can be a death knell for positional groups, but you guys still able to go out and, maintain and hold on.
Well, shout out to Shanahan, right? Like as much as we've harped on the quarterback position being and it's the biggest one. So it's easy to talk about, especially as the reason they haven't won a Super Bowl. One thing that we can say that they develop players at a really high rate, especially some of these late round draft picks or undrafted free agents. And he's done a great job of developing coaches in that next crop of NFL coaches, offense and defense. So, Shanahan has done a phenomenal job for the most part. It's just that quarterback position. They got to figure that out. They have to.
What's nice is that is, like you say, though, the only thing. It's a big thing. It's the biggest thing. It's not your average, just run-of-the-mill problem to deal with. But there are so many other parts to what Shanahan does that is so good, which we always come back to when we talk about you and I having discussions about potential hot seats for the guy. He's a phenomenal coach. The quarterback situation should not be the thing that allows him to be deep sixth in this franchise eventually, if it does come down to that, for all that he brings to the table. My Seahawks fan base can sometimes struggle with this with Coach Carroll in the same kind of manner at times of not remembering the things they do really well, and it gets caught up on this thing that you don't do well. And that's not the whole story. Let's take the whole story into account before we start grabbing pink slips and decide that the time has come. Greg T, we got a Niner fan in the chat. Thank you for the drop in the $5 donation, Greg. It is very kind of you to do so. Appreciate the Niner fans checking out the channel on my side and on Jessie's side. Everybody tuning on in. Says, I think Geno will step back. No team was focused on him. This year, they will. Plus, he got paid. Versus, do you think Russ starts to cook this year? Oh, some great thoughts and a great question in there. Let me go backwards first. Sean Payton's not going to mess around. He's already shown he's come in and already shown that he's going to drop the hammer. I stay as much as I can away from Russ because Seahawks fans have a lot of they're tired of it. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. But you're asking the question, so I'll answer it. I have a lot of confidence in what Geno does going forward, Greg, because this does relate to your question, because he did what I call the lonely work. The lonely work is the stuff that you do that you don't post to Instagram. You got all these quarterbacks with their flashy post to Instagram. Look at me working out with this guy in our shorts, and it's sunny out, and it's beautiful. And, look at that pass. Look at that catch. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The lonely work is the stuff that you do down in a basement with a TV on and the lights off, and you have your notepads, and you're grinding through that tape. You're becoming a master of that tape, a master of your understanding of what's going on along with you. I talked a little bit about this with Jessie. If you cut that season up, you got the first 12 games and then you have the post 12 games, because some things diametrically changed over the back part of that schedule. Things that you guys saw very clearly in a couple of the matchups that we dealt with you through that time period and the 2 games we played through you in that point. And that was stuff that was going to make it very hard for Geno to have success. Now, is Geno the type of guy that can be like a Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes? No. My feeling on it is there's about 2 or 3 of those guys in the NFL, really. We like to think of there being all these quarterbacks that are in this tier 1 range. There's really only a couple that can really carry teams on their shoulders in that fashion. Most guys are going to be relying on a supporting cast. But why Geno had his success last year was because he did that lonely work. He became a master at controlling things at the line of scrimmage, reading defenses, going through his progressions, throwing with better anticipation. And this is how he gets to 70% completion. This is how he sets multiple franchise records when you've had a Russell Wilson rocking through here for 10 years. And the 17th game kind of helps a little bit with this, but he set like completion percentage records, which has nothing to do with the 17th game. And if anything, is hurt more by the extra game because that's one more opportunity for it to go down a little bit lower. So I could see him stepping back, but I guess and I know, Greg, you can't mention on the top of the deal, but it's the reasons why does he go back? I guess your point on them being more focused on him is probably on point with that, is that he is going to get concentrated on a little bit more this year. But then how do you do that concentration? Because if you're going to go light boxes and play cover 2 and you don't have a Niners defense, which most teams don't, now we got a 7-man box for Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. I've got 3 tight ends that accounted for 1,100 cumulative yards last year and 9 touchdowns, and all 3 of them block. And the PFF numbers back it up. Back it up. He's got 2 receivers on the outside, and DK Metcalf and Tyler, that are 2 of the better receivers in the league. Let's go just be top 20 to not be a homer. I'll go top 20. 2 top 20 receivers, JSN in the slot, who should hit the ground running. It's going to be hard to concentrate in on Geno, because what this offense is going to be able to do is lean whichever way your defense is leaning. I'd give your Niners credit in that you're the type of defense that doesn't have to lean away. You can play things straight up. You can play simplified coverages. You can be like a lot like our Legion of Boom team was. We're so good. We're so talented. We can just go out there and beat you that way. Most defenses aren't constructed in that fashion, and there is a weakness. If you're bad in nickel, we can go 3 wide receivers all day long. You're bad in base, I can rock 3 tight ends. We led the league in first downs on 2 tight ends and 3 tight end sets last year. And it's a bedrock of what we do, not just passing, but running the ball. And so it's going to be hard to take things away from Geno when he has so much to work with. And what he did last year wasn't on the basis of he wasn't just dinking and dunking. He wasn't just with that 70% completion percentage, just throwing bubble screens all game. He, like I said to Jessie earlier on this one, Greg, he led the league in big time throws. On throws of over 20 yards, there was not another NFL quarterback in the sport last year who made more of those throws or who was as accurate on those deep throws when he let it go. So it's hard to take that away at that point. If he's good against the blitz, if he throws in, if he goes through his reads, if he can hit you short, if he gets you long, it gets tougher. It does get tougher when but a lot of that's the supporting cast, Greg, more than it is Geno being Superman, but that's also my opinion comes down to, I'm a big guy on my philosophy is moving, Jesse. Yours probably does this too. You have certain things with football that you think 10 years ago that you think differently a little bit now, and you'll think differently.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing that I go to more and more is I think just started to leave the age of the diva quarterback. We're just leaving that age right now. It's been like the Tom Brady thing kind of kicked it off over the last 10 years, and other quarterbacks who weren't as good as Tom Brady, but adopted the mentality a little bit of in bad ways, not in always the good ways of Tom, but the bad sides of it a little bit. I think we're going more now back to it's team centric. Jalen Hurts' success last year and what he did, it's not because Jalen Hurts is a top round quarterback. It's because he had a great supporting cast set up to allow him to be successful. And you as a quarterback, your performance to me is really based upon that, as much as it is based upon talent and you doing what you need to do. But we'll see, man. I know I'm going long on this question answer, Greg, but I think you had to a little bit on that one a little bit. With Russ didn't do that lonely work I talked about with Geno. And I'm not, as there's some of our Seahawks fans are really over this topic, Greg, with the Russell talk, but you play with your physical gifts through your first 10 years as a quarterback, your arm strength, your leg talent, and that can carry the day for you. You don't have to be as good or as sharp mentally necessarily if you have really supremely great physical gifts. Russell had the best deep ball in the league for a lot of years and was one of the most mobile quarterbacks in the league for a lot of years. When he lost those physical abilities, and this didn't just happen last year, this was happening over the last couple of years leading up to the trade, that was starting to show its signs. When he lost those physical abilities, he didn't have the neck up stuff to lean back on. So if you look at a lot of the cut-ups of Denver Bronco fans last year, they're cutting up and showing guys wide open. Yeah, he missed this guy wide open in the field. Then he missed this guy. And you got a receiver like Hamler slamming his helmet after one game because he's wide open in the back of the end zone on a play. It's because Russ didn't do that work. And so is he going to be able to catch all up in one off season, kind of ignoring for 10 years? It's what's that story back when we were kids? What was it? The grasshopper and the ant and the ones collecting his items for the winter, and the winter is the winter of your career. And do you have your nuts stored away and you don't? And Russ is the grasshopper on the outside, and the wind is blowing and the snow's going through his, and he's looking at the ant going, hey, you want to let me in? It's a little cold out here, and I think it's too late for him. And I think Sean Payton's shown you the signs of this Sean didn't just jump on board there instantly. I think a lot of what had to happen for Sean to jump there on that and go to the Broncos was that he wanted to guarantee that he could have control and that he wasn't married to Russell Wilson in the long term. He'll try to make it work this year, but if it don't work, he's out after this year. He's going to cut bait. No doubt about it.
He was critical of Russ too when he was on the TV side. So, that those conversations have been had, no doubt about it. Now, I will say Russ is seemingly put in a lot of work this offseason. He looks to be in phenomenal shape. We'll see. It's tough. One thing we saw with Aaron Rodgers is around the same age, he saw this major dip and then he was able to regain it. Does Russ have that in him? Can he pull the Aaron Rodgers trick out of his hat? I don't know. We'll see. But Russell Wilson's got a steep road to hoe. That's for sure.
It's going to be hard because at least Rodgers had showed you an ability to execute the West Coast offense through the course of his career, even though it was a different style than the offense of what he brought on with Matt LaFleur, which is a little bit more, we're going to run the ball a little more consistently. It's going to be less on your, deep arm talent. It was going to lean a little bit more into the short and intermediate throws. Russ has never been able to throw over the middle because he can't see. You can't, the problem with Russ wanting to be that high volume guy, which is what he wanted to be going into last year. I want to be a high volume guy. I want to have my brand risen. I want my legacy to be where I've got MVP votes or I got an MVP. How do I have that happen? I got to be a high volume passer. To be a high volume passer, though, it's not bombs away because teams will do what they did in 2020 when he was a high volume passer. They'll go to cover two. They'll take away the deep stuff. And then they'll force him to hit the short stuff. And he can't do that consistently, partially because he's not committed himself to doing it with that lonely work I talked about. Because if you're going to be a short passer, you've got to pre-snap read where the coverage is going, where guys are leaning, where your first read's got to go. Because if it's on a short pass, it's sometimes I don't get to go 1, 2, 3, 4. I get 1 and 2, and the pass rush is going to beat me because my guys are doing short sets to try to just get a quick block off, open up a passing lane for me on those short throws. And he just can't see it. He's not been committed to it. And he's not going to gain 4 inches of size. And I think it's where Peyton really showed you this beyond the time it took for him to take that job, Jesse, was bringing in Jared Stidham. You're paying Russell Wilson all that money, and then you sign a backup quarterback to a 2-year, $12 million deal.
Yeah, he saw something in Stidham that he liked, at least to bridge him across. That's for sure. And you're talking about a guy who coached an undersized quarterback. So you would think he would be all on board, but there's something there he doesn't
He knows.
necessarily buy into Russell Wilson with. That's for sure.
He knows, man. He's watched the tape and he knows the difference between Breeze and Wilson is different in the way that they execute their games. And he doesn't have that Breeze ability to hitting the flat routes to a running back. I could show you a probably 30-second cut up of Russ throwing to flat routes throughout the whole course of his career. I mean, and Breeze and one Breeze game would be of those throws. You know, he could get around his lack of arm strength. He could get around his shortness because he could work around through it. Russ doesn't really work around through it. His whole thing with the shortness is I'll just clear out of the pocket. I'll pirouette out of the pocket. I'll elongate the play, and then I'll eventually throw it for 50 yards down the field. That's hard to sustain that as you get older. You're not going to get, even losing weight. It's like, okay, you finally went from 235 pounds down this offseason to 220. Do you now suddenly just regain your quickness back? And I don't know, maybe a little bit.
Maybe some, but
yeah,
that's going to be rough. By the way, as you're doing this, I'm looking at the PFF, and I'm sure you've ran through it too, their 2023 quarterback guide. Mm-hmm. And I'm just looking at Geno Smith and Brock Purdy. Man, they are polar opposites, aren't they? I mean, complete polar opposites from their heat map, where they like to throw it. Geno Smith is outside the numbers. He stays outside the numbers. That's where his heat map's at. Brock Purdy's heat map's in the middle. You look at you talked about the deep throws. Outside left, Geno Smith is plus 27% in the accuracy department. Mm-hmm. Between the numbers, above 20 yards, he's 9.9% above the average. And outside the numbers to the right, above 20 yards, he's plus 46% in accuracy compared to the league average. That is absolutely insane. But then when you get down in that intermediate level, he didn't eat near as much there. And that's where Brock Purdy ate. So it's kind of interesting to see just how opposite they are as quarterbacks.
Totally. And it adds up to where I don't think Geno Smith's got the strongest arm in the league, but I think he's got a plus arm in the league and in the ability to make those throws. It's that arm strength. And that's also where Purdy kind of knows his limitations. That's part of, I think, what he did good last year is know what throws he could and couldn't make. But that's also where he's going to probably stay away from making those kind of throws in the way like Jimmy Garoppolo was kind of the same way. So I sort of relate them together because you probably would have seen a similar heat map if you looked at Jimmy Garoppolo's numbers to what you're seeing from Brock Purdy, I would say, if you looked at the two of those superimposed.
Well, you know that's true. You will. But what's crazy is, so when you look at Brock Purdy's numbers, they go into situational football. So they literally give you a breakdown of every situation that you're throwing in. And they've got average depth of target. Okay. Well, Brock Purdy, he's showing not applicable in all of the stats because he didn't have enough numbers last year to put up. So I don't know exactly where he ranks in average depth of target across the board and all these things. I know total average depth of target, he's near the bottom. But when I look at each broken out scenario, so I'll give you an example. I look at Geno Smith and I go, okay, well, under center, his average depth of target was 8.2 yards. I'm like, that's pretty high, right? Because I'm looking at Brock Purdy and his was only 6 yards. Mm-hmm. Well, 8.2 yards was good for 21st best in the NFL. So Brock Purdy at 6 yards is like, what are you, 60th best? Like, dude, you're not even attempting to throw the, like, he took more shots than Jimmy. I get that, but man, everywhere you look, it's
the numbers are stark on it, and it is what it is. It's not changing. It's not. This
is brutal.
It's brutal, and there's things he does. Look, there's some explanations to give him some benefits here that you can't, like with Geno, we lost our slot guy, so we lost our gadget receiver guy. We weren't running bubble screens. We weren't those kind of routes. You're throwing in a high prevalence of bubble screens. That's going to lower down that average yard per depth stuff to a degree, and where you're throwing it. But you've got a quarterback with this limitation, and this lends its way really well to the next question we got. Thank you for the $2 donation from brother Bob, who says, I missed it. Why would you start Lance over Purdy? And you're touching on it, Jesse, which is that, look, this is not something I can cover up with the magic of a Montana spirit guided within his soul. Okay. We've got to get out of the ethereal with this and into the reality of it, which is that Brock does bring some things to the table, and he could be maybe a really good player here. But are we going to eventually come down to this road we've been when we went down Garoppolo lane 2 years ago, where we went, oh, we're going into a playoff game against Green Bay. We're going to have to throw 12 times, 6 times. What was it? And then what in the Super Bowl do you have him throw 13 times? Where Shanahan's obviously, sure, the running game's great, but he's obviously still trying to protect He's trying to protect his quarterback. So how do we get outside of protecting a quarterback? We have a quarterback who can make every throw, who's not limited in his bag by what he does. It was the thing that jumped out to me about Garoppolo. You mentioned why we're thinking about this. I think that's what really informs this and reinforces this, is you have a baseline that came prior that said, this is what this has got to be done to correct this. And now we're kind of going back into the guided lane of the prior. It's a different look one. Again, Purdy's more mobile. Maybe he's got that indefinable, intangible thing that I think some Niner fans kind of hint about that makes him a little more magical than and I'm not being facetious here, there's indefinable things in quarterbacks and players that does exist that you can't just guide with, you can't look as a stat or depth chart. But those numbers are those numbers, I think, and they're real. And that's with him having success with that, right, Jesse? I mean, that's not with him then failing there. That's with that success. But does it feel sustainable when you look at it in that way a little bit? Maybe. Right. But you can also see where a defense can eventually force you into that box a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'll save it for another stream, but I'm just startled. Again, I knew that it was low, but when it breaks
try
down into everything,
try mute and unmute. Your thing got a little bit scratchy.
It might be okay now. I think it's just I opened another window. Are we good?
It's a little weird.
Okay, hold on.
It's got a little bit of a electronica voice, Mr. Roboto.
It does that. It does that sometimes when I open another window. It's weird. Are we good?
You're good. Yeah. No, I know how that goes.
Okay.
It's the resources thing. The computer goes.
Yeah, it's once you run through your resource. But it's crazy. Like, again, I knew the overall number was low, and I've talked about it. But when you break it down into every, versus single high versus two high, shotgun, play action, non-play action, rotating safeties, not rotating safeties. I mean, some of these numbers are like so far below the league average. It's actually kind of startling to see.
Oh, and it's also a testament to the intelligence of Shanahan to get around this. But you almost want to grab Shannon and say, I don't want you to have to get around this. I don't want you working around a position. I want it to help elevate you, not you have to always elevate it and manufacture it.
Right.
And, we'll see if that's the case. But Brother Bob, when you ask about my reticence on it, that's what it really boils down to. It's more of give me the upside in what I have in Lance versus the floor that I have in Brock Purdy. And it's not that both can't be successful, but I think you can be the upside's a little bit more with Lance, and it's more about then fixing what caused you guys to come this close, but be just this short of getting up over the top of the line. Thank you for the donation, though, Brother Bob. Appreciate the Niner fans showing the love in here. A couple more here. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donations. As possible 3-team trade involving the Hawks, Niners, and Vikings to get Jessie his dream quarterback.
Oh, Kirk's not my dream. Okay, goodness sakes.
Just having a laugh, Jesse.
Oh man. Damn you, Garth.
He's just making his peace well ahead of time.
He is.
I know you already looked at what you've done, Jesse. You look at the lay of the land. You're like, there ain't going to be jack crap available. I'm going to be picking over, and I got somebody that's legitimate. You're just making some peace in advance. I get it, man. I get that. I've had to do that myself. So, it's all good. But Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. This is just having a laugh. You never know, man. Mid-season deal, Kirk Cousins. It's coming. After the first 3 Niners are all broken after the first 6 weeks due to the power run game of Sam Darnold after Lance goes down, they'll call upon Kirk. The Vikings will be like, hell yeah. Ryan Hensley in the house. What's up? We got another great 49er content creator up in the hizzy out here. So, folks, by the way, I haven't mentioned this enough during this. You've been so nice with your time here. We've got you almost 3 hours deep in here. Thank you for that, Jesse. But if you're not, by the way, folks, please do go over to Jesse's channel, Last Second Sports, and go ahead and get subbed up over here there to his channel. He does great work. He's pumping along. He's going to be kicking it up a notch this year. And me and him will be doing a couple of shows this year. So please do get subbed up. It gets you tapped into what's going on with the Niners and their coverage. We got to know what's going on with the Know Thy Enemy. I don't know if that's what the Know Thy guy Enemy said. Yes. I don't know if that was the Art of War stuff, but it should have been. As well with Ryan Hensley. Please go out there. Ryan showing some love out here in the chat. Do go out to his channel as well. He does some really great work. We got the 3 Lance diehards here, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken, we got the 3 Lance. Yeah,
he's a Lance guy as well. Yep.
We got the Lanceites in the house. So we all got to get our own little special hats. Ryan says, hi, fellas. Who's the handsome guy in the red hat? There we go.
It's my guy, Ryan. What's up, bud?
A little loud. And Ryan did some great work out there this offseason as well, man. Shout out to you, man. All the content creators, the Niners, we've got sometimes folks come in, we get a little bit of toxicity from the Niner fans. Understandable with this kind of rivalry. I ain't bitching and moaning about it. But I do got to give the pretty much all the Niner content creators out there a lot of credit, is that you guys do, a lot of really good work out there. Everybody's got kind of their own little angle that they go at, which you always like to see. We're in just a bunch of everybody's copying where everybody's got kind of my own little thing I'm doing from carving out my niche here on my side of it. So Ryan, you included in that, man. You do some great work out there. So congrats on killing it this offseason to both you guys. Sometimes that's where a lot of these channels will start to slow down a little bit, but you got to get cooking, got to get that momentum, keep it rolling, especially when you guys are in that Super Bowl run.
Off season, man, that's where your bread's buttered. If you can create content in an off season and grow, then you're good for the season.
You really do. You really do. And I think it's better too, just to keep you in that repetition, where if you check out the first couple of years of my channel doing it, where you sort of, okay, I'll pull off for a couple of months where there isn't. I think it does take you a little bit out of the flow, where we want to really stay into that and be hitting that ground running out there. But thank you, Ryan. Yeah, it's a pretty cool hat, Ryan. It's a pretty cool hat. I'll give you that. It's pretty badass, I guess. It makes me wish I'd been wearing I need to get myself now a hot hat to match it. That's why this works this rivalry.
Yeah, you guys got the throwback jerseys this year. Those are sick.
Aren't those nice?
You guys win the throwback jersey game this year.
I've been telling all my younger Hawk fans that weren't around during the 80s, I've been saying, man, when you guys see this, you're going to want it full time. The players are going to want it full time. And sure enough, like
so clean.
All the players are like full time. And you're seeing other people that are not like yourself, but I mean, Hawk fans that are saying, dude, this should be your full-time uni. I mean, can we be done with the highlighter uniforms, right? I no more of the like hot neon green. Let's this 24/7. I mean, and wait till you see them on the field. It looks really good because it's a perfect aesthetic for the region, right? It just kind of fits to Northwest trees and that kind of whole thing. It kind of just sort of fits a little bit in that way. So I love it, man. They're tight. We only get them for 2 games though, so everybody's kind of pissed.
I know. That's the way we were with the '94 throwbacks when they brought those back a couple of years ago. It's like, why just go back to these permanently? They're so much better, much better.
And that's unanimous in Niner fandom, right?
Like,
you're gonna hear everyone go, no, this is the one right here, this right here.
Yeah.
And that's the same. That's all the jerseys have like sold out in the shop, the Seahawks shop. Like the fans are telling you this. What you need to do. I don't know why they're so difficult about it. No, we've got to do our new hotness stuff. We need our new.
Yeah. No,
you don't. If it's timeless, it's timeless. Go with it. Just try it for a year. Maybe you guys tap into the old Niners spirit of the Super Bowl runs. I mean, like,
right.
You never know, you never know with that type of stuff. But thank you again, Ryan, for $5 donation. Sorry, I'm a little late on the acknowledgement there. Me and Jesse get deep in the combos though.
Yeah, we do.
I get a little lost. Wolf Life with a $2 donation says, Moody. Kickers can make or break the game. Niner gang. Well, both of our franchises invested in kind of equal fashion. My Seahawks team, Wolf Life, paid Jason Myers a 4-year deal that makes him, I think, if not the highest kicker, one of the highest kickers in the NFL. You guys drafted in the 3rd round. And so this seems to be something that is both of our teams are in parallels with, and saying that this is something that's in a very important part of the game, which I agree with. Special teams gets really ignored by a lot of franchises at times, Jesse, all the way down the line. I don't like the new rule. I would love to hear what you think about it, but I don't like the new kickoff rule at all. I think it's stupid as hell. And I think special teams are a very important part of football. And I like that it's a place to take advantage of a little bit if you're a team right now, because there's so many teams out there, so concentrated in their, especially creating super offenses, that the special teams gets put not just on the back burner, but back in the fridge. And then you forget to take out of the fridge and it rots and spoils. So yeah, I guess we'll see with it on that. If Moody works out, and it has worked out at times for people. I mean, hell, Sebastian Janikowski, taken in the 1st round, had a 20-year career in the NFL. So, and another guy like Moody, big-legged guy that could kind of hit it from everywhere, So we'll see. We'll see if my Seahawks contract on that too, while Wolf Life with its $4.5 million a year you're paying Jason Myers is smart money paid as well. He goes top mark, then he goes down to the bottom. Then he goes top mark, then he goes down to the bottom. Like, that's been Myers for 8 years of his career. 4 years of the Jets, it was that way, 4 years here. And I'm like, well, if that's kind of more of a sample size at that point, that's a good baseline of data of 8 years of things being exactly the same. Why would you pay that guy for a 4-year contract where you now can basically say 2 years will be great, 2 years will be
right. Was last year great for him? Because that means it's a down year for him this year. Perfect.
Exactly.
All right, we're good.
Exactly. It's going to be a down year for Myers, especially because he got paid. He hasn't probably kicked the ball in 4 months. He's been on a beach, just chilling, kicking back. But Wolf Life, thank you, man, for that donation. Very kind of you. Got a couple more here. Matthew Sanders in the house. Thank you, Matthew Sanders, for the $5 donation. He says, as an NFL team needs 130 to 150 points from kickers per year. On a Moneyball level, if Moody can give you that, he's worth as much as your typical wide receiver, running back, tight end.
Until he misses a kick in the playoffs. It's crucial.
See, Matthew, I think Jesse's already had like a psychic moment here. I picture you like wake up in the morning. You were sleeping this offseason right after the draft, right? Yeah, you woke up in a cold sweat. Your wife's next to you. You sit up and you and she's like, "Honey, what is it?" You know, and Moody, you look over. Moody, it's Jake Moody's face.
Moody miss. It's White left.
It's Moody's face, and then you wake up again. You're like, yeah. If he's great, Matthew, it's certainly a very good kicker. Is worth something. I mean, it gives you an advantage that's substantial at that point. I think even to the degree that you say, if you've got the kicker in that realm, if you got Jason Tucker in his prime with the Ravens, 100%, that guy can give you an equivalent value to that. But it's as I speak about with Myers. I mean, Myers goes out and he can have a perfect season, and then come back the next year and look like one of the worst kickers in the league, and then come back the next year and it's this fluctuation. I don't know if it's that they get the yips for a year. You know what I mean? It's like their aura gets off or something, because I've seen it through so many. Haven't you seen it through so many kickers through the years where that so hard to get that same kind of consistency? There's just the ups and the downs.
Kickers are like baseball players. Like they need routine, they need superstition, they need like every little thing to go. And if I don't walk out on the 30-yard line and pull the white grass the right way then it's no good. Like just call a timeout or something. I got to redo this whole thing.
You can see that on kickers sometimes, can't you? When they set up and you could be like, "Oh, he's off rhythm." It's like there was just that, or they have that like where they're about to get and they do a little jerk and you're like, "Oh, that's going to be a miss." It's good. You're right. You're right about that though. They're just like, it's like golfing or whatever, like putting, where it's just like, you can sense like, he didn't get locked in right. Here. He did. Yeah. He's in his, because they all got that, like, you're right. That whole like thing they go through, their ritual they'll go through in setting up their kick, all a little bit different. And,
well, it happened last year with Dallas's kicker. That was like the big, all of a sudden out of nowhere, he just lost it and couldn't for a whole game, couldn't get it back. And then was he going to do it in San Francisco? And then he misses his first kick there. And I was like, oh, here we go. You just never know.
Did you see Jerry trying to like get in his head? Jerry was on the sideline with him. I'm going to let you know now, all right? You miss this kick, we're going to kill you. We're going to leave you down there on the Rio. That's what we do with Texas kickers. You ever heard about that? You heard about the kicker from 96? No, you have not, because he's dead and gone. He's in a barrel somewhere rolling down the Mississippi River. You won't be at, and you better make that kick today. I ain't losing to the 49ers. So you're dumbass. Okay.
Yeah.
How much I'm paying you this year? A couple million. That's too damn much. I just see Jerry just being so much of a live wire with his whole way. Like, it still shocks me that he's still rolling and doing what he's doing, and like nobody's seriously like, called him on it. You know what I mean? He had that moment last year too, where he's like, I picked, Taco Charlton. That was Steven.
Charlton.
Yeah. That was Steven's pick. He thought he was getting a taco. It's like. And he's like, Micah was me. All right. That's a cowboy move right there. That's a championship move right there. Okay. That's why we're America's team. Because
of course, Micah was all him. Of course he was.
It sounds like a bit. I swear to God, it sounds like I'm doing a bit. But he literally had this press conference, and I was just like, you're shading your son, who you've nepotistically handed this job that he never earned in the first place. You shouldn't have been a general manager in the first place.
It's so funny. So good.
Going, you want a taco? And Steven's over there just like, no, Daddy.
No. I don't want to be.
Daddy, why? I didn't. Damn it, Daddy. It's brutal. Like, Jerry, he's on your team, buddy. Like, Micah. I was a Micah man. Everyone in the business said no. I said, yes, I'm owning this team. And then
what a jerk.
He gets one success story, that, and that's worth like 50 misses. That's worth 50 Randy Gregory's, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What about Randy Gregory? Was he yours?
Oh, I'm sure. He's like, don't wait a minute. There's gonna be some Randy Gregory's, okay? Let's concentrate on the Micahs. You concentrate on the Micahs and the Marcus Wares. That's me. It's all me, not Bill Parcells on that. No. Eventually they'll get out from under that shadow, brother. I don't know. Thank you for that donation. Thank you as well, Justin Lomker, for the $5 donation. It says, what NFC West team will pick up Brandon Allen when we eventually let him go?
Brandon Allen, he's our fourth string quarterback, but he was the backup last year with Cincy. I don't know. Maybe the Rams. He'd be a good fit in Seattle too. I'm not gonna lie. He'd actually be a really good fit in Seattle.
We got Locke though. We put $4 million on Locke, so he's locked on in as the backup here right now, unless we practice squad this guy. But I honestly wouldn't. I don't know if there's a team that actively brings Allen in as a backup.
Yeah, not as a backup. Third stringer though, I could see him be
third stringer.
Maybe.
Or like the Niners here, I could see them wanting to carry 4 quarterbacks where they put him down on the practice squad. And you can carry the third quarterback this year where it doesn't count on the active roster, where they kind of, Shanahan goes, never again, never forget and never again. And it's like, not only am I not going to have just 2 quarterbacks, I'll have 4. And then I'll never have to sign a 52-year-old quarterback off the street again or have my running back play quarterback for part of the game as I had to.
My thing is if Purdy's healthy, I think they trade Sam Darnold. And then Allen's our third string quarterback.
They trade Sam Darnold.
Yep.
What makes you say that?
What was that?
What makes you say that? What?
I mean, it's a little bit of a bold prediction, but also I just think that Lance will prove out to be much better than Darnold. And then Darnold, now that Purdy's healthy and Trey's shown that he's a pretty good player, I think that Sam Darnold was an insurance policy that is no longer needed. And then they'll roll with Allen, who they also think is pretty decent. So,
see, the one thing I'd wonder with that is back to the Lance thing with it, where if Brock earns the job, you want him to feel like he's gotten the job, and that Darnold wouldn't be as much the threat of Lance because Lance is the unknown and the potential's there. On top of then the returns for Lance are so much probably more substantial, comparatively speaking, than what you get for Darnold. Where I could kind of see him more going that way with it, where there have been whispers this offseason about not that they're going to trade him or that he's on the market, but that, the right offer comes down and all you got to get, man, is the thing the Niners are set up for right now. Just takes the one quarterback injury to a team that's a contender that thinks they can go out there and win it. And it's like, oh, our quarterback went down. And then they go make that move for, one of these guys to see if they can still take it over the top. And then the Niners are in a bit of a pole position because then they get some real good returns at that point if they get a desk, like the Chase Young trade you mentioned. Like,
yep.
I wouldn't hate that for the Niners on it, but at the same point in time, I still feel like there might be we can strike here in a situation where there's a team that gets but really liked Lance, still leans on their pre-draft evals, sees the situation like you and I see it with the Niners and how they've handled it with him. And they go, but we could be a contender here if we bring this guy in. And, maybe their quarterback they have right now is going to be due to be a free agent. I can't even think of the team that I'm thinking of that would be the team as I'm going through my mind, but a Dolphins team, Tua goes down to an injury in week 2 or something,
yeah, quarterback injuries happen. That's when all of a sudden these other guys become, more valuable. Right now, value couldn't be any lower. Everybody's got healthy quarterbacks. Everybody's got, but yeah, you're right. I mean, Tua goes down or somebody like that. It's like, okay, well now we need a guy. Let's go get Trey Lance, or Sam Darnold or I don't know, whoever.
Yeah. There's not a lot of teams sitting on quarterbacks like that to make those moves. Like there's not like guys have their one. There's not a lot to have the 2 or the 3 that very well could be to a team thinks it's still a contender that can lean on it. Doesn't need his quarterback to have to carry the day necessarily. Just like give us a guy that can be functional here and drives back over the Niners. The Niners are able to strike then and get some good value at that point in time. Be interested. Thank you though, Justin, for the $5 donation. Sean with another donation, 9519ers. Thank you, Sean, for the double dono tonight with the $10 donation coming in this time. He says, if we took Brady offer to come to San Francisco after 2019, then we would have had 2 to 3 Super Bowls and Brady would still be here. Jimmy Garoppolo, 2019, run effed that up. When the quarterback is not hurt, we win. Team is all in prime years. Protect the quarterback. I am 150% with Sean on this, by the way.
Yeah, I wish we would have gotten Tom Brady. That would have been fantastic.
Did they turn Tom down? Was this really did this come down to turning Tom down at that point? Because you wanted.
They thought that at that point Tom was marginally better than Jimmy, and Jimmy was ascending. So.
It's a blind spot, man. It's the one blind spot that exists. And it's so effing frustrating because of the fact that it's just like, You look at the Brady situation leaving the Patriots, and it was very obvious what was going on there. It was very obvious Belichick was in that place of, shouldn't have traded Jimmy Garoppolo. That was the one I wanted. I guess he didn't give him playmakers. They had nothing skill position wise. He's out there screaming at guys to get separation in that final year.
Mohamed Sanu's his top wide receiver.
Yeah. I mean, you look at that and you go, he's done at that point. I know he's old and all that, but like Jimmy was setting the benchmark there. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like he had come in and put the thing. But I agree, Sean. If they went out and they got Brady back in 2019, when they got him, when you would have minimum 2 Super Bowls right now, if not have 3 in a row. He wouldn't get injured. You guys are going to throw the ball so fast. He's not going to be under much issue as far as getting hit very often. You're going to run the ball so much. He's just going to go sit back and just do what he does. He's got Aiyuk it defies logic to me. And the fact that they also didn't really get in on the Rodgers thing, and maybe it was just the timing of that didn't work out too. But we're talking about what's the answer and going to Kirk Cousins next year for the Niners, because this didn't work out. If that doesn't work out, but then you double back around, you go, but there's these 2 guys over here that were Hall of Famers. You got a team like the Broncos, for instance, showing you that you can go get one of these aging guys that's like that and go and get a Super Bowl. I know Manning wasn't at his best at the end, but he also gave him one of the best offensive seasons of all time before he got to that point of falling off.
Yeah, he did.
Right. So it's always with these things. You go, well, is there ever a point in history where a team's done this and had success? And yeah, even recent history, there has been when going down this road. Very strange on that one a little bit.
And Harbaugh then was famously openly all in on Peyton Manning during that time frame, and he ended up choosing the Broncos over the 49ers. But Harbaugh, say what you want about Harbaugh, a lot of 49er fans are split on him as well, but I mean, he didn't care. He was publicly all in on Peyton Manning. So
I think that's the lesson we learn as analysts on this and looking at this, talking about this a bit, even just through the eye of this situation, is that if you have an opportunity in a situation to get a guy like that has a little bit of meat left on the bone, that's a Hall of Fame guy. And frankly, Shanahan should know this lesson because he's had the track record in his past. You look at this thing with Shanahan, looking at his history of quarterbacks, it all goes back and starts at one place. When he was still a very young coach, when he was not an offensive coordinator, when his dad was coaching John Elway at the end of his career. John Elway, in this same mode of Tom Brady, in this same mode of Aaron Rodgers, and how good he's looked at historically speaking as a quarterback, and saw when I've got this talent with my dad's brain offense, and I put that combination together, this is what happens. And then you leave from that, and it's Robert Griffin's and Kirk Cousins and Matt Ryan's and Jimmy Garoppolo's over the course of his kind of coaching history through the last 15 years with Shanahan, and you go, you've always kind of been a little limited at the quarterback spot, it seems like, on the surface of it through all those quarterbacks. When that eventually leads you around to the lesson of saying, when that guy does become available, I jump. I'm belaboring this a little bit, man, but it's a strange one because he's such a smart guy in so many respects for this one to be
I know.
It's got to be infuriating for you. It's like you got everything checked, everything figured out. You got this one thing that's just like, I can't move my head to the right. I just don't have that. It doesn't go that way. But Sean, I love where you're coming from on it, man. And I think you're smart to consider that a little bit. As much as anything, to think about this in the future. If there is a guy that does come available, the Niners after this season that you and I aren't thinking about, some wild guy, Burrow, the Bengals get cheap again or something, right? They've done that before. I don't think they would, but just something crazy like that, then go for it. Go all in on that kind of guy if he does become available after this year, if it doesn't work with Brock, if it doesn't work with Lance. Obviously, that's the preloaded part of that, is you don't just go out there and say, throw everybody else away. But if they don't work and there's a move to be made, would you not say, go make it? Be aggressive after this year?
Yeah, of course. Of course. If you can upgrade the most important position, going back, let's go back to the time frame in 2019 after the Super Bowl, right? They lose the Super Bowl. And I remember watching the All 22 on Tom Brady and that final game when they lost to the Tennessee Titans. And it was clear that Tom Brady, there was just no separation. We talk about Brock Purdy and the 49ers getting the receiver separation. There was none, zero in New England. And he was still making great throws. The arm strength was still there. He was still willing to stand in the pocket. You could tell Tom Brady was still a really, really good player. So to me, it was obvious. And then to boot, to make this story even worse, allegedly, the Patriots were willing to give a first rounder for Garoppolo to get him back at the time. So you could have gotten a first rounder for Garoppolo. You could have probably just done a sign and trade. Really, Garoppolo to the Patriots, bring back Tom Brady and probably a draft pick, and you'd have been good to go. And they just, nope, didn't do it.
And Brady grew up following this team. Brady grew up with this being his favorite team. It is a strange. You get a first round pick. It just makes it worse the more we keep talking about this. You could have gotten a first back of the Patriots, and that first would have been probably Garoppolo's season led, where it's a future first, and then he goes out there, gets broken after 8 games. They got no backup. They're no talent on the skill position side, and then you end up getting a top 15 pick and Tom Brady.
Yep.
This is
right.
This is CJ Kurzman, thank you for the $10 donation, CJ. I do appreciate it. And thank you to everybody on the chat tonight for all the donations. We have a ton of them coming through. So thank you for all of you guys for doing that. Hawks 49ers play each other in 2 of 3 weeks. With much on the line in these divisional games, would either of you, like me, prefer to see the games more spaced out? Tough stretch of schedule for both. That is kind of both of our schedules, not just because we're playing each other, but I think I'm not mistaken, you guys have kind of a run of games right there too that are
Eagles sandwiched in between there.
That's fun. We got the Eagles too in there as well. I'm not a fan of the 3 games and 2 games in 3 weeks thing. I'm a preference guy to where I think I would like a little more of a spaced out thing. You got to play them twice at some point, I guess. So
I prefer more spaced out, but I prefer this to playing in week 1, like a lot of in-division games happen, which I think is atrocious for the league. At least wait till week 2 or 3. Week 1 is like awful to play a division opponent.
Even week 2, it was like it wasn't quite up to snuff last year. Yeah, it was like people with that Niner game. So I agree with you. I would love to too. I mean, the NFL schedule makers. I mean, God forbid on this one, like maybe schedule the final game of the year as at least they gave us the Thanksgiving, because that's going to be great,
for
dude.
Sure.
You get the best rivalry in the NFL in my humble opinion, and then you got us as the last game on Thanksgiving. All eyes of the nation are going to be on this game. Every Seahawks fan, every 49er fan is going to be stuffed on turkey, drunk out of their mind, looking through blurry eyes. I mean, it's just, is there more of a perfect football type of situation to take place as far as that goes? So I love that at least we got that one, man, and it's going to be a hell of a game, and everyone's watching. So that part I did like, but final game of the year wouldn't be bad. For the division, could be setting it up if they had thought that through a little bit, make it a primetime game even. So, but is what it is. It's going to be interesting 2 of 3 weeks, that's for sure, of how the teams approach it. If they try to, if they try to both kind of attack in the same manner, or if there's, okay, that didn't work the first time, we're going to do something different right after the 3 weeks on both ends of it. Because it is such a fast turnaround time and not much time to kind of adjust if you didn't go right the first way. But we got the Eagles too sandwiched in there, which I'm sure the Eagles are not loving it either, where they got Seattle 49ers. It's like, oh God, okay, here we go. But weird. I can't remember the last time we played in 2 of 3 weeks in recent history. Can you?
It's tough. No, it's tough.
I don't think it's come down the pike. But I do like later in the year, both of those 2 matchups, everybody will be attuned in, because by that point, I think we'll have kind of separated some things. I think this division will separate out. I do think you guys, by the way, have a really strong chance, and even us to a smaller degree. We'll talk about predictions just a second on this, Jesse, but I do think you guys have a really strong chance of that number 1 bye, because the schedule's not hellacious, and because of the fact that I know you didn't want to pencil in the 2 wins against the bottom feeders in this division, but that's going to be a big helper versus the Eagles on the other side, who have to go to Cowboys, they got to go to Giants, and even Washington, who's got that defense that can make it hard on you, especially if Chase Young comes back and is feeling healthy. Brother,
I agree. I think we have a shot. We definitely have a shot at it for sure. But I think it's also important to get it if we want to win a Super Bowl. I think that's like getting that bye week is crucial. Very crucial. It's
absolutely. You get that extra week of rest. And then, yes, you get the home game on top of it, but then they removed that second bye a couple of years ago. And when you move the second bye, that means that down the road, you're not playing an equally rested team. It means everybody's going to be more tired than you, that you're playing throughout your conference through the whole playoffs. And that, you're right. I think it makes it important. Certainly for us too, with our home field advantage in Seattle, 3 times that we've gotten to the Super Bowl, we did it on the back of home field advantage. With your Niners, I don't know. I know I'm going deep on this. Was it not similar for them in their runs, even in the 80s on that, where it was usually a first round bye to get your
game? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first round bye, when 2 teams got it, it was a big deal, And so now that we've gone to one bye, and for some of these teams, buys happen in like week 6. So you got to go on a 14 week run with no buys. Man, that's a major disadvantage. Like the what's interesting is I remember that was always the debate. Is it better to have the bye, or is it, if you're hot, better to keep it going? I think now we have our answer. It's better to have the bye week.
Yeah.
Way better to have the bye week.
These players talk about, it's come very much in more clarity to me in these years of something I wasn't as aware about with these players, of just what their bodies go through in the quick turnaround time of a week. I mean, these 2 Thursday night games are ridiculous. They're putting in now with what these guys got to go through, but their bodies are smashed and they're putting themselves together over the course of the week just a bit. And how am I going to play this next coming Sunday? I can't even walk right now. And then you find your way to eventually get there by the end of the week where you're somewhat movable. But by the end of the season, you're so sore. Getting an extra week is worth its weight in gold to be able to allow that body to recover and rest and get a little bit fresher. And you're going to play better if you're fresher than you are if you're physically limited or beaten down.
No doubt about it.
You're right. I think it's the data on that's pretty succinct at this point. It's better to have the week, especially now because it's the 1 bye instead of the 2 in each conference. That 1 in each makes it all that much more. Brother Bob, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, "Sup, Nails. Brandon is cool. We still sweep Hawks. Pigs in a pickle." Did I get that right?
Pig in a pickle. Yeah, that's it's funny. We have a content creator, Larry, and he's sponsored by Pig in a Pickle. So he always does the pig in a pickle emoji on all of his super chats. He's funny.
There we go. Well, thank you, Brother Bob. I appreciate all the couple donations you dropped on it, man. And I always love chopping it up with Jessie, man. I'm having a great time with you on it again. I appreciate you hanging in with me for a long time. I know you're on the East Coast. It's probably 1 in the morning there, but I love doing this, man. I love talking. And as I said, you guys are our rivals, Brother Rob. You guys are the people that we look at with a certain amount of, it's not even hatred. It's just that the way you look at a rival. But there's also respect involved in understanding that things are being done smartly and intelligence. We're not up against you as a rival because everybody else just sucks so bad and you're the only thing left. It's because you guys are running your organization smartly. Your coaching staff looks to get schematic advantages on the football field. You develop guys that aren't necessarily top 10 picks across the board. You've been able to sustain despite coaching losses and reinvigorating the coaching staff with guys once you leave guys, which has been a problem for us, for instance. We had Gus Bradley get to be a head coach. We had Dan Quinn then taken after him and be head coach after losing defensive coordinator. And since then, we've never really been able to find our defensive coordinators. We've gone through one after another, and not been able to replace that talent in that way. So it's going to be fun, not just this year, but in the upcoming future years here, because I don't think that this is changing anytime soon, especially with both the Cardinals and the Rams, not even to the point of getting through one rebuild season here. They're just heading into their rebuild years, and the Cardinals are going to probably have to do something with that Kyler Murray contract after this season, which probably sets them back again a little bit further at that point on top of things. Unless you're going to tell me, I know you're not going to tell me Kyler Murray's the answer out there.
Nah, I don't think he's the answer, but he's so talented, man. But gosh, he's such a
1 for 8. You talk about deep throw accuracy. He was on the other end of that last year, 1 for 18 on those throws over 20 yards.
But his deep, it was interesting because the year prior, he was actually pretty good, if I remember correctly. So,
well, and he was down. Hopkins was out a lot of the year last year. Hollywood Brown was out a lot of the year last year, or at least a good amount of the year last year. That might have been some of it with it.
It's just hard to get behind a guy that has it built into his contract that he actually has to take the game seriously. I don't know.
That was a warning sign. There's warning signs people present. And you got to ask your quarterback to work hard. That's something they have to just have. That's the stupidity of that Cardinal move, though, and them signing that contract, is they knew it wasn't right to sign him. They knew that they were going to regret it, and they still did it. This is what dumb organizations do, and this is why dumb organizations remain in Stupidville, is because they don't learn their ways. And that's what they did there. They just decided this is why I say I think we're leaving the age of the diva quarterback. We're leaving the age of, well, I got to get ahead of pay this guy. 3 years after I got to pay him, or he's going to cost way much more. You don't freak out about it as much. You build more to the supporting cast and lean into that, and then you'll figure your quarterback situation out for the most part. I think you can. I don't think it's that we've got to find this guy that is the Burrow or the Mahomes. I think it's Burrow, Mahomes. Maybe you could put Herbert in there or Lawrence in there. But those two guys to be Herbert and Burrow, though, or Mahomes and Burrow, are really the cut above where Burrow literally could still carry that offense when his offensive line was trash and he's getting hit every play and his ACL torn 1 year, bounces right back and doesn't miss a beat, even though he's still under the same amount of pressure. It was incredible. I mean, those guys are they're on another level in the way that they play the position.
Yeah, they really are.
Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation says, who was worse, Dan McGuire or Jim Druckenmiller?
To be fair, I think McGuire was drafted earlier than Druckenmiller was. So I'll go McGuire because he's your quarterback and not ours.
Yeah, I think your point's a salient one, man. I mean, I think Druckenmiller was a 27th, 28th overall in the first round. Myers, I think, a top 12. The funny enough about the story on that one, you talk about missed opportunities and missing out on Hall of Fame quarterbacks. We had a guy in Ken Behring at that time who was a baseball fan. And so I'll eventually do a bit on this channel where he's talking to the former head coach about this because he's like, his brother's such a good guy because he's Dan McGuire, Mark McGuire was his brother. Behring wanted Dan, so he overruled. We got our own little Jerry Jones situation. And Chuck wanted the kid from Mississippi. You want to know who the kid from Mississippi was?
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre.
Oh, that's brutal, man. That's brutal.
And Brett would have been such a good fit for Chuck because Chuck would have just let him be Brett. He might have not have been a high volume passer, but with the run game of Chuck Knox, he would have done Chuck was a lot like Shanahan, and that his run game could dictate opening matchups on the back end at that point when he freed it up. So I'll go it is McGuire worse because there was a higher pick. It was a bigger swing, and you take a quarterback at the end of the first round and it doesn't work out. It's hard to rake a team over the coals for that necessarily because there's a reason that they're at the end of the first round. There's a reason they're not being picked in the top 5, top 10.
Yep.
Thank you, though, Randall, for the $2 donation. Garth with another $5 dono says, Jessie, favorite place to eat in San Francisco? I know it's a hard question, but do your best.
It's not a hard question because I don't live in San Francisco and I haven't been there since the 90s, but I am a big Mexican food fan and I'm trying to remember the name of the place. I want to say it was like La Taqueria, something like that. That might be a completely different state, but I'm pretty sure that was the name of it. It's been around for a long time. I don't even know if it's still in existence or if that's even the name of the right place. But if it is, La Taqueria is the place that I remember eating at as a kid and loving. So maybe somebody in my chat can set me straight that's from San Francisco, but that's what I remember. So I don't even know if it's still in existence, but we'll see.
Like, you're thinking of Bakerfield, Jesse.
Yeah, I've heard it probably. They're like, thanks, jerk.
I'll tell you this, San Francisco's got some of the best food in the country. I've been there a couple times and the food just always, no matter where, and I've eaten a different place every time. It's always blown me away. Always blown me away. Very good stuff out there. Especially downtown. You could throw a rock and you're going to hit a good place to eat. Thank you, though, Garth, for the dono, man. Brother Rob, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, breathe, Brandon. I said pig in a pickle. Go Niners.
Nice.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Thank you, though, Brother Bob. Thanks for all the donos, brother. Pig in a pickle, huh? I don't feel like we're in a pickle, man. Feels like we're in a fight. We're in a Jesse like the UFC stuff. We're in a UFC fight.
Yeah, okay? That's right. Yeah, you know what we're talking about.
You guys are ground and pound. We're a little bit more, we're a little bit more with our hands, a little more with our feet. So, what style wins out? I don't know. We'll see. It's going to go 5 rounds. I know that.
Somebody said that La Taqueria is probably a crack house now. So there you go.
Well, Seattle's got that going too. We got some brutal downtown situations happening, and everybody's dealing with that, man.
Goodness sakes.
You're in Florida. It's not as bad, I've heard, though, there, is it?
No. We don't. In Tampa, there's not much of that going around.
You guys don't mess around down there. It's like
no.
You guys don't play, as far as what I've heard. Lenore Selman, thank you for becoming a YouTube member of the channel. I do really appreciate it. We do Thursday shows for members of the channel, so thank you for doing that, Lenore, and be on the lookout Thursday, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, as we do our member shows. But welcome aboard. Thank you for jumping aboard. Tim Schumi with a $5 donation. Thank you, Tim. Opinions. What is WRT? I'm bad with acronyms.
Opinions. I don't even know. WRT.
Opinions on Geno Smith and regression to the mean. It's likely Geno is much better than expected, but is he that much better that he's not regressing? I think I get the basic gist of this question.
With the reference to, I just looked it up.
So. With reference to Geno's regression. So where the regression to the mean comes from my standpoint on this, is people looking a little bit of the data that maybe not be the good data for Geno last year, but was on the back of those final 5 games. I'm not trying. There's a difference between an excuse and an explanation. And I think when I look at the issues that we had to deal with across the board through the back half of that schedule, that's why those numbers showed up as poorly as they didn't show up like horrible. They were, I mean, even in that playoff game, that first half, he was playing pretty money through that first half. And there's the interception at the second half in that final playoff game against you guys. But it's the offensive line fell apart a little bit. You know, the guys, the tackles on the edges hit the rookie wall as you would on a 17th game season. That was understandable. That was probably going to be due to happen at some point. Austin Blythe became miserable as the center. Gabe Jackson no longer could play a full football game. So you had to rotate him out over the course of the game all the way. You lost all of your running backs. You were down to having to play guys that had high ankle sprains or Walker with his ankle injury. You had no slot because you lost Eskridge, and then you lost Marquise Goodwin after you lost Eskridge. Eskridge, the guy that we put a second-round pick in to be just specifically that slot guy. We lost our gadget guy in the offense. So he didn't have as much to work with there at the back end. And I think that's more of an explanation for it, and also why I think it's less likely there's a regression to the mean with Geno, because why he was successful is he can replicate that. I've given the reasons why I think that is the case, but also that why the things were bad in a little bit of the time it was last season are explainable when you factor in these other parts. Where do you stand? Do you feel like there is going to be a regression with him? Do you feel like he's going to probably match up from your outsider standpoint on it?
I mean, I kind of understand what he's saying. Like, even if he regresses a little bit and comes back to the pack, he could still be much better than maybe what people would have expected from Geno going into last season, right? So I understand what he's saying, but I have a feeling it's going to be pretty repeatable. I really think that JSN pick is crucial to this offense. I mean, it's hard as a wide receiver to hit the ground running. It really is, but in the position he's in where he is strictly a slot guy, I don't know if there's been a better person coming out of the draft for quite a few years that could fit that mold better than him. I mean, you can go to Cooper Kupp. I'm not saying he's going to be that good, but man, he really fits that role perfectly. And especially sandwiched between those great receivers, I think Geno's going to have plenty of weapons and be just fine.
You bring the point. I mean, he's getting the third best cornerback of any team. Say nothing of it being a slot guy. Every week JSN goes out there, he'll never face the number 1 or number 2 cornerback because of Lockett and DK Metcalf, which should open the door for some more early on.
And he's just built so perfectly for that slot role. Man. He is. I mean, that's him. It's perfect for him.
He is. I don't know if I see him as a guy getting to stardom, but if he comes in and becomes an Amon St. Brown in this offense, it takes the top of the offense off to such a huge degree if he can just even be that. And I think he'll be more, maybe even that, but I do think that's like kind of the minimum he comes in and walks in and gives you. And it's part of why where we're going to go with our team this year, Jesse's on the back of where the offense takes us. You mentioned the defense should take some steps forward. They should. I think you might even be more optimistic and thinking they'd be top 15. I think in a best case scenario, they slide into that 15-ish range as a high end spot to where they can land because the defensive line is what it is. But the offense, I think, can get to a spot of being top 5, if not beyond that, because it doesn't have any limitations. It doesn't have any weaknesses. It's not having to start these guys as rookie. JSN comes as a slot, which is kind of a starting thing, but you got your 2 outside receivers. Everybody fits. Charbonnet fits into a role, right? He ain't Walker last year as the starter. He comes in as a short yardage back and as to give Walker a blow from time to time. So guys can fit more into their roles this year than they could last year, I think, in that respect, which will allow them to be more hit that ground running. So we'll see with that. I did want to say too to Greg about the Geno contract. Another part about this with Geno getting paid is he got paid, but kind of. Geno gave this really friendly deal, but he also gave a deal that's really built with escalators and performance-based incentives. And so if he doesn't hit those incentives, he don't get paid, which is definitely something that can light a fire under a player to make sure you're getting the maximum amount of effort and work being drawn into this. So he's costing us $10 million on the cap right now this year as Geno on that new cap. And that's versus Garoppolo, for instance, on his first year of his deal with I think the Raiders are like 20 million or something on his hit. So it's, I think that could be a motivating factor there. But thank you, Tim, for the $5 donation. And Greg back on in here with another donation as well. Thank you, Greg, for the double dono today. He says, so what is your predictions for the Niners and Hawks? A great question, because this is one we definitely want to get to on this show. And I think this is as good a time as any. So thank you, Greg. That's a fantastic question. Let's get it from you first. Give me your division prediction here for this upcoming season and the way you see it rolling out.
Well, when I went through it, I had the 49ers winning 12 when I just ran through the schedule. So the Niners are winning 12. I think Seattle can be an 11-win team. I think the 49ers win the division, but I think they also split with each other. I do have Seattle winning the Thanksgiving night game, which sucks watching the opposing team eat turducken and celebrating.
You're just gonna be
Luckily,
over there depressed with a pie.
yeah,
Just
just
you're
like,
just gonna be eating it up.
my 5th plate. I'm so sad.
Your wife's looking at you like, "Don't just leave me alone."
So I do have Seattle winning that game, and then coming back a couple of weeks later, I have the 49ers winning the game. Ultimately, I think the 49ers win the division.
I do come back to we're going to be pretty closely aligned on this one. Again, very few probably disagreements, which may not have been exciting on this stream between me and Jessie. But we think alike in a lot of respects. I've got the Niners winning the division at 13 wins. I think they will go. I think both teams go 4-0 against the NFC West, which is what helps to kind of catapult that. On top of the fact I don't think the schedule's super difficult for either team at the end of the day. I do think a split sounds about right. I could see. I think when it comes down to it, there'll be a 1-game difference, though. I think the Hawks can pull out a 12-win season this year, 11 to 12 wins. So I do think we are a second-place team at that point. But I do see it going that way. I think these teams are going to be really good this year, and I think they're going to be neck and neck throughout the season. It's going to be fun as hell. But the Niners are in the middle of their run. And the Seahawks have a very young team. We turned this roster over in 2 seasons almost wholly. And you've got some good veteran presence in spots, from your Bobby Wagners to Diggs to Jamal Adams and Geno Smith as a quarterback. It's not a young buck on his side, and Lockett. There is some veteran kind of flavor there, but it's so very much overwhelmingly young. And it's hard for young teams to find the consistency of dominance, much less consistency at all. You're going to have some fluctuations, some weeks where they just, what happened there? Or did we just not wake up on that game? Because that's the way it is for young teams. And your Niners are in the point right now. You're in the midst of your run. Like you said, maybe kind of starting to hit a little bit to the back end of it, but still in the midst of the run. So what happens in the playoffs after that, we'll see. That's going to be dependent on the health of the teams. That's going to be dependent on whether the Niners or the Seahawks make go for it like moves. That McCaffrey move the Niners made last year was absolutely spot on for the type of move you got to make. You and I've talked about this. If you're in the go for mode, you got to do that move to go over the top. You can't just go up to the line and say good enough. There's a new cost for doing business if you're going to go win those Super Bowls. Rams go make a move for a Von Miller and Odell Beckham. The Kansas City Chiefs went out there, got Kadarius Toney at the trade deadline last year. It always seems like if you're in that mode, you got to do that one little extra thing to get yourself over the top, which that may be as much a dictator of where things factor out when it all settles in. But I do think they're about a game better minimum, at least at this point. And these are going to be the 2 teams that are going to fight it out, man. It's us and you, man, where this is going to go.
Yeah, we got a few years of this, like you said earlier. So we'll see.
Neither is going anywhere. We all better get in our easy chairs and just strap on in, because this is the way it's going to play out, man. It is. Greg, thank you for that double donation, though, man. I appreciate where you're coming from as far as your thoughts on this. Leland Kibble with a $5 donation says, without a quarterback, they will eternally be the San Francisco Kyle Shanahans.
I think he likes it that way. And I think the team likes that. There's a pride for these guys. And when they talk about the quarterback position, you almost hear it in their voices like, oh, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. We're just so good everywhere else. You hear it in the interviews. There's an arrogance there for sure.
Does that bother you a little bit? Is there
bothers me? Yeah, it bothers me.
They should know better.
Because the quarterback position is always going to be the scapegoat, in that sense. So it's like, if you ultimately get over the hump, it's because the quarterback did finally enough for you to get there. But all the credit's going to go to every other player. It's not the quarterback's not going to get anything. Whether that's Purdy, Lance, or whoever. The quarterback we've seen has been kind of the Achilles heel for the 49ers. So if they do win, that means the quarterback did a little something extra, even if they weren't the main guy. But if they don't win, then they can always just, it's the quarterback, it's the quarterback, it's the quarterback. Well, at some point, it's not just the quarterback. Like, you're the one making the decisions here too, bud.
It's funny because I went back and listened to, I don't know if you caught it, the Playmakers podcast that was out there this offseason, and just when your thoughts on this and you're speaking to this, it does bring that to my mind of just, it's the double-edged sword of being so smart and able to draw these plays up that you've thought through every iteration of it, of how it could go wrong, how it could go right, what adjustments you need to run off of it. You've taken that into a degree, but now that confidence and I would say to a degree, the ego that builds into you a bit as you start to kind of think, I don't need to this because I can just be so much smarter. I can be so much ahead of the game. And you've had a lot of evidence to point to that you were able to do that at times to back that up. You've had Nick Mullins out there and slicing and dicing my Seahawks at times where it makes you probably, reinforce that a little bit. But I think this will be the truth that you and I can agree on when it comes to Shanahan, his time here in San Francisco and where he'll be viewed. I think historically speaking is going to be on the back of whether he, to your point, as you were just talking about, does end up finally landing on that quarterback where it's not a carousel. It's not we'll just make by whoever we got to bring in for a given season, but who's the guy that they hitch to who then things can finally settle in. The dust can settle in on that position. And now they can just lock in and go. And if he doesn't get it, they ain't getting the Super Bowl. And if he does, they can maybe win multiple ones, even now being a little bit at the end of the run a bit.
Yeah. I mean, he gets the guy, he'll be here for as long as he wants to be here, and he'll forever be revered and loved, and they'll win rings and it'll be awesome. But if he doesn't, it's like, it'll always be what if. And so we'll see. Hopefully they've got that guy on the roster.
It'd be unfortunate too if he eventually loses his job because this is the one reason, the thing that is the cause of it. All these other things good, and this one little thing, it sucks because it's the thing where we could never correct this. We could never find a solution for this. This was just the theorem that we just couldn't solve, like Goodwill Hunting. You put it up on the board and nobody can solve it, and we never got the janitor never came in and wrote it out on a board. It's
especially because he could easily get a job somewhere else that has the established quarterback, and then that's enough. And then
wouldn't that be the great irony of it? Wouldn't that be the great irony of it? And it'd be the infuriating part. Even me as a Seahawks fan watching from the outside, where it's like a lot of the stuff we're talking about, Jesse, is not stuff that's the deep stuff where we look at these teams and you got to go to the 8th layer to find the truth of it. Like the truth's sitting here and it's plain to see and it's right there. That's why I think we're kind of in agreement on this. This isn't one you have to dig deep for.
Yep.
It's wild though. We find ourselves back here again and again. Leland's right. I mean, it may eventually be the Kyle Shanahan's with it, and we look to that pride being the thing that kind of drives it. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. All the donos from you two on this night. Thank you so much, Garth. You're very, very kind as far as your support goes, and I love where you're coming from as well. He says, got to ask Jessie. In Brandon's chat, we get some good Niner trolls in here, but what's the worst fan base you've experienced? I'd say the New York Giants as far as Brandon's chat is concerned. It was weird. I remember that a couple of years ago, my channel was small and they had it was insane. And it had 35, 40,000 views on a stream and it was all just New York fans just piling in. Brooklyn, Bronx, Queen. And I mean, they're just, Daniel Jones is taking us to the Super Bowl. I was like, oh my God, you guys. That's what Garth's kind of, I think, referencing. But what's the worst for you on that? Was it Eagles?
Eagles by far. Yeah, I mean the way they victory paraded that whole thing, like they actually beat the best version of us, was hilarious. Yeah, I still get it. Like I'll post a video of like Trey Lance working out or whatever, and they're like, EAGLES Eagles, and I'm like, who gives a crap, dude? Like, we'll see you later this year. Like, give it a rest.
It got pretty for not being a rivalry there. That thing got with the Debo thing going, and
I mean, it's alive and well. That's one show I'm looking forward to later this year. Behind Enemy Lines, Eagles edition is going to be lit.
Who do you have? Who do you?
I forget the name of the gentleman, but he came in very, very cocky last year, and hopefully I can get him again. But I actually enjoyed it. We actually had some good, and he wore the part. He definitely wore the heel part, and it was fantastic. I loved it. It was must watch. But then they won, so he was able to kind of back it up. But I hope he brings that energy again this year, because I would love nothing more than to beat them.
Well, and Eagle fans are just synonymous for being. I mean, there's of course the Bill Burr rant, which is one of the all-time excellent rants on that. You ever seen the Philly rant on that?
Yeah.
But then you heard Chauncey Gardner talking about it too. Like he got asked about the worst fans, and he's like, Eagle fans, they're a-holes. He didn't even think about it. He's like, he had it chambered almost. It's like, yep, that tracks. That adds up. So. The Giants fans were tough ones I had to deal with a couple years ago, but that's Eagle fans they're definitely known for being a bit of they just kind of wear it on their sleeve, don't they? A little bit. Sort of the attitude, just a little bit on that. Thank you, though, Garth, for the donation, man. I think we almost got caught up here. Oh, a couple more here. No Flav. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says possible the Seahawks will trade for I feel like this is
Is that like one of the funny words, like the
I'm
Bart Simpson calls into a bar? But I'm not making heads or tails of this one.
I got it there. Okay. I was gonna say it's gonna take me a little while now. No Flav. I knew you had me. I know my players. I know my back end roster players. You ain't sneaking one of those by me, man. So I know my.
But it took me a minute to even get like.
That was good.
Like, it was
good.
Yeah.
That's one I.
It was good, but it took a minute.
There's one I have not seen. I got to give you credit. That's an original on that one. I haven't seen that done before. So. Saijin with a $5 donation. Thank you. Saijin says, love this freaking guy. Hashtag Brando. I think he's talking about you too, Jesse, on that, by the way.
We'll take
it. Brandon, but what's not to like? Jesse does a great work over there. Again, if you haven't already, get over to Last Second Sports. That's the name of the channel here on YouTube. Get subscribed to him. Me and him, we're going to be doing a couple of shows this year through the course of the year, but he does great work beyond that. And as me and him are talking, Niners are going to be our main nemesis going forward here. We're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. You know, it's good to know your enemy, good to know what they're up to, good to know where they might be vulnerable, where they're strong. It just makes it that much interesting too when the matchups can come down the pike, because you can really get into the depths of this now, because this has become so fermented and ingrained a little bit between the two franchises, Jesse. But thank you.
I love it. And you know what's cool about it too is in division, other than Arizona, I don't know about you. Maybe you have a good Arizona guy you can like lend onto me. I can't get those guys to come out of the woodworks, but I got a great Rams guy. I've got you for Seattle, and I can count on you every single time to come through. The chemistry's there. It's a good show. So yeah, I'm all about it. I love this.
Yeah, I've got to get synced up with maybe your Rams guy on that too. I've got an AZ guy that was reaching out to me to do like a roundtable thing last year. I just ran out of time because it was just head down and going kind of thing. But I think I could put you in contact with him because I think he's kind of the resident Cardinal fan. There's not a lot of presence of them out there.
No, there's not.
It's an older fan base in certain respects.
It is.
That's the nature of a little bit of Phoenix.
Classical.
Yes, they're refined, tempered. But thank you, Saijin. I appreciate the love too, man. And I do appreciate Jesse, you coming on and hanging in. I've kept you here almost 4 hours today. Thank you so much for that. I know you got probably split here pretty soon, but we'll I'm almost caught up, I think. Leland, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you all do your donos tonight as well. He says, are we giving any weight to the report as of an hour ago that the Seattle is pursuing Devin White? Holy Jesus. Why does all the news break when I go live?
Seriously, what's going on?
What is going on?
Okay, well, let's say they are. Is that a game changer for you at all? I mean, does that get you excited?
Yes. Devin White's one of my favorite linebackers in the sport. He is a guy that doesn't always have the engine turned on. But when the engine flicks on and it turns on, he is as physically as an intimidating player as you're going to find in the league. We played in Germany last year. And going back and watching the all-22 tape this was part of that run of post-12 games that I'm talking about with Geno, where you lost the pass protection. And this was a game where you just couldn't run the ball at all. And that guy's just going through, and he's just a missile in there, just destroying things. And he's a big-bodied linebacker that can move well, not just an undersized, fast guy, but a real big guy. Some slight issues with him in coverage. But the thing with this is that Jordan Brooks, I mean, I'm going to show this. God, dude, there's the one play last year with Kittle. In the game where Brock Purdy does a fake outlet pass to the flat.
And
then comes back and Brooks is just all over his tape, man. I'm watching it again and again, and it's driving me crazy with Jordan and this is the one where I have these takes. Another one of those takes, you have those takes in the moment. You watch my Jordan Brooks reaction tape of them being picked in the first round by my Hawks and me being pissed. It just annoyed the hell out of me because he couldn't cover in college. Yeah. And we're in an age where what is the value of a run stuffing linebacker? What is that value now? Is it first round pick value? Because I don't think so. I can get that probably in the 4th and 5th round, a run stuffing linebacker who can't cover for nothing. And Shanahan knows it, by the way. He knows it, watching the all-22 and the way that they attack Jordan and
picked on him.
Flood zone concepts, run one guy this way, run another guy this way. He can't help but take the cheese on the first guy. And then the second guy tracking through was just wide open. He doesn't ever pay. His instincts are completely broken in coverage and what he goes to and what he doesn't go to, and losing his feet just out of nowhere all of a sudden for no particular reason. But yeah, then Shanahan knows how to go after him. And so Devin White coming in here, you match him up with Bobby. There's your physical freak to go out there and fly around and go just create havoc. And then Bobby just gets to kind of stay in the box, blitz every once in a while, and you go that route with it. I love Devin White. He's a big upgrade over Brooks. He's a big upgrade over Devin Bush. And I don't know if we're in a go for mode at this point. I don't know what the cost would be. He wants to be paid to an addition, but I ain't saying no to Devin White, Jesse. I'm not.
Devin White's a hell of a player, big contributor, especially that Super Bowl year. He's tough because he definitely seems like he just gives up at times. It was interesting because I took my son to the Ravens and Bucks game last year, and I couldn't take my eyes off of him and how lackadaisical. It was awful. I mean, the effort level was just non-existent. I'm like, is this guy even this is not the dude that most of the league fell in love with as far as like, oh, he's the next, it was like him and Fred Warner and a couple other guys. They're going to be battling. And it was like, dude, he's only 25 years old still. And the effort level is just garbage. That was the strangest thing for me to watch. So I don't know. Maybe he can get reinvigorated, but it's tough to put a lot of assets and then pay a guy that just doesn't give you the effort, snap in and snap out.
You capture it beautifully on this. I don't think that there's any difference if I have an opinion wise. It was pretty getting out there, pretty known by last year of that there's times where this guy's engine's not running fully. Is that because the Bucks didn't pay him and he felt like he should have been paid? And so he did that thing where he's like, all right, fine, don't pay me. I don't know. And that's not a good attitude to have either. That's not a good, well, let me go sign up and trade for that guy. That's a problem down the road too, that you got to deal with. But he is still young. He's not had any major injury. I don't know how we could pull this trade off, to be honest with you. We just signed Uchenna Nwosu to a $20 million deal. Maybe you lowered down the first year of his cap hit lower than what the last year of his contract was going to be as he was heading into that, but it's going to be pretty much a wash minimum. So you already don't have really the money there to go make that happen because White's going to want to be paid Terrell Edmonds-like money, Roquan Smith-like money. I mean, that's $18, $19 million a year now you're going to have to pay to go get him on top of. The Bucks probably don't get more than it might be like a third, fourth at this point because we got to pay him on top of it. That's the thing. You bring him in, it ain't just getting the player. Now you have to pay the player on top of that. That may only be worth. So that's maybe the place where it works good for Seattle is they get depressed value on one side of the deal, even if they're priming the pump on the other side of the deal.
Now, I would say mentor-wise, Bobby Wagner is about as good as it gets. So, maybe you're like, all right, well, we'll pair him with Bobby. He'll get the work ethic through there, and he'll get paid. He'll be happy, and maybe it can all work out great, but the motor thing is real rough when you're paying a guy that kind of.
He had Levante David before.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much better it gets, but
it is. It's the reality of the nature there with Devin. It would be a risk, and hopefully you're able to reduce that draft pick cost to mitigate that risk. Yeah. But boy, there is few linebackers in the sport that at the very least are as talented as he is at the position. So. But you're right, man. That thing stood out to me as like, why is this engine off at times? He's way too good to be having these moments where, but then again, I watched the game against us last year in Germany and I'm just like, Jesus, watching the L22 because I did a whole video around the whole thing was Walker dancing too much, right? Was he not taking the 3 yards in a cloud? It's like, dude, White's sitting in the hole. I mean, what do you want him to do? He was on top of it before the play started. And he's so big. He's like he's a real rugged linebacker.
Yeah.
But your criticisms are 100% correct on that one. Thank you, though, Leland. Appreciate it. Sean Niner with his third dono tonight. Thank you, Sean, for all the donos. You're very kind for doing that tonight. He says, I hate the Seahawks, but Brandon, you are now a favorite of mine in this YouTube content world. Can't believe I typed that, but you are legit, sir. Oh, man. Thank you so much, Sean. That's very, very kind of you. I know it's hard pressed to come out of Niner fans to give that kind of, so it's legit if it's coming out in that manner. And I think Jessie and I sit in the same place on this, Sean, in that it's a balanced game a bit. We can acknowledge that there's the adversarial nature to this and that's going to breed contempt and hatred in a way that just naturally sort of flows. But we're also two guys that love to talk shop and get to the depths of this sport in a manner that's really what makes football separate from other sports. There's not a simplistic nature to it. And you can enjoy it on the surface level, or you can get to the 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 layers deep of this. And at every level, you can enjoy it. And the more deeper you get, the more savoring it gets, the more it just expands out the sort of the beauty of the sport and everything that goes into it, which is part of why it captures my imagination in the way. And why I also like to lean into this kind of discussion like Jessie and I are having as opposed to, I'm sure, like the discussion Jesse might have gotten in with the Eagles fan, where it's a little more of the mud flinging, which is fun. And it's great to be able to put your chest out and talk about that. We all do that. I'm no special guy in that, but it's way more funner to get into the chess match nature of things, to get into the player development, get into the team construction, to get into how the X's and O's go back and forth. That's so much funner to me on this, especially when it's two franchises who are doing it right, who are doing more smart things, more intelligent things than they're doing dumb things. And then you have a collision of intelligence, a collision of two organizations who do way more things right than they do wrong. And it just adds that much more, I think, to the flavor of the nature of the rivalry, but also to cover it makes it much funner. So thank you, Sean, man. I appreciate that. That's where I want to try to be, is that I can have Niner fans and we can have talks, and we have a lot of Niner fans come into my channel often. I'm sure you have Seahawks fans. Hopefully they're respectful when coming to yours, and that
they always are.
Everyone's recognizing this for what it is right now. And it can be a heated rival and we can hate each other and we can all that, but then there's also still kind of the appreciation on the other side of that,
Yeah, I think also, the one thing that people probably really enjoy about your channel is that you just keep it real with them. You're gonna tell them, hey, I agree with what my team's doing here. I disagree with what my team's doing here. And even though I don't like this rival team, I can tell you that they're good. And I'm gonna make sure that you're prepared for the season, you're prepared for the game, and knowing the ins and outs of how this can go right and how this can go wrong, and just have an intelligent conversation. And I think, it's certainly the fan side of you wants to just be like, no, we're going to win. We're better. We're this, we're that. But the content creator side of you is like, I got to keep it real because I've got, 10,000 subs, or, you're at 12, 13,000. Like, you have to keep it real for them. And that's what they tune into you for, is to give them the real deal of what's about to happen. And how can you break it down? And it makes them smarter fans. So I'm sure they enjoy you for that.
Well, and everything you said about me, I could say is likewise the case with you. Part of why I think we do so good in syncing up is that we think along the same lines of this. And that I think that on top of it being that, you have a certain, like you speak of, responsibility to try to be truthful and honest, I also think it's better content, and it's better sustainable content to get into the manner of this approach than the other manner, which maybe even the other manner might get you more of, interactions and people watching all that other stuff. But I think it's also a bit of a road that wears out very quickly as you try to walk down it. And this one is the one of sustainability. And I want to be doing this with Jessie 10 years down the line and laughing about through the times and the places you go with it. That's much better story than trying to, how can I blow Jessie out in the stream to show him that the Seahawks are better by being obnoxious and and a-hole like. So I appreciate you for that, Sean. Thank you for all your donations tonight. Thanks for subbing up on the channel, watching the channel, and we're going to keep doing this future. This is the lane we're both in this WEM, and this is why too I think, Jesse, we're seeing the death of ESPNs out there. We're seeing the death of these things in the YouTube platforms growing, is that this is what also people want from a market standpoint. They want to just talk the stuff. There's all this other stuff that comes with it, with the emotions and the bravado stuff, but we also love the sport and just want to talk about the sport without the necessarily the dramatics of it that have to seem to come from other places when they do cover the stuff, Absolutely. But thank you. Thank you, Sean. GR Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Jesse, you must know Brando's cat has the Seahawks at 12-5. Your thoughts on Magic Cats and their soothsaying?
I'm surprised this cat has not made an appearance in this particular stream. We're nearly 4 hours deep.
Oh, I got it. Hold on.
Okay, here we go. Let's bring this thing in. Has to happen. You've got to see the cat. Although, you know what? Actually, let's see the cat. It was good for us last year.
Your presence is wanted here. There we go.
There we go.
She's so hot right now. She's so warm. I'm getting a cat cam this year, brother. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have a little USB camera right there. As she's like,
good.
People you gotta get the cat cam. But I did a fully legit. I swear to God, I didn't juice the numbers, didn't juice the deal. Okay. I put salmon plates on either end. I got 2 cards for all of our matchups, and
That's
I even changed the cards up. So the home team would be on the right, away team on the left, like you'd see normally, right? And then just put 2 little salmon pouches beneath, and then film 2 different camera angles on it. She went 12-5. So
what did she pick in the 49ers games? Do you remember?
I think it's a split.
Oh.
I think we had a split on the
Perfect.
Niner game. She had a couple of weird losses in there too, so it wasn't straight line. But I put her back because I have a long hallway, so I stuck her at the back of the hallway, and then just let her, and then she just would mosey on up, and it was pretty dramatic. It was a good little video where I
Nice.
was actually
I
able to
love
kind of
it.
do some
That's
stuff
good.
with it.
No, that's quality. That's quality content right there. I like it.
And if she's right, man, I mean, if she's right, I'm gonna be onto something. Remember, there's that octopus that they had for years that was like predicting the World Cup matches correctly for like 6 straight years, predicting
Yeah.
the winners. So we'll see if she's tapped into it.
Is this your first year doing it, you said?
First year doing that with her. I hadn't done it
Oh, I
before with
like
it.
this.
Because
All right.
one of my subs sent me this card pack that had these cards, and they mentioned it like you should have her pick the cards, put these little, because it's the logo of a team on a card thing. It's like some card game or whatever, but you just put them on there, and I was like, oh, let's see if this works. Let's go with it. So it was pretty good.
That's
And
awesome.
she was a good sport about it. She got tired after about every 3 times. She'd have to probably lay down, and I'd have to come back to it a bit.
Like, oh, it's just the eating's too good. It's just too good.
Oh, she was. She's like, oh, that's too much salmon. No, that's way too much. No, I just can't. I'm
I
tired.
love it.
Will Valdez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says could be worse. Jerry Jones could be making the executive decisions for the Niners.
Nice. Nice.
That is the worst, man. An owner that's bought a team that's like, I mean, Dan Schneider was doing this. I think the Browns owners has just jumped in at times and done this. It's never really for the benefit and the good of the team to be having your owner out there trying to make decisions on this stuff. He certainly needs to be a part of the process in certain respects, I think, but not to that degree. Would you agree?
No, I completely agree with that. As much as Jed York definitely takes his lumps here from 49er fans, he's been pretty hands off, at least in this era, and we appreciate it.
Yeah. And you got to give the guy, good credit in the respect of there is the bit of the dip downturn from Harbaugh, but you got turned around off of Harbaugh and the success you had there with him. Balky out of there, didn't marry yourself into Balky, and say, okay, well, we got to stay with Balky now. That didn't start to fail. You did turn things back over to get to the right side of it now with Shanahan and bringing the right coach with him, with Lynch on that. And so, it's where we come back to doing things smartly, correctly, and not being on that other end. They are on the other end. I mean, the Cowboys to me are going to be considered contenders, but you're always going to get held back when you got an owner that's doing what they're doing. I was good in land. Now I'll be good in football. It's like
right.
You literally kicked out Jimmy Johnson, and you've had no success. The one year you had success, even a guy like Aikman would have said, we only had that success because it was like the residuals of Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson,
yeah. It wasn't that Oklahoma coach came in there and was just so amazing with it. And he hasn't, another guy that's just pride and ego, man. Pride and ego. And now his son's going to keep, get a real general man. It's hard. It's made it hard for them to get a good coach. That's why they're with McCarthy. No coach wants to go there when they got an owner
that's why you can't take them seriously, man. McCarthy's the reason.
Oh yeah. He's a horrible coach. Absolutely
Awful.
Ridiculous. And then they kick out their offensive coordinator last year for Schottenheimer, by the way. They kicked off that kid from Boise State who's going to Los Angeles with Herbert and all of those targets, right? And then you kick that off for Schottenheimer.
At least they got Dan Quinn.
Dan's great, but oof. Remember the podcast. Thank you for the $10 donation. Says Brandon, you've said in prior streams that you believe Shanahan sort of got Lance out of his way because they've never wanted him to begin with, hence running him up the middle recklessly. Jesse's thoughts?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Obviously, we're probably a good hour behind at this point, or maybe close to. I don't know. Either way, but yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm of the belief that Shanahan wanted Lance. That's why he's here. I mean, Shanahan is the shot caller here in San Francisco. They definitely went other directions at that time. They did want the veteran quarterback. Decided to between Lance and Mac Jones, and I think that some of the front office, including Lynch, wanted Mac Jones, and Shanahan wanted Trey Lance, and that's why he's here. Although, to Brandon's point, and we talked through that as well, it certainly didn't seem like it the way that he ran him like a fullback. So who knows?
It's a confusing part that I think Jesse doesn't have nobody has an answer for, because you have that soundbite. I know you've seen it of him talking about Griffin. And that's when we learned, I mean, he literally like, that's when I learned that, and then you unlearn the lesson that you had just learned about that was hard learned, by the way. I mean, Griffin lost his career on the back of being ran too much that first season. But it's kind of like even when you heard the Playmakers podcast talking about it, they were really, especially Shanahan discussing it. He's really talking about how, how brilliant they were being and molding.
Oh, they were so proud of that.
Very, very proud. And so they don't, I came away with that going, did you really learn the lesson on that? Or was that kind of like, yeah, we learned that lesson, but not after it was all this other cool stuff that we did that was super awesome and forward thinking and all that.
Yeah.
Hard to, but that's the unknown. Well, it's hard to say with what's going there, but I'll take your word on that you finally got some confirmation, which is good for me, because that was at least the question I had, is who really made the call there? Is it for sure that Lynch didn't make the call, that he didn't just over the top him on Mac Jones, but that he did go for Lance, which makes sense why Shanahan would, because Lance has got the body profile and the type and what he was bringing to the table of what you didn't have before. Whereas Mac Jones was a little more closer akin to Jimmy Garoppolo in his skill set, kind of. Garth 9, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Jessie, what's your favorite dining in your current neck of the woods? And same question for Brando. Absolute thanks for taking the time.
Ulele. It is a fusion restaurant, but the Gator is mwah.
Gator.
Good.
Really?
So good. Yeah.
Gator. I would never eat gator, man. I'm so picky. I can't do it. There's no way I can.
It's phenomenal. It's so good.
Is it? Does it taste like chicken or something? Or is
I had never had gator until I moved here. I'm always like willing to like try something once just to like eliminate it. I couldn't eliminate it. It's really, really good. It tastes more like chicken, but it's like a consistency of kind of a white meat fish.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll try it someday. I don't know. We've got not a lot of good places out here where I live. I've been in a place it's a grease spoon out here. So we've got a place called Churchill's that's a steakhouse. It's probably the best place out here, Garth. Or the Max and Marabou is also nice. We've got some good food out there, but it's the worst part about living out here is that the food is just god awful in Spokane, in my neck of the woods, Garth. It's brutal.
Oh, you're in Spokane.
I'm in Spokane. Yeah.
Okay, I used to up until a few years ago. I went out up until COVID. Really, I was there every year playing in a Hoop Fest.
Oh, okay, nice, brother.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. They got it rolling here in the summertime on that, so it's going.
I got to get out there one more time. I got really bad knees and ankles, but I'm like, one more time. I loved it, man. I played in that tournament for 12, 15 years, a long time.
I go out. I don't do any more. I'm in my mid 40s now, so I can't do the runs, but I play ball 3-4 times a week. I'm out shooting hoops and in there running. I love it. I still love it, this day, but I do get to that age point where it's like a rolled ankle, or my big worry is the Achilles tear, because I want to play basketball for years to come. And I don't want to have some stupid, silly BS where getting older, I do some dumb half move where it's like barely anything. And all of a sudden it just snaps just because I'm, old and trying to do too much with these young bucks that go 100 miles an hour. I miss it though, because I love it. I love playing basketball. There's nothing like it, especially team-based and doing that type of stuff. So, well, if you ever do, you got
my buddy Jamal, shout out Jamal. He just tore his Achilles. So prayers up to him. He's going through it right now. That's brutal.
I feel it because it's one of those ones where you don't necessarily bounce back the same way. And you've heard it from so many people.
Especially at 40 plus.
Especially 40 plus. And the length of time it takes to then heal and get back over it, the rehabilitation. I'm super scared of it myself. I try to be as careful as I can while still going hard because I love it. And you get in your flow doing it. And basketball is nothing like any other workout because you're not really aware of you're doing it when you're in it and you're going. So, but if you come up, you got to look me up, man. If you're a backup.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, I think, we might make a run next summer. So if I'm there for Hoop Fest, I'll definitely hit you up.
Sounds good. Yeah, man. I'll probably be around this way. I'm looking at maybe doing a move myself here. I'm trying to play at the notion of getting back on the west side for obvious reasons. It's probably better to be out there at the end of the day because I'm already so close. But I love Spokane too. It's so beautiful out here. It's not as busy, and just got some elbow room to kind of move around a little bit. Garth, thank you for all the donations tonight. You got another $5 on point here. It says, Jesse's right. I stumbled upon Brando a few years ago and realized I shouldn't be listening to the local radio station for any team news.
That's it right there. And I tell everybody that watches my channel, if you want to learn about the other teams, go to their content creators. Just like you do here, we know more than the national media is going to know or anything like that. Local radio guys, depending, can be really good. In fact, we have some local radio guys who have been let go from radio stations and then turned that into a YouTube channel and done really well. So Some of those guys know a lot as well, but I would say if you're choosing between national media and a content creator, always go the content creator route. They know way more about their team.
I can't say more indubitably, yes, that's the way to go with it, Jesse. And I think some of it, honestly, I don't want to cast too many aspersions, but there's a lazy approach to doing radio. You know, you're on when everybody turns on their radio. They don't have to choose you. You're just on there at times.
Yep.
Depending, a lot of cities just have one sports radio channel. I know you probably have multiple. We have multiple in Seattle, but I come back to whenever I listen to them, and you probably try to, because you do a lot of this work and you're listening for background noise at times, listening to what's going to be something I can just kind of have that I'm paying attention to, but I'm doing my work. I'm cutting something up and putting this together. So unimpressive at times from my end of it, listening to some of the pros, just at how little they try to really get into the depths. You know, they want to do that thing where it's like, I don't know, you know, that the basically the appeal to authority crap, you know, where it's like, oh, I didn't play, so what can I know? I just watch it and tell you whether I like it or not. That's lazy. And people want to go to more of a depth than just that sort of surface layer, you know, approach to it. And it's their lost opportunities are gained, because that's why I think this is why you mentioned them transitioning and having successful YouTube pages, or people that are in this platform as we go into the future. You know, this is where the future of this is going, because people do want to be informed at the end of the day. They want to get into the more of the depths. That's the important part, not the drama, not the politics stuff or any other things that go in. Let's get to the deep, the meat and potatoes of actually, you know, the game itself, because it is a great game and we don't need any extra. It doesn't need extra toppings, doesn't need any frosting, don't need to put whipped cream on it. It is just great as it is. Just get into that. So yeah,
and not only that, but you get into the chat and it's like that turns into its own show sometimes. I mean, you get on a topic, and I know you've seen this happen, where you get on a topic and it's a hot topic and everybody's arguing or debating in the chat, and you go through the rest of the show and it's like they're still stuck on topic number one, but just through the conversation and just being around it and being around other fans who may think differently than you, it really starts to challenge your thinking. And so you're like, okay, like I gotta really like come up with a better argument here or dig deeper into this, just because you want to be a smarter fan. So I don't know. I just feel like whether it's the content creator or the people watching the content that you're debating back and forth with in the chat, either way, you can find yourself with a good group of people that are going to make you much more knowledgeable in the game.
It's what the question I get asked a lot is, well, you go 5 hours or 6, you know, and it's, I always say, you know, the reason I go is it's not hard work for me, because part of it is, to your point, that the chat just not only keeping you on your toes, but really keeping you thinking, keeping you laughing, but just keeping your brain going. And what they say is interesting. Where they're coming from is interesting. You're not getting idiots or people that just you know, mouth breathe. You're getting people that actually love the sport every bit as much as you and I do. They just don't happen to have a channel, but they're coming at times from the same kind of, you know, work ethic and the way they're looking at it to try to get the depths of it. It makes their perspective really important, to your point on that, to build into, because you're going to widen out your view of things and you're going to make yourself that much more smarter, you know, if you're willing to go out there and do that. And it's been the best. It's been the surprising part for me, Jesse, because I turn my thing on and it's like, bam, it goes just quick. I mean, we're going over 4 hours today. And it's like, I blink my eyes and the stuff goes by. I'm not aware of it. It's amazing. It's part of how I know I really love doing this, is because it is so easy. There's no work part of it. It's just fun stuff to talk about.
Absolutely.
Well, it looks like I finally got us caught up on the Dono train here, and I have kept you today well over 4 hours. So I appreciate you being a champ and hanging on in there with me. I think I got to basically, we covered all the draft and everything else. We got to the predictions and whatnot on that. Is there any other kind of ground that you wanted to cover today, or any other kind of final stuff you might have as far as your end of it on this chat tonight?
No, I don't. I mean, I feel like we covered everything. I feel like even the chat came through and asked really good questions that kind of kept things going, and really even asked a lot of the questions that we were probably going to get to anyways. So appreciate y'all for that. I would just say good luck to y'all this season. Stay healthy. And I'm glad we were able to get 4 hours in of breaking this thing down, because it really is going to come down to these two teams for the division. I'm looking forward to it big time.
It really is the best rivalry in football. We get to celebrate that again, 10 years running. There may be a couple of years where certain teams kind of jumped up to be a rival for a year or two where they were hot and heavy, but we are the number one dogs as far as going back and forth. When we play each other, we're going to have the eyes of the nation on us, whether it's Thanksgiving or it's the other game, because they're just going to want to see what happens when these two teams, do collide. I really appreciate you coming on and hanging on for the 4 hours. I love doing these with you. We'll definitely do this throughout the course of the year. Please do get over to Last Second Sports and sub up over to his channel if you haven't already. He's going to be doing great work as he goes into this season. He's getting ready to really take off over there on his end of things. So you just keep it up, man. And you're right. It's going to be fun to do this. I think we can definitely have this rivalry go, but still have the respect in place. And that's something that's going to be at the forefront. We'll talk our trash. We'll have our heated moments, but at the end point, we all know where everything kind of stands is it's us and you guys. And it's strange, right? It's, you think of usually 4-team divisions and having to really, or an NFC that's wide open as well. Right. You've got your Cowboys and your Eagles, and then who else we got? Yeah. Who else? Yeah. It's like, it's really, really could get, and it could, a few injuries over there, this thing gets really even more simple really quickly, right? Yeah. Eagles get a couple things happen. It's like, oof. This goes even more harder in this direction. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a long season to go through with it, man. I appreciate you on that. Real quick, if I could just get a point in, we got, I think we're going to get, I think I'm going to be getting we got an underdog thing going on. So we got a code going there. So if your Niner fans are looking to sign up for Underdog Fantasy, use code NEST. I know it's a Seahawks code, but you get yourself matched up to $100 on your first deposit with them this year.
Nice.
Appreciate those folks for getting up in that direction of things and helping me out on that. So if you're looking to do that, they help you out fantasy, go win some money out there, play fantasy football, all that good stuff. Nice. Jessie, you're a champ, man. I appreciate you hanging in so long here. He's East Coast time, folks. So this man's out there in Florida. It's the middle of the night right now. It's the moon's out. He's hung in there with us. I really appreciate you on that. And as always, man, the discussion is just awesome with you, brother. You're always brilliant,
brother. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. You have a good night. Hit that like button. Get subbed up to Last Second Sports. And Jessie, you and I will be seeing each other in a couple months, my friend.
Absolutely, brother. Good luck this season.
Hey, you have a good one, man. And go Hawks.
No.